This story is about a young man named Zubai and the terrible monsters, which as a result of a catastrophe appeared on Earth a great number. They rule almost everything on Earth and bring great depression and destruction to this world. Most of the humans are wiped out by them, and humanity almost completely disappears from the face of the Earth. Monsters destroy and destroy everything around, leaving a scorched desert instead of land. They instill fear, torture, and destroy people, taking great pleasure in it, rejoicing in the endless horror they sow on Earth. No one can deal with this great and terrible power. No one except the protagonist of this amazing story, whose name is Zubai. Monsters always find their victims quickly and easily, triumphing in their power and impunity. But Zubai differs from all humans in his special ability to hide from monsters. When they encounter him, the monsters see a blurred image in the form of a mosaic and do not understand where he has gone. It's because of the guy's overpowering laziness. Even if he's attacked by a monster, he's too lazy to move to defend himself. The monsters become enraged at the sight of such inaction they cannot force him to fight. Laziness is stronger than fear and becomes a real weapon against monsters. Demons are powerless against such weapons and are blown to shreds one by one, unable to cope with the usual boy idol. He becomes the embodiment of the demon's fears. From the bottom of the ladder, he works his way up to the top, becoming the only man who drives the monsters crazy. But that wasn't always the case. Zubai had once considered himself an ordinary man without any superpowers and dreaming of only one thing: to get as much money as possible without putting any effort and live a fun and hassle-free life. And so it was, until one night he finds himself running in his pajamas in some tunnel from a horrible monster chasing him. He doesn't want to die, so he runs as hard as he can, trying to figure out what kind of monster is chasing him and how he got into this mess. He runs down the tunnel looking for some kind of exit. He sees a light and realizes it's an open door. We don't know where it leads, but it's the only way out. Hurry inside. The main task now is to slam the door shut and lock it with all the locks and bolts. That should do it. He gets it done. He thinks he's safe now and can breathe easy. After looking around him, Zubai realizes that the room he has locked himself in has no way out, and the most appropriate word for the situation is dead end. Even this would be tolerable if suddenly there is not a loud knock on the door, and he realizes that right behind the door is a monster, and he is determined. The guy sees that neither the door nor the locks will not last long, and all that remains is to wait for his death. But he still doesn't want to die. Suddenly, a woman's voice calls his name. He turns his head, looking around for the girl. He sees no one and doesn't realize who is talking to him. She tells him not to try to find her and asks him a stupid question if he wants to survive. The answer is simple. Of course he does. Wanting isn't enough. There's a terrible rumble from behind the door that says something must be done. There's a monster at the door, and it's no joke. The voice suggests that he take a cheat with which he can destroy that monster that is outside, and says that there are rules for using the cheat. It can't be restricted and it can't be denied. Dying in such a place is a bad idea, and Zubai realizes that he has no time at all to even reject the cheat. The cheat in his hand glows, and even through his clenched fingers, this light can be seen so powerful and bright. As soon as the cheat is clenched in his fist, the guy's mind goes into turmoil. Many thoughts and incomprehensible words swarm in his head. He doesn't understand what the words survival system and cultivation system activated mean. He sees a wall with indicators of aura energy levels and stage number progress and even laziness levels. It is not at all clear what all this means and how to use it. The voice goes on to say what Taoism is and what are the ways to cultivate aura energy, and that his way is the laziness ingredient required to pump it up. It didn't get any clearer. In anger, he demands an immediate response and he gets it. To absorb the energy of laziness, you just lie there. That's good. It is highly doubtful that this will save a life and not be destroyed by the monster, but the cheat insists on his own and orders him to lie down immediately. It's a strange cheat, but the promise not to argue with it is made, and you have to do what you're told. Lie down to raise your aura energy and become stronger, let's say. At that moment, there was a deafening rumble and the door shattered as if it had never been there. It would be a miracle to stay alive lying on the floor and doing nothing. To lie down by all means. He feels his laziness energy add to his body drop by drop every second, one by one, and now it's 10. It's working. If you think hard enough, you can enable the add option. That's good news. And the energy will come in much faster. If you think even better, you can turn the energy of laziness into the power of aura energy and increase it. He can't believe himself that it's all worked out. The shock doesn't let him fully realize that now he can do a lot of things, perhaps even anything he wants. However, there is no time to think about it. The monster will not wait and will not defeat himself, and he is already here. Scary and merciless creature of huge size pulls to him its numerous tentacles or claws and is going to destroy the guy. We must defend ourselves or die. It's not much of a choice. He decides to try defense with aura energy. He stretches his left hand forward. There is energy concentrated on the fingertips. It glows with a beautiful blue light. The throw of energy reaches its target. The monster doesn't like it at all. It's working. We need to keep hitting it with the aura energy. It takes many hits to finally defeat this monster. A shot and another, and every next shot must be more accurate and stronger than the previous one. The goal is to defeat the monster and stay alive. But to win, you need a lot of power, and it is running out. Where to get it, how to replenish it. He remembers that you can convert all your laziness into aura energy. It can be done with the power of thought. You just have to think about it, and everything will work out. The young man directs all his thoughts to the conversion, and he succeeds in doing it, releases all the energy of the aura, and a blow of the most powerful force is directed at the monster. A bright silver-blue energy flash, powerful and dazzling, accompanies the energy release. All the power is invested in this blow, and it is worth it. Surely the enemy is defeated. He no longer attacks or even resists. The beast is definitely coming to an end. You can see it clearly. All that remains of it is a pile of rocky tentacles and other parts of its formerly fearsome body. The fight is over, and Zubai thinks that the monster's seemingly terrible strength is not, and that you don't need to be huge to be strong. He also realizes that he actually has such power that he can do anything, even defeat a huge and scary monster. He's happy about that, and he's happy. Into these happy thoughts creeps some new sensation that seems to smell like hand sanitizer. He slowly opens his eyes and tries to realize where he is. It is definitely an unfamiliar place for him, and he is lying not on the floor but in bed, and next to him on a chair sits a girl and chews something quite loudly. And he's not even chewing, he's just munching on some kind of cookie that's apparently delicious. He doesn't know who the girl is. Suddenly, the girl screams that Zubai has eaten all the cookies, and she certainly didn't touch them at all, and runs out of the room. He gets out of bed, takes the box in his hand, saying he doesn't need or care about these cookies. Looking in the box, he finds only one cookie and realizes that it would be good to eat, but one cookie is not enough. Little is better than nothing, and he takes a bite out of a cookie that tastes disgusting, like it's 100 years old and stale. Pensive, he walks to the mirror on the wall and sees his reflection, and realizes that he looks younger than he should, as if he were 17 years old. Trying to understand what's wrong with him and why he looks like this, he remembers everything that has happened to him lately, and the monster, and the tunnel, and how he ran from the monster. He also remembers feeling that the more he ran, the lighter and lighter his body became. Whether this was true or imagined is unclear. Most likely this is what happened, because he sees his reflection in the mirror and finds himself quite handsome and smiles at his reflection. My thoughts were interrupted by a couple appearing in the doorway. It was the same girl who, by the way, demanded her cookie and a man in a white coat with her. The man suggests following him down a long corridor with steel walls and many doors with people peering out and watching. The man explains that the living conditions here are very poor and people are starving, stealing food from each other and fighting over a piece of food. The girl calls the man a teacher and complains about hunger the whole way, but he tells her that food will come later and she should be patient. The people who peer out of the doors are different in skin color and height, but what they have in common is that they are all children, and very emaciated and generally unfriendly. Zubai feels himself without strength and not understanding the reason, checks for the presence of the reader which is in place, and becomes even more unclear where the energy is because he slept for a long time. Meanwhile, they have reached, and the teacher invites him to go into a room that was like a teacher's room where textbooks are kept, and there is even a skeleton. Seated at a table in the middle of the room, the teacher begins to ask Zubayu questions about his name, age, and where he lives. The conversation begins, during which many incomprehensible things arise. For example, the young man realizes that thanks to the chit, he is not speaking Chinese, and that he has absolutely no memory of his age. And the teacher had never heard of a country like China. But he honestly writes down all the guy's data in a thick book, and for some reason grieves that this is where the quiet days end. When the guy asks why, he gets even sadder and starts to tell us what happened on Earth and what has become of the world. There was a great misfortune. The world is completely destroyed, and scorched ruins are all that is left of it. All life has disappeared from the face of the earth, except for a few people who managed to escape. The thought that only 42 people were left alive on Earth came as a shock. 43 with him. It didn't get any easier. To sort out the thoughts that won't leave his head with the prompting of the reader, he decides to stay at the base and see what happens. Day after day, he explores the base, and after a week, he realizes that he has seen it all. It is a closed underground base with steel walls, numerous compartments, and doors. It's divided into 5 levels. The first one is the most dangerous, and it's like hell, and you can lose your life if you go on it unprotected. The second and third are residential, and the fourth is a warehouse. The most classified is the 5th so-called experimental one. Nobody goes in there except one man. Dr. Chong is the name of the man with the glasses, and he's in charge. The room in which Zhao Bai lives is like a prison cell with one door and no windows, and all the children on the base live in similar gloomy cells. Constant questions about the events going on around him keep him talking about the mysterious doctor and the hungry children on the base, and ways to feed such a horde of children. The only joyful event was the distribution of food. You could feel satiety, but no more, because this food both looks and tastes equally disgusting. The doctor explains that this food is artificial, and there is only this and a whole box of nutritious cookies stolen by the ever-hungry girl. When he tastes the food, he cringes in disgust and turns away from the plate, but the girl is alert. She snatches the plate from him with lightning speed and disappears from sight. But the doctor does not let her out of his sight. He scolds the girl and takes away her plate, explaining that you cannot eat a lot of this food will be bad, but the girl is not convinced by his speech. She's screaming and reaching for food. It's time to meet her. Her name is Aisha, and she's Zhao Bai's roommate. That's quote-unquote great news. If he wasn't eaten by a monster, that little girl would eat him at night while he slept and not choke, and she could hardly be trusted in that sense. The doctor tries to convince him that she doesn't eat people, but he's unconvinced, and the guy is left with the certainty that she will not only eat him, but drink all his blood. The meal is followed by classes, which take place in a large classroom where everyone sits at desks one at a time, and the doctor conducts them. He stands in front of the students. What he teaches the kids is definitely not history or geography math, or any of the sciences he taught in school. There's going to be a special class today, he heard it from someone in the cafeteria. What the teacher will talk about is unknown, but very interesting. Behind the teacher, there are 2 large things covered with blankets, so it is not clear what they are. The teacher tears off one of the covers with a sudden movement, and informs that today's lesson is dedicated to the study of the demons of heaven, and one of them 3-eyed appears before the students in all his 3-eyed creepy beauty. And the teacher calmly continues to say that the outside world has long been invaded by the demons of the heavens, and to defeat them, you need to have great power. The whole class listens attentively to the mentor's tale of a 3-eyed demon wolf who is a warrior and ruthless killer transformed into 1,000 different creatures. There are several conditions for defeating the 3-eyed man. The first of which is a strong psyche, the second is desirable not to be infected with killer spirits, and there is the most important condition. It is a condition of being courageous, not to be afraid to destroy and not afraid to be destroyed. Such a lesson raises more questions than it answers. There's one that's been bugging me. This is the question of whether the demon that chased him through the tunnel is a heavenly demon or some other kind. And if so, how many of the 3-eyed, 8-armed, many-legged variety? The teacher says that outside the walls of the base is hell, and heavenly demons run rampant on Earth. The only safe place on Earth is this very base he conceived and built with his own hands. No one is questioning what he said. No one except Zhao Bai. He is the only one who doubts the doctor's words that the world has come to an end, and only terrible monsters, heavenly demons, rule the world. Speaking of which, Dr. Chong is the only adult in the place, and children are weak and helpless and easily manipulated and controlled. They believe everything Chong says. Perhaps there is a normal, quiet life going on outside the base, and the doctor is mistaken or deliberately convinces everyone otherwise. There is something to think about. And Zhao Bai makes a difficult but important decision for him to leave the base and see for himself what is really going on. Execution of the decision has to be postponed indefinitely, due to the fact that the same night strange things begin to happen at night. He is awakened by sounds behind the door. I'd like to know what the noise is, but his roommate warns him not to open the door or leave the room at night so he doesn't hear it or it doesn't seem like it. But if you hear footsteps and noise outside the door, then someone has already done it, left his room at night, and is wandering down the hallway, and that someone is now standing right outside his door. If you can't go out, you can at least listen to what's going on in the hallway, and he tiptoes very quietly, barely treading, to the door, balancing like a tightrope walker. He carefully puts his ear to the steel door and tries to hear something of what's going on in the hallway. But I didn't have to exert myself much, because at that very moment someone suddenly tapped the doorknob quite vigorously. He shrieks loudly in surprise and flies away from the door like a scalded man. Who or what it could be is very scary, but no less interesting to find out. The tapping on the knob stops, but it's not soothing at all, quite the opposite. Whether it had left the corridor or was still behind the door became even harder to tell. And while he is solving the puzzle of whether to open the door or not, he sees that someone is sneaking up on him, and this someone vaguely reminds him of someone. A huge, no, giant black cat, angry and toothy and very angry about something, and this cat is right in front of him, and it's very displeased, to put it mildly. It is much safer to be in bed than on the bare floor near a cold steel door, but even with my eyes closed, I can feel the presence of this nightmare. In a panic, he cries out, wakes up, and realizes it was just one of the nightmares he has, and he knows what to do. Just forget it. I could do that if it weren't for the one thing that kept me from forgetting the dream. The feeling of the presence of that cute creature in his room kept him there and wouldn't let go. He is brought out of this feeling by his roommate Aisha, who tearfully asks him for his breakfast. He doesn't like the food anyway, and she is very hungry. She is ready to help him with breakfast as a favorite brother, and if he does not agree on a good way, she will be very upset and will cry loudly and long. We have to find out what happened that night in the room, but she convinces him that it was a nightmare and nothing was wrong because the door is always closed at night. She doesn't want to talk to her neighbor about anything but food, and she's blown away. She hums a little song of her own and walks down the hall toward the dining room. The young man does not leave vague memories of a huge cat, and he has a hunch that this cat could be Aisha, because only the girl was with him in the room at night. The next night, looking at the sleeping girl, he thinks that this little child cannot be a monster, calms down and falls asleep peacefully. Quiet and peaceful sleep under the aroma of incense is disturbed by some new pressing sensation. Apparently he overdid the aroma sticks, and it became hard to breathe. Looks like it's not the scented smoke at all, but something else entirely. He's seeing the same cat he saw last night again, if it's a demon. Hurry up, open your eyes and get out of bed. Save whoever you can, but it's not a demon at all. It's really a cat, a nice white cat, quite tame. He's totally confused. All of this would be understandable if not for one thing that confuses him even more. The cat speaks to him in a language he understands perfectly well. He realizes that a talking cat is not normal, and it speaks not literally, but through his thoughts. The cat asks him all sorts of questions. These questions go straight to his head, and he recognizes the voice that talked to him in that scary tunnel from whom he learned about the system and got the cheat. The cat doesn't deny it, but also decides to mock the boy, calling him timid, shy, unpredictable, and also very stupid, since he doesn't understand anything. He may be dumb, but he's certainly not timid, so he demands quite loudly from the self-assured cat the answers to the questions he has accumulated. The most important question of all is why he can't use his powers while on this base. Cat promises answers, but for one small favor. Find her and take her away from where she is and her body, because what the young man sees now is not a body, but a ghostly dream. She created this dream from her last reserves of spiritual power to communicate with him. She is somewhere on the base, but she doesn't have time to say where and disappears. It turns out that the cat got into trouble, and it is necessary to help her out because she gave him the cheat. But where exactly to look for her, he has no idea, because the base is huge. The first floor is closed due to contamination, and the fifth floor is only accessible to the doctor. So he decides to start his search from the residential floors and bypasses them at the first opportunity. It took a lot of work to get to the fourth floor where the supplies are stored. He's asked to be a helper and help carry the supplies into the warehouse. Looking for the cat and carrying weights at the same time is not possible. Work stops for a while, and others notice. No one wants to work for others. A conflict arises when one of the workers catches him looking for something other than a load. The worker recognizes the young man and thinks about something. Zhao Bai downloaded comes to fury that he is forced to work. Some arrogant brat is ready to fight to punish the insolent and goes to look for him. But he finds a doctor who is peacefully rewriting supplies in the warehouse, and the guy becomes ashamed of his outburst of anger because he was sheltered here and given a roof over his head. In gratitude for the fact that he is safe and fed at the base, the young man decides to behave normally, i.e. quietly, and continue his work. You can come back here later after work, when there's no one here to quietly walk around all the nooks and crannies of the floor, and if you're lucky, find the probably breathless body of a cat. After a while, he takes a flashlight and returns to the warehouse on the fourth floor to quietly search it meter by meter without attracting anyone's attention. On the numerous racks there is everything, and first aid kits and some vials, big and small, probably with medicines and scissors boxes and many other things. You have to look in each one because in any one of them the cat could hide from danger and stay there, and there are a lot of them here. It will be a long time. Having spent a lot of time and having examined absolutely all the fourth floor, he comes to the conclusion that the cat is not here, as well as on the second and third floors. Two of the most mysterious and hard-to-reach floors, the first and the fifth, remained uncovered. The first floor is closed tightly, and there is no way to get there. As if getting to the fifth is possible, but the cat's body is probably there, and getting there is necessary. Whether it's possible or not doesn't matter, or he'll never get out of here himself. In such unhappy thoughts, he wanders down the corridor trying to figure out where to go, and also how to get to the fifth classified floor, and suddenly he hears voices. The voices are no doubt human, but where is the source? He moves towards the sound and sees a door ajar from where voices can be heard, saying they are a celestial relief squad. At his own risk, the young man enters the room and sees a table with a radio on it, which is the source of the voices that were saying very interesting things. That first of all, they provide all kinds of freedom of action for people, and secondly, all the survivors who hear it, they ask for something. Faster than lightning, losing his flashlight on the run, he runs to the table and grabs the radio receiver so as not to drop a single word, and at that moment, the receiver goes silent. Now it is impossible to find out what is the Heavenly Rescue Team and whether there are people there, and he comes to mind the words of good Dr. Chong that there are no people on Earth. The doctor's words do not match the reality. Either he is very wrong, or lies quite deliberately, only why for what he needs it and what goals he pursues. Convinces the inhabitants of the base that they are the only inhabitants of the Earth, and prevents them from leaving the base while there are probably other living people outside. On the table, apart from the silent radio receiver, there are many things piled up, including a stack of sheets of paper that attract Zubai's attention. There are drawings and captions on them, as well as a few leaves very much resembling someone's handwritten diary in which scary and strange events are described. We need to understand what is depicted and described on these sheets. The diary warns that no one should open the door. There's a deadly danger lurking behind the door, and whoever is writing this is infected and Hoku's name is mentioned. I'm dizzy from all this. How can I figure it out? And to understand, very necessary, because the cat he still has not found, and forces are not restored, base to leave still impossible, and also very necessary to know the whole truth. My thoughts are interrupted by the sounds and vibrations of the closet that is here in the room. Well, it's not like people here. Let's see what's wrong with the closet. As he suggests, the sounds are made not by the closet, but by the one in the closet, and it is a girl with long black hair falling down over her face. She looks like a disembodied ghost, and at first she scares the guy, but he thinks that just as there are no closets that make noises, there must not be ghosts. And the ghost girl screamed at him and came at him with some kind of iron, so there was no time to be afraid. We had to defend ourselves against an unstable girl. The fact that it is not a ghost, but a fully alive girl is good news. But she is very unhappy that he found this apparently secret room. The iron in her hands makes the young man explain that he completely accidentally heard the sounds of the radio went to them and apologizes very much for finding out her secret. And he solemnly swears that he will never reveal her secret to anyone in the world. The girl believes him and tells him that her name is Alice and she is sorry for attacking the guy. The name Alice seems familiar, and a memory of that class when Dr. Chong was talking about celestial demons and she was among the students in that class comes to mind. No one knows about this room and it's not just for nothing, but this girl is up to something and we should try to ask her about it. There was no point in hiding from Alice what he saw in the room, the diary sketches, the radio receiver, and other translators' communications with the outside world medicines and much more. The atmosphere suggests that secretly the doctor is preparing for something big like an escape. Alice is terrified that Zhao Bai found this room. Doubts overcome the girl. She can't decide whether to tell him the truth or not because it is not clear whether he can be trusted. If to tell him all or only part of it. He's already guessing a lot of things. Zhao Bai thinks about what Alice is hiding and whether to question her about it and decides that he should, since he sees that she is acting. She goes behind Doctor. Chang's back and apparently she can be trusted, and he decides to start asking questions about Chang and what's going on at the base. When asked directly if she trusts the doctor, the girl rolls her eyes and says that yes, of course she does, because he is the only adult here and feeds everyone. The game of believe it or disbelieve it says one thing, and all his appearance shows that he does not believe the doctor, and the young man is convinced that with the base and the doctor, something is wrong. Alice stops being cautious and begins her long, sad, scary story of how she first began to suspect the doctor of acting dishonestly. Everything was calm until the base began to disappear, children, and some of them never returned to the base, and those who returned behaved very strangely. The returnees didn't remember much of the base before their disappearance, became angry, aggressive, and always kept silent about what happened to them during their disappearance. One day, Alice finds the diary in her room on her bed, but she doesn't know who brought it there and when, and decides to show it to her friend named Bondo. The friends, holding hands, set off in search of the truth, taking turns looking floor by floor and trying to find the missing children without success. Suddenly, Bando disappears after a while. He returns and Alice realizes that he has become a completely different person. Before he disappeared, he was sweet and kind. A reliable friend and fun-loving man had turned into a sullen, acrimonious, angry man who didn't remember the circumstances of his disappearance and didn't remember the diary either. Zhao Bai thinks that it could not have happened just like that out of nowhere. Something must have foreshadowed the disappearance and asks the girl to remember all the events. And she remembers that Bando went to the lab on the 5th forbidden floor to try to find out something about the missing children, but disappears himself. The lab is equipped with a fingerprint lock that only one person can unlock, and that's the kind-hearted man, Dr. Chong. The fact that Bando could only get into the lab with the doctor's help is undeniable, and that he came back from the lab a completely different person is a fact. What purposes the doctor pursues when he opened access to the laboratory for Bando, why he lets him go, how he was able to change his character and memory of past events. The disappearance of the children is most likely the work of Dr. Chong. For what purpose remains to be seen. Not to forget another target, the cat is still missing. We need to get away from the base as soon as possible, and no matter what Chong says, there is probably better on Earth than locked up here, and there is no end of the world. The objectives are clear, the goals are set, how to achieve them is unknown. But now there are two of them, he and Alice, and two heads are better than one, as they say, and something will definitely come up. Alice says that there is a door that is a direct exit to the outside world, and if there is a door, there is a key, and it is naturally in the laboratory. Missing children, missing cat, electronic keys, all converging on this impenetrable lab, which is a warehouse, not a lab, and how to get in. So many thoughts of breaking into the lab by picking the electronic lock, and very few ways to do it swarm in his head like bees. Alice comes to the rescue again. She informs him that there is a ventilation pipe that leads directly to the laboratory, and through it, you can try to get there. She and Bendo found this pipe, but they didn't have time to examine it because her friend's personality had changed, and she's afraid to go in there alone because the doctor might see her. A murky personality, this doctor. Chong manages to keep everything and everyone under control and bend the will of the residents, and one of them is standing outside the door right now. It's the handsome bando who catches and memorizes every word of their conversation about their plans to get into the lab. He hears Alice telling Zhao Bai all the details. The location of the ventilation ducts is now known to Zhao Bai, and he decides to get into the laboratory that night to take the key, grab the cat, and get to freedom. The listener at the door realizes that the conspirators are plotting to flee the base to test the doctor's words about deadly monsters ruling the earth and the end of the world. He wonders what to do with this information, because you can tell everything to the boss Chong or secretly go with them and see for yourself what is there and how. It is time for action. Zhao Bai leaves his room at night with the goal of breaking into the ventilation shaft, then into the lab to take the key cat and leave the base. It's pitch black at night on the base, and he can't see a thing. He takes slow, cautious steps, groping his way to the room where he and Alice were talking. Alice is already waiting for him there, and he accidentally, on one of the sheets scattered in the room, sees the image of the same huge black cat that he saw in his dream. He shows the sheet to Alice and asks what kind of a beast it is that comes to people in their dreams and scares peacefully sleeping citizens, and how to ward off such guests. Alice tells him that it is actually not a beast, but a demon eater, and he comes not in a dream, but in real life, and not only to just wake up the citizens. The realization that the demon could have eaten him then leads the young man to try to remember when he misbehaved enough to make it a possibility. Probably once did not cross the old lady across the road, thinks he, and goes in search of the laboratory, and in pitch darkness, it is very difficult to do it. The stairs leading to the corridor to get to the labs are found quite quickly, as Alice explained very precisely how to get there. It is very dark and scary to go down the dark one, only has to remember that he has maybe not fearlessness, but the power of the gods, and move on. He remembers Alice's instructions that the stairs will be followed by a door, another corridor, and somewhere nearby there should be a ventilation pipe. The darkness complicates the search. He continues to touch the wall and his hand bumps into something soft and warm that is definitely not a wall. What it is, or who it could be. Friend or foe. He cries out in surprise, and this someone or something else covers his mouth with his hand. It's someone, and it's definitely a human being, which is good, and what's next? While he is trying to figure out who this person is and why he is following him, or maybe even waiting for him here, a person introduces herself and calls the name Alice. A mountain off his shoulders. But I'd like to know what the hell she's doing here and why she decided to strangle him, and Alice says she realized he was coming here tonight and decided to help. He is happy, of course, but asks her to take her hand away and stop strangling him, otherwise she will get her way and he will suffocate. But she replies that it is not her but someone else who is strangling him. So they are walking down this corridor in threes, and who is this third? How to find out quickly before he strangles his companions. The guy decides to use his aura energy. Alice is startled and snuggles up to him. He hastily thinks of a plan to see who is hiding in the darkness, hastily assesses the energy level of the aura, realizes it is high. A usage limit of 10 meters is a good indicator. You can try to illuminate the hallway and see who else is here besides the two of them. To illuminate is not a very accurate word. Spiritual energy can sense space and transmit these sensations are very subtle sensations, and one must be able to perceive them. Concentrating on his sensations, he sort of reads the space looking through it, trying to find where the malevolent strangler is hiding. There is a feeling of closed space, walls, closed doors, behind the doors, dead end, where this person may be now unclear. How he got in is unknown. He tries to reason logically. Alice is close to him, and no one can come between them and use force on him. The attacker knows a way. Most likely there is no mysticism here, and if he examined the corridor well, he would know how the attacker could quickly appear here and also instantly disappear from here. The hunch comes quickly as soon as he sees the grate that covers the entrance to the ventilation shaft. Of course, this man came in through the vent. The size of the mine allows this unknown person to fit in the mine and move through it, which means that he and Alice will be able to. It's decided to act immediately. He grabs the girl's hand and they run headlong down the corridor, not recognizing the road, but knowing the goal is a ventilation shaft that will lead to the laboratory. The hatch is found quickly, and it is even open, and this fact causes Zhao Bai to doubt, because if that person came through that hatch, he may still be there. Putting their doubts aside, they climb down the hatch. The young man warns Alice of the danger and asks her to stay close to him so that he can help in the moment of threat. They make their way through the tunnel to the end and find another hatch in the ceiling. When they look out of it, they realize that they are in the laboratory. The goal is achieved, but they need to get inside the room, and the hatch is located very high on the ceiling, and they decide to jump first. Alice jumps, and then Zhao Bai. But Zhao Bai lands much softer than Alice. She hits the fall pretty hard and sits on the tiled floor trying to recover from the jump. How he can slow his fall and land without hitting the floor he doesn't understand. He'll think about it later when they get out of here, preferably alive. It's cool to have abilities that can help in a difficult moment and even save a life, but time is short and there are a lot of goals, and all of them are dangerous, so you have to keep going. They decide to start with a cursory examination of the laboratory, and if they do not find what they are looking for, they will look more carefully looking in all corners of cabinets and drawers that they see. The anxious feeling that they are being watched does not let the boys go. They fear that the owner of the laboratory is nearby and they are in danger, but they continue their examination. Out of the corner of her eye, Alice sees familiar features, looks around, and realizes that she sees something terrible that is impossible to believe and accept, so it is an incredible sight. Along the walls of the laboratory are huge flasks filled with liquid that seems to be boiling, and inside are creatures of a scary kind with green skin. In one of these creatures, Alice recognizes Bando, who had changed beyond recognition. In addition to his green-colored skin, he had completely crazy eyes. She screams his name in terror, but Zhao Bai realizes that it's not a good idea to make noise and draw attention to himself. He tries to calm the girl down and promises to come back here later. First, you need to find the electronic key to get out of the lab, then leave the base and contact the rescuers to return here and save everyone else. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice. It's the cat calling him. Of course, he shouldn't have forgotten that they are here for more than just the key and the missing children. He sees a small flask and a cat trapped in it, and thinks about what to break the glass to free the unfortunate animal, which, by the way, gave him the cheat. The guy grabs the first object that turned out to be a chair and smashes it on the flask, but the glass gives in not immediately, but only after several blows. Cracks like lightning appear on the bulb, and the cat shrinks into a lump so that the splinters do not hit and damage her beautiful fur and bows on her ears. It's true what they say that cats are liquid, because as soon as there's a little hole in the bulb, it literally flows from the inside of the bulb to the outside. After one moment, this marvelously beautiful and cute creature with bows turns into a demon, calling the young man an idiot and promising to eat him. That's how to save animals from difficult situations. He thinks about the ungrateful cat, and to subdue this demon, he decides to use his abilities. He envelops his short-haired friend with the energy of his aura, lifting her off the floor. He knows how to deal with demons, and he's done it more than once. For educational purposes, he smacks the demonic cat on the floor a couple of times, which works. The kitty quickly comes to her senses and promises to go on a diet and not to eat anyone. Of course, she'll be a nice, obedient cat and learn to purr, and Zhao Bai says he figured out her cunning plan from the start, so don't let her joke around like that anymore. Alice is surprised that Zhao Bai is not an ordinary man, but a man who can subdue a demon in a matter of minutes, and thinks it's a mere trifle. At this minute, the presence indicator wakes up, which means that someone else is in the lab, and it's none other than our good friend, in quotes, Dr. Chong. He doesn't notice or pretends not to notice the guests, goes to the table where they are hidden, draws some substance into a syringe, and there is an electronic key on the table. The cat can't think of anything better than to jump into Zhao Bai's head without even running. He hopes it's not going to live there forever. The doctor continued to work with some medical preparation syringes, and after finishing his work, he started to look for a trash can where he could throw away the unnecessary things. The guys have a problem in the form of a trash can that is near them behind the table they are hiding behind. If the doctor takes 2 steps, he will see them. There's nowhere to run. All avenues of escape are closed. To the left is a dead end, and to the right is the doctor, and to become invisible, he does not know how to become invisible. And Alice is the best position of the 3 of them in the cat. sitting quietly in his head and not worrying about how to hide from the doctor who came so close to the table that you could hear his breathing, and it looks like they're all dead. I'm afraid to blink my eyes in case that nice man with the glasses hears and covers the whole trio as they hide behind the table. Syringe goes in the trash can. Nice shot. The doctor doesn't notice the guests, calmly turns and walks away in the other direction. We can breathe a sigh of relief that this time the danger has passed us by, even though it was very close. It is necessary to get the key, but it must be done very quietly, and the only way to do it is to apply the power of energy, and Zhao Bai attracts the key with the power of thought. The key is in his hands, and we need to find a way to leave this room as quietly as we came and come back here with the rescue team to help the others. The cat in the head of the young man does not sit still. She decides to rule and asks the guy to take the stone that belongs to her, but about the stone did not agree. The stone is at arm's length from the doctor, and there's no way to take it quietly. Everything that happened before seems to be just an easy walk down the hall. He tells her that it's impossible. The cat once again calls him an idiot and orders him to immediately take the stone using the power of aura energy. It's done, and Zhao Bai with his thoughts calls the stone to himself, but along with the stone, many other objects that were on the table floated to him through the air. Not noticing this aerial parade of things, the doctor cannot, and he wants to understand what is going on here, and while he realizes it, the stone reaches its destination. Zhao Bai was raised to be a very polite boy, and he even apologizes to the doctor for the mess in the lab scattering and flying through the air. The thing is, he really wants that stone, and he's got it. Now he needs to get out of here real fast. He knows what he can do if he has to defeat an angry demon. He has never once tried to defeat an angry doctor who, as it turned out, also knows how to use spiritual energy and is quite successful at it. You never know what you can expect from a bespectacled man, and to save yourself, you need to show one skill that he has mastered perfectly. We've got to get out of here fast. They managed to escape from the lab, and now they are standing in front of the exit. Alice is upset they didn't help those left in the lab. Zhao Bai tries to persuade the girl not to get upset and promises to return to the base, and she agrees with him that now it is necessary not to cry, but to leave here. The young man applies the electronic key that is so hard to get, and they are ready to leave the place in search of someone who can help everyone who is left on the base. The key works, and they leave the base and go into the unknown, as they do not know what awaits them behind the doors, but one knows for sure that there is no return. The surface greets them with a quiet, peaceful night, a meadow of flowers and grasses, and in the distance you can see mountains, a mountain river pouring from the top, and a huge number of stars in the sky. Alice has either never seen the sky or doesn't remember it, because she's been on base for a very long time, and the sky is mesmerizing, and she can't stop looking at it. However, Zhao Bai doesn't forget why they are here, and quickly removes the radio transmitter he wisely brought with him to communicate from the secret room from his shoulders. But it is impossible not to give in to the intoxicating feeling of freedom, and they are running through the meadow, tumbling and putting their faces to the fresh wind to breathe the air of freedom. It's more like paradise than the end of the world, they think, and they're sorry that everyone left behind at the base can't see this beauty right now. To free the captives, the doctor needs to contact the rescuers sooner. On what wave it can be done, Zhao Bai has no idea, so has never done it. He seems to be able to tune in the right wave, and there is hope that they will be heard, found, and help them, and all those who are captive at the terrible base. They don't have time to call for help. Footsteps very close by make them hide in the grass and keep quiet, because they don't know who it is and what intentions it has. A man in a spacesuit approaches them. There is no doubt that it is a man, because the monsters do not need such protection. They feel fine without spacesuits. When the man comes closer, they recognize him, and it's everyone's famous goody-goody doctor. Chong, who follows their trail and naturally finds them, but why is he in a spacesuit? The children rush away from the pursuer, throwing the radio transmitter with it. Of course, their screams breaking the silence around them. The doctor doesn't follow them. The power of the aura the doctor controls is pink in color and looks like a cloud that envelops the victim, rendering him helpless, while the doctor can just stand by and watch. The blow catches up with Alice, and she loses contact with Zhao Bai. Their hands have parted, and he runs away now alone but needs to return and take Alice away from the villain, and it is a difficult task. The doctor holds the girl without loosening his grip, and the strength of his aura does not diminish, but seems even to increase, and with each second he seems to become stronger. You can't leave your friends in trouble. Zhao Bai decides to fight for his friend and takes up the fight. He stretches his arm forward, sending out a charge of energy with the strength he was capable of. With Alice begins something to happen and her appearance appear scary features. They frighten the guy. He loudly calls her by name in the hope of stopping the transformation. It doesn't help, but he bravely continues the battle and feels an incomprehensible change happening to them, as if he is losing his will and strength physically and spiritually. He realizes that he lost the battle, and most likely this battle was the last in his life. He dies himself, and could not save his friend, and the story ends there. The only strength left is to try to understand what the doctor has done to them is the end, or they will live, but in those flasks, of which there are many in the laboratory. The doctor refuses, saying that he did nothing. It's all a contaminated aura of the earth, and half an hour of being here without protection threatens death with no chance of rescue. He's almost ready to believe it, but an insect flies right by his face, and it doesn't look like it's being affected by the infected aura, but it's a cheerful mosquito. The doctor keeps going on and on about how the body will deteriorate until it's finally dead. It's a mind-blowing puzzle. I remember the handsome Bando, who also snuck into the lab and most likely came to the surface infected and is now in a glass flask. And his appearance is not optimistic, or maybe it's also some kind of evil trick of the doctor, and he infects people with a disease that changes his appearance like that. The doctor, with the power of spiritual energy, raises two energy clouds, one containing Alice and the other containing Zhao Bai, and moves them towards the base. And all the way he convinces them how ruinous it is to be on the surface and how safe and secure they will be at the base. There's no power to resist, but to think. In the grass, there are hissing sounds. It is awakened radio transmitter. Someone is calling for help. But Zhao Bai does not recognize it, because he heads to the base without wanting to. There will be a lot of time to think because he is enclosed in a flask with liquid on his face, his fixed mask through which air is supplied for breathing, and what will be unknown. I can't let go of the pain in my chest, and I remember a leaf from the diary he found in Alice's secret room, where someone also wrote about the same pains. Alice is across from him, walled up in the same flask. All he can do now is mentally apologize to her for dragging her into the story. He can only see the door from the flask, and of all the entertainment here, he can only watch people coming in and out of the lab hour after hour, of which there are few. The front door opens and there's a handsome Bendo on the doorstep. What he's here for, you can't ask what he wants, you can only guess. Apparently the contents of the flask is really a medicine, and very quickly Zhao Bai becomes much lighter. He quickly regains his strength and the doctor releases him. The doctor carefully covers the guy with a plaid and keeps him warm and answers the questions that needed answers about Bando and Alice and a lot of other things. Apparently he's a little wrong about the doctor, who turned out not to be such a villain, took him and Alice from the surface, brought them to the base. He cured him and will cure Alice. He asks the doctor what will happen to Alice if she can get better too, and the doctor reassures him that she will be fine, but just needs a little more time. That's great news. It was time to ask about Bendo, because it turns out that he went to the surface, and the doctor confirmed that he did, and he was there for an hour. Bendo decided to test how safe it was to be on the surface outside the base, and just like them, he stole an electronic key from the lab and used it. If all went well, then he wanted to return to the base to get Alice and leave the base with her, but for good. That was a plan that didn't work out. He's been up there too long and probably won't survive, even though the doctor just then finished research and created a cure to treat his kind. The doctor explains to the young man that possessing spiritual power increases resistance, and so he was able to recover faster than other victims. Why the doctor allows them to leave the base because he knows how this escape will end, and the girl is injured and will recover for a long time. If Zhao Bai happened to have spiritual power, he should understand what the doctor would tell him about what motivated him to make this decision. When Zhao Bai appears at the base, the doctor immediately realizes that he is a person prone to escape sooner or later, and gives him this opportunity. He teaches a lesson to a stubborn boy, and he thinks that the doctor is not a very good man. To put it mildly, and then the voice of conscience wakes up in his head. And he says that if it were not for the doctor, he would lie on the ground now, not alive, not breathing and not talking, and this voice is suspiciously similar to the voice of a cat. It's been a long time since I've seen or heard from him. I slept in his head and started to bring him up again for thinking wrong thoughts towards the doctor. And also, that she has lost her memory and only remembers that she has to give him something related to the survivor system, and she doesn't remember anything else. Zhao Bai is angry and doubts that the cat has lost its memory and is sure that it has lost its conscience, which it informs her about and reminds her of her promise to tell him everything. The cat admits that she really has no conscience, and she brazenly lied when making the promise, but she has an excuse for her behavior. She was in danger. She also realized that no one will save her, and she has a new nickname of the Devil's Cat with the easy hand of the guy. The doctor is watching this silent dialogue. He doesn't understand what's going on with Zhao Bai's facial expressions, because he has no idea about the cat in his head, and he also has no idea who strangled the young man in the hallway. If it wasn't Bando or the doctor or Alice, then there's someone else who's been sneaking around in the hallway and attacking people in the dark. He's having flashbacks. One day, while in the flask through the glass, he saw Bando enter the room and carry Bando's lifeless body in his arms. They're met at the lab door by the doctor, who's not with him, and he's writing in his journal as he goes. So one of them is now in a flask, and the other one is alive and walking around the base. Bando is a handsome man, but 2 Bendos is too much and requires an explanation, which the doctor refuses to give with the excuse that it's not time yet. In bed at night, Zhao Bai stays awake trying to piece together the facts to draw conclusions about what's going on at the base. The doctor is withholding information about the 2 Bendo, who said there were 2 because someone attacked him in the night and tried to strangle him, and there's a 3rd, and who knows which one is Bando. Thinking about it like that can make your head explode. Life at the base has gone on as usual, except for Zhao Bai. He sleeps a lot, thinks a lot, trains a lot, and goes to classes. At night, lying in bed, he mentally calls up the system control panel and tries long and hard to set it up so that it works. But it doesn't. He has the stone and the cat with him, and the doctor doesn't demand the stone back, but the cat doesn't help him turn on the system at all, and her nickname is still Hellcat. The voice in his head says that actually her name is Christina, and the nickname he gave her is not a good one. People called her the cutest and most important cat in the world. The furry liar said the stone would start the system, and now she's not telling us how to do it. Cats are useless creatures after all. He'll give her an even harsher nickname if she doesn't tell him what the stone is for right now. She won't, and she'll pretend she's lost her memory again. Zhao Bai decides to change tactics and becomes a polite doormat. He calls the cat dear and even Christine, and asks the much-respected cat to reveal a secret. As they say, a kind word to the cat is nice. She makes concessions and leaves his head, but let him not expect that she immediately forgives him and will help. And Yunosha realizes that without her consent, he can kick her out of his head and generally control her exactly as he wants, and this wonderful discovery pleases him. The cat is very unhappy with his behavior. It was okay for her to sit in his head mocking and taunting him, and also it was safe there, not like it is now. The young man says he understands her and sympathizes with her, and offers to pet her as an apology and to do it 3 times a day, but he can't help her. He really needs her help getting the system up and running, and promises that he will add the prefix Precious Cat Christina to Christina's name every time. He's messing with her. The cat is furious, and she's going to show him who's boss, or rather mistress, and don't let him think he can get away with it. The cat swings its front paw and gives the guy such a slap that the monsters are innocent children compared to her blow. I didn't think cats could do that. Professionally placed blow can't say anything. I must find out where they teach to swing his paws like that, and the fight against demons will come in handy, he thinks, while the cat beats him. Resistance is futile. He just lies there waiting for the cat to get tired and finish him off or finish beating him as he suddenly feels the system unlock. What's this system that you have to get hit in the head to turn on? And the cat tells him if he makes a mistake, he gets hit twice in the head. Liar as ever. The cat is armed with a pointer. Probably she is not lying about the 2 times on the head, and dressed up in the costume of a teacher instead of bows hooks a beard and begins the first lesson. Spiritual power is developed by the practitioner after fully exhaling his spiritual energy, and he energetically merges with heaven and earth, so says Cat Sensei. It's like learning a martial art. You have to think and practice a lot. You can't master a difficult level until you perfect an easier one. When the complex becomes simple and becomes a skill, you move on. The higher level you reach, the stronger your spiritual energy. It's the law, and he has to accept it if he wants to become an apprentice and train with his teacher cat. Arrogant creature, but there's no way out. He asks her what will happen next. The cat squints her eyes and says if he agrees, she'll take everything away from him. Oh, she's lying again. So they agree masks and costumes are dropped, and it's time to go to bed. The night will soon be over, and strength is needed for training, because now there will be more classes. To the main ones are added classes with a cat that did not come up with anything smarter comes back to his head, and he does not need to respect the wishes of the teacher. Being beaten by a cat and he does not resist and lies quietly without moving, and the energy of laziness increases leads to the idea that it is necessary to develop this skill first. When he wakes up in the morning, he finds that he has made little progress in increasing his strength overnight, although he lay down all night and gained only 200 points. He seems to have lost weight as he tries to do nothing, and the cat tells him that besides doing nothing when he sleeps the rest of the time, he should be lazy too. You need to pump up your power to gain as much as possible to surpass Dr. Chong. Now that's the main goal, because he still hasn't gotten the answers to his questions. He discovers another unpleasant surprise when he decides to check his spiritual energy level and sees that the level is not what he expected, but much lower. When he used to make the transformation, 1 unit of spiritual power came out of 1 unit of laziness, but now 1 unit of power comes out of 10 units of laziness. Zhao Bai decides to transfer into spiritual power all the reserve of laziness in order to gain great strength for the speedy fulfillment of his goal, and he is now weak. But the representative of the feline family persuades him not to do it, so a sharp increase in energy will lead to fainting. This skill should be developed gradually. It is necessary to add gradually 5 points for adaptation. Each time takes time. Consistency, patience, and labor, as they say, will overcome everything. The young man reasoned that if there is a break here, he can try to master some other divine card along with the gradual accumulation of energy, for example. Cat Sensei is not happy again and absolutely forbids him to do it. Graduality, consistency, time, and hard work, otherwise he will ruin everything. To wield a divine card requires a very high level of spiritual power, otherwise there is the possibility of becoming a monster and self-absorbed. This technique is really powerful, and from the looks of it, it's really early for him to possess it, so you have to submit to patience and labor and everything will work out. Slowly but surely, the level of spiritual power is increasing and has already reached 30 units every day. Zhao Bai is getting stronger, and soon he will move on to other skills. He spends a lot of time in the training room after class and is gaining not only strength but also knowledge. He feels he has become much stronger and is ready to take action. However, as his spiritual power grows, he feels the influence of some other forces, and he doesn't understand what these forces are, but they are definitely not friendly to him. This happens when he stays late in class and discovers that the statues in the classroom emanate a demonic force that affects him. The influence is so strong that he faints, and the teacher sends him to his room. Zhao Bai lies down and sleeps for a long time, but is awakened by a knock at the door. Trying to guess who it might be, he slowly opens the door ready to see anything, and the cat leaves his head to be the first to see the entrant. The entrant turned out to be none other than Bendo, wondering which of the 3 mysterious Bendos is standing on the doorstep now, and what he wants from him is probably not the time to ask. Zhao Bai asks the guest about the purpose of his visit, and receives a very calm answer that he did not come of his own free will, but the doctor told him to see if the patient is alive or not. Bendo doesn't expect him to be a quick flipper for the wrong guy, but there's no joking around. Bendo's very angry and has something to say. He accuses Zhao Bai of taking Alice to the surface without checking the safety, and Alice almost died, and next time he's sure to get his ass kicked. Bendo will take care of it. He turns and walks away, and Zhao Bai looks at him and thinks that Bendo is right about everything. But he's too rude. The next morning Alice came to class, pale and gaunt, but with a smile on her face, and the boy was again tormented by conscience that she had to go through all this. She assures me that she's fine and ready to start classes. Everything ended well, and we can move on with our lives. Bendo is watching their conversation. The class starts, and they decide to meet in the secret room after class and discuss everything quietly. They have a lot to talk about because they've been through so much together. He notices that the girl's hair is cut short. She explains that the doctor insisted on cutting it because the ends of the hair were still infected. They talk for a long time, and he apologizes to Alice for everything that happened, and of course, she doesn't blame him. Then the conversation turns to Bando, who is Alice's friend. She keeps remembering her friend when he was in that flask in the lab and can't forget it, so she's at a loss and doesn't know what to do about it. In response, Zhao Bai tells her about the conversation when Bendo promised to destroy him if he ever hurt Alice again, and it wasn't an empty threat. At this time, the radio transmitter on the table comes to life, and through the hissing you can distinguish separate words. Someone is calling out to the people inside, addressing the inhabitants of the base. They listen to the voices and try to make sense of it. The voices say they are outside, and the boys realize that someone has found their radio transmitter. The one they took out of the base was left in the grass after the doctor took them out of the clearing, and it was people asking to open the gate to access the base. The same enthusiasm as then in the clearing embraces the guys, because after all the rescue team exists, and they stopped hoping for it and thought it was a myth. The rescue is close and is right behind the gate. You just need to open it to let the rescuers in, and if the gate is the only obstacle, they will open it immediately. Holding hands, they rush towards the gate, towards liberation. They and all the inhabitants of the base will be rescued and live as normal free people. They don't make it to the gate before there is a deafening explosion from above, and the ceiling collapses on them. Maybe the rescuers opened their entrance that way. Armature wires, plaster stones fly in all directions, almost hitting the guys, and they unsuccessfully try to get away from the flying debris, so many of them. The blast wave throws them far away from the epicenter of the explosion, and that's the only reason why they were not hit by the ceiling and wall debris flying at breakneck speed. The explosion is so strong that the trace of it goes through all 5 floors of the base. You can see the sky without going to the surface, standing with your feet on the ground floor. At that moment, the public address system beeped. Dr. Chong's voice urged everyone to go to the lab immediately, as the base was under demon attack. Frightened children gather near the laboratory and wait to be told what to do next. Only it is not clear who is attacking the base demons, or it is still the rescuers. Bendo meets the children at the door of the laboratory. He tells them not to worry and not to panic, and to go into the lab where they will be safe. He puts his hand to the reader. The detector does a scan, and the electronic lock opens the door, revealing the entrance to the lab the children fearfully enter. A little girl cries and complains to Bando that she is very afraid, and he tells her not to be upset and not to be afraid, because as soon as the doctor comes back, everything will be fine. After calming down, the children enter the lab, but one question plagues Zhao Bai as Bendo opened the lab because the detector only reads the doctor's fingerprint. Alice is also puzzled by the same question. She and Zhao Bai demand that Bendo explain to them why his fingerprint opens the lab door in the doctor's absence. Bendo is furious that he has to explain himself at such a terrible moment when he should be saving children instead of talking, so he attacks Zhao Bai. Not only does the strongest release of spiritual power knock Zhao Bai off his feet, but another revelation is that not only he and the doctor possess spiritual power, but Bendo does as well. A fight ensues in which both participants have roughly the same strength, but Zhao Bai wants answers about Bendo's doppelganger and stops the fight. Bendo promises to tell them everything after they enter the lab because he realizes that in this situation he needs an ally and a friend, not another enemy. The truth is that the real Bando has been on the surface for a long time, and the doctor is powerless to cure him and decides to clone him. The doctor performs the cloning operation and receives a new Bendo, perhaps not even one but several, but Zhao Bai is not supposed to know about it. And it dawns on him that the cloning operation, as with the experienced mice, was carried out with everyone, and all the inhabitants of the base are clones and not real people. Bando confirms his hunch and tells his story. The doctor uses everyone who enters the base for his secret experiments in spiritual power. The story is very sad and scary. He gets to the base as a child, And when the doctor decides to clone him, he is conscious. He sees and hears everything. The whole procedure from start to finish, he watches the doctor as he copies him step by step in a machine he invented, which lasts a very long and painful time. He convinces the doctor not to erase his memory. The doctor meets his entreaties and leaves the memory, and so he remembers everything that happens in the lab. Eventually, he becomes doctor, Chong's assistant helping him with his research, and gains the doctor's full trust and free access to the lab. So day after day, the doctor uses statues of demons to make people unconsciously practice by arousing fear in them. And so it goes. There is a danger that during the practice with people occur mutations cannot be cured, and the doctor makes another cloning using uninfected tissues. The rest of the organs and tissues are stored in the freezer room adjacent to the laboratory, and it is stuffed to the top with bodies. Such a terrible secret Zhao Bai now knows. There is another deafening explosion. They rush to the laboratory to close in it as a shelter and try to escape and wait for the doctor. When they enter the laboratory, they see a terrible picture. The door has been destroyed by the explosion, and the frightened children are sitting on the floor huddled together. Alice gathers the little ones around her and tries to calm them down. This brave girl does not lose her presence of mind in any even the most frightening situation. The silhouette of a doctor is seen in the doorway. He enters the laboratory holding the very radio transmitter that Alice and Zhu Bai left on the surface. There is hope for salvation. The doctor is very strong and must defeat the monster, but the doctor is not like himself. Something very scary has appeared in his appearance. At first, the children are happy and rush towards the doctor, but Zhao Bai realizes that it is not him and tries to stop the children. Unfortunately, it is very late and there is no protection. A monster hiding under the guise of a doctor attacks the laboratory and all who are in it. He has a monstrous power and no one can save from him. Inside this nightmare, Bendo and Zhao Bai fight against the monster, hand in hand, trying to save Alice. She is hit by an arrow shot by the demon. Unfortunately, they have neither speed nor strength comparable to the demonic, and the arrow strikes Alice. They lose a close and dear friend to both of them. The monster assumes his true form as a bloodthirsty serpent. He taunts the young men, calling them children and warning them that it is useless to resist. The voice of reason shouts that we should flee because this monster cannot be defeated, but Zhao Bai does not listen to it, and he and Bendo continue the battle. Alice cannot be returned. They must avenge her. She was a good girl, never wished anyone anything bad, and deserved to live, to love, and enjoy life. Memories of the first meeting with Alice and their conversations and how cheerful and kind she was give them strength for the fight. Gathering all the spiritual strength, they fight the serpent. As time passes, Bendo begins to lose strength and can no longer fight. Zhao Bai sees the desperation in his eyes and continues to fight alone. The demon is jubilant, because the easy victory is close to these children will not cope with it, laughs at them and says, since they called the rescuers here, he came to save everyone. An unfortunate radio transmitter indicated to the snake the location of the base, and Zhao Bai realizes that he is to blame for the monster's attack, killing all the residents of the base and Alice. He says a final mental goodbye to Alice, Bendo, and a little glutton named Aisha, and apologizes to them all for bringing in the deadly monster. At this point, an incredible event happens. They and the living Bando and the living Alice stand near the door to the lab and talk about why Bando has access here. He can foresee the future or time travel, but he does it thanks to a jewel he stole from a doctor at the insistence of a cat. The rock is cracked and can't do that again. But there's no time to think about it, because we have to save people from the monster that's about to burst in here. A plan is born in his head, and Zhao Bai realizes that he needs Bendo's help without him to hide and thus save people from the bloodthirsty monster. The snake detects victims by temperature. All snakes do this, so to save people you have to disable their consciousness and put them in a freezing room. Alice has to be treated the same as everyone else. He asks Bando to move people to the freezer, and he wonders what he knows about this room. Bendo fulfills his request with the power of spiritual energy. He moves everyone into the refrigerator and, despite doubts about the correctness of the act, close the room. Zhao Bai's strength lies in laziness. No one but the cat and him know it. When they are done moving people into the refrigerator, he lies down and lies quietly. He has only 3 minutes and 20 seconds before the kite arrives, and he tries to relax as much as possible. Bendo doesn't understand what's going on and is angry with him. When the explosions start, there are rumbling flashes and terrible noises. He is still lying there, while Bando crosses his arms over his chest and watches. A blinding glow engulfs the room, and it appears that the bogeyman is just outside the door, ready to attack anyone who gets in his way. Just as in the vision, he appears in the form of a doctor, and is clearly puzzled that there is no one here, because he expected that there would be a lot of people, and he will have a lot of fun. At this point, the spiritual energy level reaches its maximum, and they rush into the attack just as the first shoulder-to-shoulder begin the battle to save people. The monster is not ready for this turn of events in the guise of a doctor. He can do little to need an immediate transformation into a snake, and then he is strong and invincible. The transformation takes time, but that second plays into the young men's hands. In this chaos, flasks of liquid break and fall on the villain. The liquid is the medicine the doctor is trying to cure the infected children with, and it damages the monster acts as a weapon, and it can be used. While the monster still does not understand anything and enjoys the expectation of a quick victory, which is unlikely to come, guys decide to completely pour this liquid on him. Concentrating all the energy in his hand to strike the monster, Zhao Bai commands Bendo to open the faucet and direct all the available liquid pressure at the snake. It's very hard to do this. It takes a lot of physical strength, but Bando doesn't let it down. He points the hose at the monster and turns the faucet on full blast. The bloodthirsty predator does not expect such a reception from the humans. He is furious. But a dose of liquid from the flask weakens him, and the strongest blow of Zhao Bai ends the battle. They put the defeated beast in a flask of liquid with the assurance that the monster will not get out of there and will be in it as an exhibit in the Kunstkammer. The guys admit that they didn't trust each other until the last minute and are happy to have defeated the monster with so much effort. Zhao Bai suddenly loses his balance. Bendo is worried about his condition, but he explains that he used too much spiritual energy during the fight, and now the recoil is coming, and it will soon pass. The conversation continues. Bendo admits in the ventilation corridor he attacked and tried to strangle Zhao Bai. Now he realizes his mistake, and Zhao Bai forgives him. They shake hands and hurry to free the people locked in the freezer before they freeze everyone in there to rigor mortis and don't know how wrong they are. The mistaken belief that the flask in which the snake is placed is completely airtight leads to tragedy. The monster, though weak, turns out to be alive. Turning into a moving substance like black smoke, he finds a hole in the flask and gradually breaks free. Stupid, self-righteous people. Before going to the refrigerator, guys decide to go up to the surface to try to find the doctor who never showed up. What happened to him is unknown. Suddenly, there is a terrifying scream from Bando, and a huge black spike pierces his chest. The beast is fully out and ready to destroy and starts with Bando. There is an explosion. The blast wave throws Zhao Bai off, and he hits his head painfully against the wall, almost losing consciousness from the pain and not understanding what is happening. Suddenly, help came from nowhere in the form of a doctor who appeared out of nowhere. He clutched a stone similar to the one Zhao Bai had in his hand. Aspid is surprised that the doctor is alive and scoffs that he came to the laboratory despite being wounded, an utterly foolish act since he can't fight. The doctor's main goal is not the snake. He has come back to tell Zhao Bai an important thing. With his last strength, he says that Zhao Bai must continue to live. While he is talking to him, he is transformed into a monster remotely similar to an animal like a lion. Apparently, during the battle with the monsters, he was infected. The doctor rapidly loses his human form, but continues to tell the young man to keep the will to live in any situation, the most terrible and hopeless. This is his responsibility and duty to mankind. Even if the planet remains uninhabitable, he must find ways to survive. The doctor makes an incredible effort, and throwing himself into the arms of the monster, he, as always, does everything he can to the last drop of strength to bring it to the end. The serpent wraps him with deadly rings and finally rejoices in the victim's despair, but he doesn't know that strong people and the doctor as a strong man never despair. On the brink of death, the man gathers all his will and destroys the monster, even at the cost of his own death. An explosion of terrible force blows the monster to pieces. In his last minute, the doctor thinks not of how to save himself, but how to transfer his power. At the last moment, he manages to send a charge of spiritual power. He succeeds, and a pink cloud envelops the guy, and the last words of farewell that Dr. Chong says to Zhao Bai are barely audible in the air. He remains in the memory forever, and as long as Zhao Bai will live, as long as he will remember this funny-kind, bespectacled man who wanted to save all mankind. The explosion destroys everything. The base is gone, and so are the inhabitants of the base. There is no one and nothing left but Zhao Bai, who is protected by the doctor's spiritual power. He is mistaken in thinking that everything was destroyed in the explosion. Zhao Bai finds a diary in his hands, a page from which he discovered in Alice's room. He realizes the doctor left the diary to understand something important, so despite his grief, the young man reads the whole diary from the beginning to the last letter. From his diary, he learns that there used to be another group of people at the base who were infected, and the doctor tried to help them, but they're conspiring. As a result of the conspiracy, people are killed, only Dr. Chong remains. He is infected, but continues to research because there may be people on Earth who need help. He scours the continent in search of survivors, finds, and leads them by secret paths, hiding from the monsters to the base. Only 42 people are left alive. A sob comes to his throat, and tears come to his eyes when he finds an entry in his diary about getting to the base and becoming the 43rd survivor. Now he is the only one, there is no one else, and nothing can measure the guilt of those who entrusted him with their lives. The doctor took a risk to find them and save them. The frightened faces of the children, the crying glutton Aisha are in front of my eyes, and it's forever because nothing can make up for the guilt in front of them. The people at the base lived very poor and starvation was the norm, but they were alive. Now Zhao Bai is alone with his merciless conscience. He reads the diary to the end and discovers on the last page a set of letters and numbers that look like coordinates and a signature that this is the place where all the answers are. A sensation of change pulls him away from reading. He raises his head and sees a spotlight beam, the source of which is on the surface on top of the explosion crater. Whether it's a friend or another monster is unknown, so he decides to destroy the diary, but first memorizes every symbol of the coordinates in detail. A tremendous fatigue comes over him. His thoughts go out, he passes out, and through small glimmers of consciousness he hears voices. It's a dream because there's no one on Earth. The voices are not only talking to him, they're rubbing his shoulders. It doesn't work like that. Voices can't rub shoulders because they're just voices, not people. Or people. The young man opens his eyes and sees people in uniforms leaning over him, with an inscription that says, "They are the Celestial Rescue Squad." They are shocked at the extent of what has happened here and realize that the guy is in a lot of trouble. Zhao Bai feels a pain in his chest. He doesn't know how long he's been on the surface. Last time he was on Earth, it started with chest pain, and the doctor helped him. They put him in a hazmat suit, but he didn't feel it when he lost consciousness. As time passes, the young man is alive and on the mend as he sleeps a lot. He does not know how much time has passed, but he feels fine, but for some reason, it is hard to breathe. The young man opens his eyes and sees a dog on his chest. He thinks it is a hallucination due to his illness, but the heaviness of the dog says that it is real. A small but heavy red dog wags his tail and is friendly. You can tell by the way he wags his tail, so you can generate electricity. And if dogs can smile, this one is a champion in dog smiles. She unfathomably even has smiling eyes and a pink bow on her ear too. A man enters the room. He greets the guy and says he's glad he's awake since the coma has lasted a week and everyone is worried about his health. The man introduces himself as Zhang and asks to be called by that name. The young man is eager to ask many questions, the most important of which is about their whereabouts. Zhang is very friendly and willing to answer all questions. He tells us that they are at the forward base of the rescue team. Rescuers really do exist. It's not a myth, and the doctor was wrong about them. Zhang is happy to see Zhu Bai healthy, but wonders how Zhang knows his name. It turns out to be a simple matter of his companion telling him the guy's name. Zhao Bai is surprised he is sure that one survived, and Zhang replies that the dog was also at the base. There were no talking dogs on the base, he knows that, but there is a talking cat in his head right now. The pink bow on the dog's ear looks very familiar to him. His roommate, Aisha the glutton, wore these bows, and sadness comes over the guy in waves and the rescue worker says this doggy was once a human. Human beings born of humans are not immune to the contaminated atmosphere, and the girl became infected. The rescuers kept her alive, but not human. This girl is very lucky to be alive and sane. This is really Aisha, and she is very happy to see her brother Zubai here. It turns out that the only two left alive from the base are him and Aisha, and now they must continue to live as he promised the doctor before the doctor sacrificed himself. Jang asks the guy for details of the events that took place at the base, and tells him that their team was nearby when they saw the explosion and rushed to help. The story of life on the base and how the doctor gave protection to Zhao Bai and then blew himself up with the demon is long. The lifeguard is listening intently, and then tells the guy, disturbing things. Turns out celestial demons can't be destroyed. These things have the ability to be reborn again and again. There is a place on Earth called the demonic pool. When heavenly demons fall into it, even after being destroyed, they gain strength more powerful than it was. The demon queen guards and protects this pool. As long as she lives, the monsters cannot be destroyed, and they will villainize and wreak havoc on the land. To get rid of the demons once and for all, it is necessary to destroy the queen. The war between humans and demons has been going on for a long time, and there is no end in sight. The Order of the Heavenly Court leads the fight, and under his leadership, humanity fights the demons, but the preponderance of forces on the side of the demons, they take over the earth. For protection from monsters and spiritual contamination, there are several fortresses thanks to which people can exist and fight against evil on Earth. The fortresses are located in 5 cities and are strongholds of combat, as they contain the best spellcasters and warriors who train new recruits to fight. It turns out that the doctor was cruelly mistaken in calling Zhao Bai the last representative of the human race. In fact, there are still many people on Earth. It turns out that people are divided into 2 races, the Celestials and the Old Ones. The Celestials are marked with a magical seal immediately after birth, while the Old Ones are born naturally. Celestials stay on the surface without harm as long as they want, but people born of humans are susceptible to infection, so they are vaccinated. The vaccine allows you to be on the surface, but periodically you need to return to the safe zone to be able to recover and gain strength. The vaccine is not a cure-all, but it works, even if it takes time to regain effectiveness. Zhao Bai doesn't know how to deal with this information now. During the visit, the lifeguard makes sure the guy is okay and realizes that his work here is done. He raises his hand in greeting, says goodbye and leaves. He and Aisha are left alone in the room. What to do and where to go is not clear. The doctor's sacrifice was pointless, and everyone at the base died for nothing. The young man assesses his condition and realizes that he is strong enough, and to try his strength in practice by force of thought, he lifts the chair and throws it on the floor. It's not bad. A hole in the floor means he's getting stronger and can fight, and if he has to kill the demon queen, so be it. He cuddles his friend and promises her to do everything to avenge the doctor and all the residents of the base. Night falls, and they sleep peacefully until morning. The morning begins with him being called to the dormitory, where he finds an acquaintance of a lifeguard named Zhang. He tells a story about the 4 schools of Taoism. These schools are named after the sides of the world and are located in 4 different cities. Zhao Bai certainly has the power, but it's not enough to fight demons. You have to go to one of these schools. You can get into the nearest one called Tung today, and the entrance tests start a week later. So the young man is leaving today. Zhao Bai wants to know from the lifeguard if he passed the entrance test, and from his reaction he realizes that he did, but he didn't pass. He becomes more affectionate than a kitten to find out details from Zhang, and the latter resists like a tiger not to reveal them, but Zhu Bai's persistence wins out. And here are the details in all their glory before Zhao Bai. First of all, it is necessary to be a young man under 20 years of age. The second requirement is to have a spiritual power level of 30 units. Even with these qualities, one must pass a series of willpower tests to enter the school. At the time of testing, out of the 20,000 applicants, 10 people have high cultivation ability, and Zhang is not one of those 10. The next test of willpower Zhang remembers with a shudder, and the picture of him standing in the horse pose for 7 hours without a break is still in front of his eyes. The most difficult test is the test of learning ability. You are required to write a text based on an ancient, esoteric, and mysterious Taoist scripture. This is the test that Zhang failed, and so he is now a simple soldier. He sympathizes with Zhao Bai and gives him the clothes he used to wear. The guy can't show up to school in his pajamas, so he has to adopt a rather old-fashioned outfit that consists of a tracksuit and sneakers. The old-fashioned costume seems like a small thing when he sees what he'll be riding to school in, a flying ship that looks like a house with a 6-horse team. Bronze horses are set in motion by runes and magic. Incredible things happen here. Zhang is writing something on a piece of paper torn from a notebook. It's a note with the address of an acquaintance. Zhao Bai should visit him immediately upon his arrival and hand him the note and a blade that looks very ancient. The young man promises to fulfill the rescuer's request. They say goodbye, and together with the doggy board a flying ship that will take them to new events. There's no one else on the ship but them. Zhao Bai's dog Aisha and the cat Christina, who decided to get out of Zhao Bai's head and see the world. She and Aisha made a mess of things as they played and frolicked during the flight, which went by very fast. Apparently the horses were supersonic. It is unclear whether it is advanced technology or ancient magic and runes that allow you to get from one place to another so quickly. Discoveries at every turn. And one of them is now fluttering right in front of them in the form of a golden fairy who welcomes visitors to the city of Tung. Aisha and the young man wonder where she came from. Christina laughs at them and calls them stupid creatures because they have never seen fairies. Meanwhile, the fairy tells them about the town and its people. 300 million inhabitants inhabit the city, and it has several levels that are at different heights above ground level. The residential one is located on the ground. Next, every 500 meters up are the military, then the administrative, and the highest and most interesting level of their school of Taoism, 150,000 meters up. Finally, the horses land. The guide announces the stop, warning the passengers about the luggage. The travelers leave the strange transport and head into town. When you look at the city from the window of a flying ship, it seems bright and beautiful. But this feeling disappears as soon as you get on the ground. Now they had to find a place to stay, so they had to look for the address Zhang had written on a piece of paper. He promised they could stay there. The city is dark, but the streets are clean, and there are a lot of people rushing around, and to find the address they stop people and ask where the house is. They have to wander the streets of the city for a long time, and the guy compares the city to a car, so it's cold and precise, and many streets don't see the light of day. After much wandering, they finally find the address and house that Zhang had given them. This house is as precise and cold as all the other houses in this metropolis. They ring the doorbell, and a genteel old man about 100 or 200 years old opens the door. He asks who they are and what they want. The young man replies that Zhang sent them. The old man knows the name Zhang and remembers that he has a son with that name and mistakes the boy for his grandson's son Zhang, but is mistaken as he is very old. The old man invites them into the house and begins a long story about himself and his family, of which there is nothing left as his son is a soldier and his wife left him long ago. Only the photo on the dresser reminds him, in those rare flashes of memory, of the once friendly and fun-loving family he had years ago. Now he lives alone and copes with life as best he can. He is so weak he can't always reach out for a blanket. He's been a soldier all his life, and he's lost everything. In a fit of madness, he mistakes Zhao Bai for his son and apologizes to him for forcing him to be a soldier after failing his exams at the Taoist school. From the inner pocket of his jacket, the young man takes out a blade, and with the hope that it will bring back the memory of the old man, gives it to him and says that Zhang loves and remembers his father. The elder takes the blade, and immediately a memory comes to mind as he leaves for service, and his young son asks him to stay, but he refuses his son because he is a soldier. A sad family story. The old man is crying, and Zhao Bai soothes him as best he can, wraps him in a warm blanket like a relative, and offers him tea. The young man stays at the old man's house to live. He sees him as his son, calls him Zhang, and takes care of him touchingly, and on the day of the exam, he cooks him breakfast. Noodles and 2 eggs are the poor man's food, but he brings it to his son because today is a very important day for him to take the entrance exam for the Taoist school. Drooling from such smells, and the young man pounced on the food as if he hadn't eaten for ages, and very quickly coped with the breakfast, which was very tasty. He plays along, calling the old man father warmly, thanking him for the food. and the old man is so pleased that a tear rolls down his wrinkled cheek. Aisha stays with the old man, and they see Zhao Bai off to the exam, wishing him luck and shouting at him that they believe in him, and he will succeed. Without turning around, he throws his hand up in a triumphant and at the same time thankful gesture. He believes everything will work out, and his plans will come true, and he will achieve his goal. Arrival at the school is early in the morning. The square in front of the seemingly ancient building is crowded with a lot of people. All the young people came here to take part in the school entrance exam, so they are all his competitors for the right to study here. The examiners first assess the age of the participants, as it is a condition of entry, and then one by one invite them to walk to the podium and stand in the magical arch. The minimum required to qualify for the next test is 30 units of spiritual power. Those who do not gain them leave the exams often unwillingly. The crowd mocks those who don't pass the test. Everyone thinks they are better and stronger than others, but even those who pass the first test may not pass the second exam. Just like everyone else, Zhao Bai is confident in his strength and thinks that he, with his level of strength, will be the center of attention and the whole crowd of challengers will admire him. All the time he has been lazy, and moreover, he finds another effective way to gain points of laziness that he can translate into spiritual power. Putting your work on others. This method works without fail, and the cat Christina washes dishes for him to gain strength to pass the exam. She doesn't like it at all, but what you can't do to learn the system, so she not only washes the dishes, but also keeps the whole house clean. By the beginning of the exams, the young man has gained 99 points of spiritual power and another 1,000 points of laziness to spare, and that's the maximum he's gained all along. Only the poor cat has nearly given away the ends from all the physical work around the house, and if this tubby doesn't pass the contest, it will be the end of him, she promises it. Meanwhile, the exam continues. Another contestant walks up to the podium, goes into the archway to measure the level of spiritual power, and he is very confident. The scoreboard above the arch shows an incredible score of 105 points out of 100 possible points. Such a level of spiritual power is beyond comprehension. Zhao Bai's self-confidence is blown away by the wind as he is the owner of 99 points, thinking that it is impossible to have more than 100 points, and he is angry at the whole world. He is called after the well-dressed prodigy, and with his head bowed, he walks up to the podium, and the superpowered hottie looks down on him and smirks. Apparently, he won't make a sensation with his 99 points, and besides, he's just a guy, and that big guy is said to be an important person of royal blood. With such sad thoughts, the young man stands under the arch, and on the scoreboard lights up the expected figure of 99 selection he passes, as it is a high score. This is a very high score, but the fame goes to that handsome man, and the crowd cheers when he walks, and no one pays any attention to Zhao Bai. After the test is over, a discussion of the results takes place in the teacher's lounge. The teachers of the school and the vice principal, Zhao Shouyi, take part in the discussion. Teacher Sun Yuzhen reports that 1,200 candidates have scored a passing score, and among them are 25 with a very high score. And one of them had an unbelievable result. The deputy director inquires about the name and origin of this participant, and finds out that his name is Zuo Dao. He's not a commoner. He comes from an ancient and honorable family with centuries of tradition. Elite in every way, but the deputy director doesn't like it. Zhao Bai thinks about this elite pepper all the way back from the exam, and realizes that envy is a bad feeling, but it completely overwhelms him. The bad thoughts are interrupted by a voice that calls his name and belongs to a red-haired girl in a simple blue tracksuit, and her name is Jing Shu. She also passed the selection and has the right to call him a classmate. The girl wonders where he came from, because she knows all the locals with this level of strength. And also admits that he was the best on the exam, of course, not counting the winner, and calls that handsome guy ugly. These girls are impossible to understand. At that moment, they are called for the second round of exams, and he rushes to the call not enough to be late for the test and incur the wrath of teachers. The teacher who takes the second round is called Liu Zhongyang, who is also young like the teacher who took the first exam. He looks very serious. He hands out to each participant a bracelet with a light indicator and explains that if the indicator lights up red, the applicant realizes that the exam has been failed. The exam is that they will run a multi-hour marathon, and some are excited about such an easy task, But there is a catch, or it is not a school of Taoism. The teacher rises above the crowd of eager learners and starts the marathon. The teacher rises above the crowd of eager learners and starts the marathon. The crowd rushed along the route, and everyone wants to win and showing a decent result to run to the finish line faster than many people running next to them or just run. They run for a few minutes, but their strength is gone, and they run out of energy at a much faster rate than the speed of running. It doesn't work like that, because he's been running more than once. There is a secret why running is hard, and the teacher explains that every step leads to the knowledge of spirituality, so not only the body, but also the spirit gets tired. The body has been tired for a long time. The spirit also resists this violence. Zhao Bai sees the backs of probably 1,200 people in front of him, which is not optimistic. After 5 minutes, they started to remove from the course those who had a bracelet lit up in red color, which means that the tests for these applicants are over. They are going home. Among the losers, a young man who ran next to Zhao Bai and for a moment seemed to be removed from the competition, looking at the bracelet realizes that he is in the ranks. Zhao Bai's new acquaintance runs among the first to look back and sees that he is in the tail, wondering why he is so weak, as if he had never trained. He becomes quite unbearable. He is ready to give up and stop running, but in his head, images of loved ones who stayed at the base and who are no longer there. Memories of the doctor who gave his life for Zhao Bai to have a future about Bando and Alice, and the frightened eyes of the children closed, then forever awaken the power. Such strength he had never felt before. He clenches his teeth and moves forward by all means. He must learn the system and avenge his loved ones. He does not know why fate has chosen him to fulfill the mission and cannot let down the people who gave their lives so that he can fight against evil on earth. He remembers the eyes of the old man's rescue father who is waiting for him with victory, and he can't let him down, and Aisha who through his fault has forever taken the form of a dog. Memories of why and wherefore he is here, and that he has no right to make mistakes and weakness drives him on. He runs like a bullet and overtakes his rivals. And here in front of him he sees only one back of the very same Superman, with a strength of more than 100 units, and a speed greater than any other participant in the exam. He has to overtake him, and suddenly feels that he is overstepping his limit of spiritual power. The speed has increased, and he is close to overtaking the leader. You can't get tired. This test is not a waste of time. The faster he runs, the more spiritual power is added, and this feeling is like feeling the way of the Tao. Feelings on the verge of excitement make stronger. He runs with the speed of the wind, overtaking other participants, and thinks only about the fact that he must complete this task. The crowd is running. The teacher folded his arms on his chest and told a story that goes back in time. The great monk Qingjing Sanren proposed the rules of cultivation. The rules are 3, and they say that the first is not to hurry to take the path of the Tao. The second prescribes not to lose your spirit, and the third warns against temptation. The path of Tao is difficult and full of temptations, and only a person with an iron will and discipline is able to pass it from beginning to end. Such are the precepts of the ancient monk. It is important for what purpose you begin the test, whether you are driven by pride and temptation, or whether you are filled with spiritual power and are doing the test for the sake of the test. 1,200 people finish, and they are driven by greed and temptation. They should all be ashamed of themselves, and this is the worst result in the history of the school. They all started the competition to win and become famous, that is with self-interest, except for one man named Zhu Bai, who is trying to come to his senses. Now he thinks that one more minute of running, and he would have died on the spot, drinks water from a bottle and almost chokes on his name when the teacher announces him the winner. The teacher is pleased with his result, smiles at him, and praises him for his efforts. But not all the competitors in the race are happy for him. There are envious people who are up to no good. All the remaining applicants after the second test are gathered in the square to explain the conditions of the third final exam, and Zhao Shouyi begins his speech. Everyone turns to listen, including Zhu Bai, and listens to what else the teachers have come up with and what other challenges await them in the near future. The deputy begins to tell the story of the origin of this test, which, as well as everything in this school, has an ancient history and magical connotation. 120 years ago, A catastrophe occurs, and the heavens are distorted, and the air is polluted, and the celestial spirit releases a huge amount of information. The monks diligently record the incoming knowledge, but not all of it is true, and the texts contain a great deal of distorted and bad information. Comprehending and writing down can drive a practitioner mad forever, so the founder of the Jingqing school established 3 rules for entering the path of Taoism. One of the prospective students lends his voice and says that he knows the first and most important rule states that one should not be in a hurry to enter the path of Taoism. Master confirms that this is the case. Because of the danger of appealing directly to the heavens, clansmen create safe methods of preserving cultivation information. The Taoist school's interpretations of the heavenly path had been kept on the map for centuries, and it was presented right in front of them. The prospective students gasped in surprise. Everyone looks up at the map and thinks that the test will never be overcome, and teachers just mock the newcomers, because there is nothing on the map. How do you decipher a blank piece of paper when you can't see any text or pictures? Zhu Bai decides that this test is the most difficult and impossible to complete. The teacher explains that the map is actually filled with information, but a spell has been cast on it to protect the young who are not ready for this kind of knowledge. The essence of the exam is to transfer information that incoming young people can understand from a map of sky snatchers to blank sheets of paper. How to transfer void to void the young man does not know, and the cute creature cat Tina mocks him, calling him a dumb rock incapable of completing the task. The bastard's sure he'll turn in a blank piece of paper, because he can't do more than that. The young man looks around him to see what others are doing. One by force of thought raises his sheet in the air, and the writing pens write themselves in the scroll. So he understands the map and can see and decipher the knowledge. Another applicant sits with his arms crossed over his chest in a relaxed posture. Apparently, he has already completed the task and is resting with a sense of accomplishment. It will not be possible to write, and the amazingly kind creature cat Christina expresses doubts that he can write at all, and now he himself doubts it. If he asks nicely, she will teach it to him, and suddenly the word ask comes to mind. He grabs his pen and starts writing quickly. In no time, he finishes the paper and hands it to the teacher. Everyone is puzzled that he did it so quickly and leaves the exam, leaving them all to sweat. But he is not allowed to leave the room until the test is over, and since he can't write the assignment again, he lies down on the desk with the intention of accumulating laziness points. Kat is stunned that Zhu Bai has completed the task, and realizes that she doesn't understand this guy at all, and she doesn't understand who he is either. The test has come to an end, all papers have been handed in and checked, and the teachers gather in front of the examiners to announce the results. 3 papers are highlighted from the whole mass of papers. The students who made them have tried very hard and put all their knowledge and skills into them. The deputy director scrutinizes each of the 3 works. One catches his attention the most. The piece of paper does not have information written on it, but a drawing of a wonderful woman who looks like a goddess. The vice principal is furious that someone allowed himself to draw instead of performing an exam task, and demands to name the author of this outrage. The young teacher calls Qian Wang Sun and defends him, suggesting that Wang Sun possesses a hidden sword painting technique and may have the highest grade. The deputy director categorically disagrees with her, calls all the arguments absurd, and demands to put the applicant as a grade 0 for insolence. After the exam, the examinees are waiting for the results and resting as much as they can, and only one of them, folding his fingers in mudra and closing his eyes, is meditating. Students ask him if he completed the assignment, and he replies that he saw a set of breathing exercises for cleansing the breath on the map and wrote it down. While checking this work, teachers will recognize a set of breathing exercises that was invented and developed long ago by the deputy headmaster himself. Teachers wonder how he passed the breathing method to a student, but the deputy director denies it with the excuse that he didn't know any of the applicants. Another teacher named Ying Hui enters the conversation and asks for the work to examine it in more detail, and realizes that this work is a masterpiece. At first glance, this method of breathing practice is very similar to the deputy director method, but obviously is not very ineffective. But if this young man who understood the ancient scroll at this level continued to study hard and comprehend the knowledge, he would definitely become a pillar of the school. It's time to check the 3rd paper teachers call Zhu Bai. This guy won the second exam, first handed in the assignment, and went to sleep on the desk. It's clear why he was the first to pass the test. There was only one phrase written on the scroll, and it said that the path of Feng Chang was not as difficult as it seemed. Teachers think it's a weird arrogance of a teenager who thinks he's God knows what, but the vice principal says the phrase makes sense. It belongs to the Chinese scripture Jing Jing Sanren, about 10,000 spirits, and has a deep meaning that is very hard to comprehend, and it speaks volumes. The opinions of the instructors are divided between two students, one describing breathing techniques and the other, Zhu Bai, saw a phrase about the difficulty of the path to the Tao. A serious argument ensues. The teacher who led the second competition gives his vote to Zhu Baiyu, but the young teacher is on Zhuo Dao's side. The elderly teacher also supports Zhuo Dao, but thinks that the young people are about equal in understanding the scroll. The deputy director has the final say. He stops. The heated argument makes a decision and gives instructions to prepare the enrollment lists and post them on the school wall for all to see. Not far from the steps leading to the school building, Zhu Bai waits for the results and doubts that the phrase he came up with on the fly will pass as an answer to the test. Suddenly the crowd rumbles and heads towards the entrance of the school, all saying that there are already lists of those who have passed all the tests with dignity and have been accepted into the school. Zhu Bai is first on the list, proud of himself, shoving his hands in his pockets and whistling a tune as he heads into town. The memories of the girls admiring him are beautiful. Tina is furious. She can't understand this guy, how he manages to pass the tests, thanks to the system, but not realizing that it is the system that helps him. She tries to understand how he gets such level thoughts, from where he draws his knowledge. With these sentiments, they reach the old man's house of the rescuer's father. He dreams of sharing the joy of telling the old man about the trials and how he passed them, how he beat them all, and was first on the list for admission to the school. When he goes up to the floor, he finds the door of the old man's house open. He becomes afraid for the old man and has bad thoughts about what happened to him. Still in a positive mood, he swings the door open, shouting to the old man, still imitating his son. The lifeguard has reason to rejoice as he has enrolled in school. As soon as he enters the dark house, he sees a broken framed family photo on the dresser. It shows Zhang's father and mother. Happy family photo with all smiling parents, hugging each other and their baby, and little Zhang holding a beautiful blade in his hand. The guy realizes that something terrible has happened here. He picks up the photo from the floor and walks into the dark house from which no sound can be heard. He calls out to the old man but gets no answer. He calls again, but only a heavy silence and a sense of danger. The cat panics and calls to leave the house. When he doesn't get a reply, he tries to call the dog to his call. He hears a stirring inside the house. It must be Aisha, and then he boldly goes inside the house. Aisha is found crying. She is not bound by ropes, but by something like the threads of a spider's web, thick as ropes. He calms the poor animal, finds a candle on the dresser, lights it, and continues his search for the old man, finding him sitting in his chair, as if asleep. The old man is awake. He slowly turns his head towards the newcomers and looks at them with a look that does not bode well because he is completely insane. When he stands up and turns in their direction, they see that the old man has changed beyond recognition, with something that looks like a huge spider peeking out of his chest. The elder gets up and goes to meet them, greeting Zhu Bai like a son, and it is clear that nothing good will come of this meeting. A monster parasite has taken over the elder's body. The old man's body is not enough for him, and the demon wraps his web threads around the boy too, to capture or destroy a potential enemy. This is the first time the young man has ever seen such a thing. The monster is on the move, preparing to attack. He spreads his claws and gets bigger and bigger, but still asks about the exam results. Suddenly the room lights up and an unknown man appears. He intends to help defeat the monster, and he succeeds in pacifying the parasite, if not destroying it. He is helped by a magic seal, under the effect of which the monster moves back and no longer attacks and behaves calmly, and the old man also quietens down and calms down. He's being nice and peaceful. What's going to happen to him now? There must be a way to help this defenseless, lonely old man who's been abandoned by his entire family. The man who calmed the parasite is a policeman. He calls the medics, and they will decide how to proceed with the old man and whether it is possible to help him. The medics arrive quickly and carefully examine the victim, while everyone in the room tensely waits for the answer to the question that everyone is very concerned about. The examination takes quite a long time. Then one of the medical workers brings a gurney for the transportation of bedridden patients. Apparently, the decision has already been made. A young man waiting for the end of medical procedures comes to the chest of drawers where the old man was sitting and sees a picture of the old man's son in a mourning frame on the wall. Zhang Ido, the rescuer who helped him during the explosion at the base and actually saved his life, is dead. His father knows about it, and now the poor old man has no one. A policeman tells that Zhang heroically sacrificed himself to cover the retreat of his comrades during a clash with a heavenly demon. A blast of force that leaves nothing alive around him, and there's nothing left of Zhang. The receptacle for his ashes is empty, and there is only a photograph on the wall in memory of his son. Zubai remembers talking to Zhang and begging him to tell the story of his youth, and how Zhang asks him to give the blade to his father, calling him a good acquaintance. The policeman explains that the old man is practically destroyed by grief and completely broken, so he has no strength to resist being infected by the parasite. He can't be helped. He's too old to withstand the treatment. They give him an injection, and he goes quietly in his sleep to another world where he will meet his favorite son, and they will be a happy family. The old man is taken away and the door of the house is sealed. Zubai sees a woman crying at the door, clutching the same blade Zhang gave to his father. This woman is the old man's ex-wife and Zhang's mother. The policeman says that if Zubai wants, he can go up to her and say hello. The young man does not approach her, but once again is confirmed in his decision to finish school and take the path of fighting monsters that destroy people. Someday he will know the way to destroy all these celestial demons, and they will no longer disturb the peaceful life and wreak destruction and havoc on Earth. Now he must help his friends. Aisha is afraid that she has been infected and worries that her days will quickly end and she will follow the old man. He tries to reassure his friend and promises her that he will definitely figure out how to cure her if she is infected. He will help her and let her have no doubts about it. The policeman introduces himself. His name is Li Shuju. He holds out a business card to Zubai and asks the young man not to hesitate to contact him in any difficult situation. They say goodbye. The young man and his friends Tina the cat and Aisha the dog leave the house and go nowhere because the house is sealed. It is unthinkable to go up to the school at a height of 1,500 meters because it is night and the way is not close, so we will have to spend the night where we will have to go in the morning. Christina resents the decision. The last thing she wants is to spend the night outside in the dark and cold, while Aisha is happy to be with a friend in any conditions. The young man is tired from the events and experiences of the day and is too lazy to argue with the cat, and is surprised to find that even that laziness adds to his points. A familiar voice saying mockingly that a school student shouldn't sleep outside interrupts his train of thought. Zubai recognizes the speaker as one of the teachers. The teacher looked at the boy in the course of exams, and he liked the teacher. He decides to help the boy to settle in the dormitory of the school before the start of school. As time goes by, students start to move in, and many of them don't like the fact that Zubai is already living in the school, and he is given a single room to live in. This fact becomes the property of the school wherever Zubai goes. He always becomes the object of close attention of students, and it is very tense. Without ceremonies and inspirational speeches, students are divided into two unequal classes. Everyone with a score of less than 90 gets into the large one. They are met by a young teacher, Sun Yu. She is their mentor for this school year, and smiling sweetly she calls them chicks and invites them to the underworld. Good joke. The remaining 25 people who scored more than 90 points in a small group stomped in front of the school gate and waited for their teacher. The teacher who found Zubai on the street and put him in the dormitory comes up to them. He introduces himself as Shin Jun and says that he will be the supervisor of this group. There is a whisper among the students that this teacher is a fifth realm master. He voted for Zubai when the committee was deciding on the first place. He says that he will teach one of the best and invites not Zubai to follow him, but that representative of the old family handsome Zuodao. Disappointment covers the guy. He likes this teacher and hoped to learn from him, but hopes at this very moment collapsed like a house of cards. The young teacher stays with the others. He sees that the children are disappointed with this state of affairs and tells them that their tasks for this school year are different. The goal of this group is to raise their spiritual power level to above 99 points, a difficult task, and he will teach them how to do it. He waves his hand, and an incantation sounds in the air. From nowhere appear ancient divine scrolls, 9 of them, and each of the group must choose a scroll. The ancient monks who created the scrolls encapsulated the knowledge for a shorter path of zero-realm recultivation, and there are 10 in total. The scrolls carry the basic knowledge of the zero realm available only to the best schools, have immense value, even tangible in the outside world outside the school. The teacher invites students to choose their scroll right now to decide which path of cultivation they will follow this school year. Zubai asks Christina for advice, but she makes a big show of it and says that he has 9 woes in front of him and he can choose any one of them, no matter which one. In the course of the altercation, the cat calls him a tree, and he's good for nothing more than climbing it, and since that's the case, she'll make her own choice. She cares which practice she learns. Zubai says cats don't practice. She calls him a dummy and explains that his practices are her practices. He's tired of fighting with the cat and chooses a sword scroll. The sword gives him speed and attack power, and if it doesn't help him win, it will help him escape. Zubai accepts the scroll and realizes that he doesn't know what to do with it. He opens it in his hands and tries to read the treasure, but nothing happens. Christine mocks him again and says that since he doesn't know how to handle the scroll, he should give it to her, who has long dreamed of becoming a swordswoman. The scroll activates a magical seal that appears in the air and glows with a marvelously beautiful glow, but Christina can't quite turn it on. She doesn't possess such strength and requires some cool breathing technique from Zubai that will raise her spiritual power and give her the strength to cultivate. He, of course, mentally sends the cat somewhere in the astral, and having connected the system himself, activates the magic seal, and it comes out very well. A divine disc appears with a beautiful ancient pattern on it, and a group of power points with them. He doesn't understand what to do. They are not glowing now. The teacher who was passing by explains that the points should be filled with spiritual power so that they will be activated, and the student will understand what to do. He gathers spiritual power and fills one of the points with it. It lights up in silver color, and a text appears explaining how this power point works. It will take a lifetime to read it, but there is nothing to do, and the young man delves into it. Each point has many techniques, and you have to go through them all one by one. Until you pass one, you cannot activate the next one. Such rule only methodically, step by step, through a lot of training, will be able to pass all points. The teacher warns that the scroll technique does not promise complete safety if there are questions to be asked before acting without understanding. The theory begins and the student realizes that so many clever and incomprehensible words in one head cannot fit. The head is bound to burst in the end. While he whines about the unfairness of life not learning or doing anything, his laziness points keep increasing, and Tina is very unhappy about it. She's pissed off at the lazy guy, and he decides not to learn an incomprehensible theory, but to follow the beaten path. That is, to do nothing and be lazy until he gains the right amount of spiritual power. At one point, he feels that the storehouse of laziness is filled completely and sends the entire stock of laziness into the spiritual force, and then to the full activation of the point. There is an incredible transformation of the body, appear muscles like an athlete in them, such physical strength as if he has years of grueling training. Aisha sees this change in her friend and almost faints with surprise. Who is this beautifully built young man with the strength of a wrestler? Certainly not Zubai. The cat flies away from the onslaught of spiritual and physical power. The young man is shocked by the change and hopes it is permanent, not temporary. He looks at his reflection in the mirror, and he likes what he sees, and he sees a pumped-up, handsome man who will fight back against anyone who disturbs the peace. Half an hour later, he is still in front of the mirror, admiring his unearthly beauty. But only Aisha is happy for him, and runs around in circles, loudly barking and squealing with delight. Tina, however, isn't happy about the changes or the way they've been acquired. She still thinks the boy is stupid and is angry that his knowledge comes so easily to him. You can't get enough of a beautiful reflection in the mirror when a guy calls Aisha for lunch. He wants to hug her, and almost breaks the poor dog's bones without realizing his newfound strength. Upon enrollment, all students were issued cards with 200 points per month that can be spent on food or on their own needs. There is plenty of food in the canteen, but it is so expensive that you can eat enough for 200 points once and walk around the canteen for a month without going in. We have to leave, but it's not easy to get Aisha out of the dining room when she's already seen the food. She lost her memory after the transformation, but she's still a glutton. The boy is sure that no one in their group can afford such expensive food, but he is mistaken as he sees a classmate with a tray filled with different food. Apparently tomorrow he will have only air and wind as he has a tray of food for a tidy 200 points, and the card limit is over. A student named Chen Wang-sun laughs and says that parents or friends can help with the food issue. Here he and Zubai can help each other out. But Zubai doesn't understand how they can be friends over food, so he takes Aisha away and decides to be wary of this guy. Zuda walks up to them and says in a sarcastic tone that he wants Zubai to gain strength for the next challenge and lose in a not-too-deafening manner. The arrogant mama's boy leaves, leaving the hungry couple on the threshold of the dining room, and the guy who was with Zhao Dao quite kindly says goodbye to them. After mentally calculating the budget of points for the month, the young man buys 2 portions of rice worth 1 point for himself and Aisha, which should be enough to eat without starving. He chokes on dry rice and sarcastically thinks that it is very tasty rice, and now he will be filled with vigor and strength and can eat such food every day. In no time at all, he finishes his portion. Tasty or not eating is necessary, and the faithful Aisha understands this speed in her own way and tries to give him her food. Faithful friend, despite the fact that she drools to the floor, is ready to give him his food because he needs to maintain strength, although she herself is a real glutton. She remembers how they starved at the base and how children starved to death there, but the young man calms her friend and tells her that conditions here are much better than at the base. He will find a way to earn points for a trouble-free, nourished life, and they will come to this canteen again and eat all the most expensive and tasty dishes. Aisha believes him and comes in good spirits, and with a clear conscience sweeps away her portion of rice, but asks her friend if it is not difficult for him to remove his feet from the table. Late in the evening, the two of them return to the dormitory and walk down the corridor of the floor on which the room is located, and realize that there is an unpleasant smell. Another unpleasant surprise awaits them right outside the room when they approach it and find that the door of the room is open for some reason. The young man quietly opens the door, expecting to see anything, and discovers the cat, Tina, lying on her back on the floor and giving no signs of life. He puts his palm to the cat's nose to check for breathing and sees that the cat is breathing and apparently fine, but just in case, he needs to check the room. With his arm outstretched in front of him and his spiritual power activated, he scans the room for intruders, and his senses tell him that no one is here. He had a lot of bad things happen to him, before including the monster that chased him, then the scary events at the base, and the situation with the lifeguard and his father. It would be nice if the Dao school was the safest place to be and not be infested with evil things. Aisha runs into the room and runs up to Christina. As usual, she licks her from head to toe, showing that she is happy to see her friend. Zubai strokes the cat in an attempt to bring her to her senses. Christina slowly opens one eye and sees the blurred but very frightened faces of Zubai and Aisha. She doesn't understand why they are leaning over her. Scared out of her waking mind, she jumps up and screams at them for interrupting her sleep, and by this behavior scares the couple even more. They must be crazy if this is how they wake up peacefully sleeping cats who have done them no harm, and such behavior from her point of view is inhumane. Zubayu has to justify himself. He says when they came in, the door was open, they were worried about the cat's welfare because it was lying on the floor. Now she's not on the floor, but on the table in an angry posture, resenting and expressing her bad attitude towards the two subordinates. But Zhao Bai is no longer listening to her. On the table, exactly under the cat, is a scroll and a brush for writing hieroglyphics that do not belong to him, and on the scroll is something written. Someone left him a note. He unceremoniously pushes the cat away to read the parchment and realizes that the school is not safe since anyone can enter the room in the absence of the master. Suddenly, there is a loud bang from the next room on the wall, Apparently, today's adventures are not over. They three decide to see what happened at the neighbors. Looking out of the room into the corridor, they realize that they won't learn anything in the corridor is quiet, and no outsiders are visible. But from the next room, there is a light coming through. Two of the bravest creatures on the planet, Christina and Aisha, send Zubai off alone to see what's going on at the neighbors, and he goes to the next door. The door to the room is ajar, and a red light shines through the gap. This light is not used to illuminate rooms, especially at night. Suddenly, a girl looks out of the door and asks who he is and what he needs, and it was so unexpected that the young man cried out in fright. He tells her that he heard a noise and thought someone needed help, so he's here, and she refuses to help and says it's okay. At night, lying in bed, the guy thinks that the neighbor is not familiar to him. She is not very sociable, and it will be difficult to find a common language with her. His thoughts are interrupted by a noise. The rumbling from the room comes again, and it becomes unclear how one can sleep when there is such a commotion around, and it is for one night or it will happen always. Early in the morning, classes begin in a large classroom where the whole group is seated on a podium with a teacher standing in front of them and a blackboard on the wall behind him. On it are scribbled incomprehensible signs and drawings. Teacher tedious voice talks about the basics of transformations and elements, but Zubai does not understand a word. After a sleepless night, the teacher's story is perceived as white noise. The young man loses touch with reality, ceases to realize where he is, and his head falls on his hands. Everyone is listening attentively to the teacher, taking notes and clearly understanding what he is talking about. Everyone, but not Zubai, because he has no basic training. And strength and willpower are all gone. His consciousness is blurred and blacked out. Zubai simply falls asleep, unable to fight off the drowsiness and gaining laziness points. The other students notice that he is sleeping in the lecture, and a whisper spreads through the classroom, which the teacher notices and draws attention to the sleeping student. The teacher is enraged and turns it on Zubai's head. Literally, he slams the guy's head against the table with the power of spiritual energy, and he immediately wakes up. The teacher has been teaching at this school for 12 years, and this is the first time he has seen such an outrageous brat who dares to sleep through his lectures. A teacher with spiritual energy techniques has great power. Zubai feels it himself. He tries to explain something to the teacher. But the teacher becomes even more furious and warns the negligent student that he will not tolerate such behavior and forces him to listen to the lecture standing up. With the power of magic, he puts the guy on his feet and says that from now on he is under observation, and then calmly continues the lesson in a monotone voice, explaining the basics of the Tao. But the educational moment is not over, and the teacher leaves the delinquent student after the lesson and tells him that he has seen a lot of things while teaching at the school. For example, he saw promising students with great talents who became conceited and dropped out of school because they thought knowledge was easy. The young man gets into the speech and honestly goes and listens to all the lectures of the second half of the day, but understands nothing and sees by the meter that the points of laziness are not added. It takes strength to defeat demons. He decides to go his own way and act so that he can gain power all the time. While he's practicing, someone is watching him. A student is skipping lessons, and the teachers are very unhappy about it. No one has the right to violate the school's internal regulations, which disrupts the educational process. But the points of laziness build up, and Zubai becomes stronger, and he realizes that he might be kicked out of school, but continues to hide from the teacher all over the school. He learns all the nooks and crannies of the school, hiding even on the roof of the school building as the teacher is persistent in his search for the slacker and his patience breaks down. One day, Zubai returns to his room and sees a note in the door. It is a note from the vice principal of the school saying that the school will not tolerate absenteeism. But Zubai continues to bend his line and does not go to class. And one afternoon, when he is in bed in the door, someone knocks and demands to open the door. It's a girl of very small stature who can swear very loudly. She appeals to his conscience and says that some people sacrifice a lot to get into school. He disrespects the teachers and skips classes. Apparently, he's forgotten what he's here for. But he remembers because he sees his girlfriend's eyes every day. They remind him every minute of the events at the base when the monster destroyed the base, leaving no stone unturned, killing his friends, teacher, and everyone who was there. The girl Aisha turned into a dog was the only way to keep her alive. That's why he keeps gaining strength even if he has to lie down for days on end. By this point, he has enough points to activate the second point. He turns on the spiritual power and puts his hand on the point. The transformation begins. It twists and breaks so that the roommates can hear him screaming, and it goes on for quite a while, but when it ends, it's clear that it's not all for nothing. He feels a new power, and that power is resistance. Any weapon will fly away from him without causing much damage, which will help in future battles with demons. Now he is gaining amazing agility, but both strength and agility are useless without theory, and now it is absolutely clear. We have to find a way out of this. The way out is offered by the cat Christina. We can go to the library and borrow some books to study basic theory. Zuobai agrees to this option. They immediately go to the library, quite quickly find it, and find many students rushing there as well to gain knowledge from the books. This huge building holds probably trillions of books here, even from the ceiling like garlands hanging scrolls, and how to find the right book here is still unclear. The administrator meets them and says that the level of spiritual power determines the availability of books, and that Zhu Baiyu with his level is available only the basic level. The young man chooses a few books at random, and the cat wants to learn too, and starts reading right in the library. He finds a free table at which they are seated. Having arranged the books on the table in a stack, he starts learning in his own wonderful way, namely, using the books as a pillow, puts his head on them and falls asleep. He notices that when he sleeps during the day instead of at night, the laziness points are gained much faster, and the decision comes by itself: he will study at night and sleep during the day. A new life begins for them. He spends his nights studying, reading books from the library and making notes for memory, while the cat keeps him company. During the day, he sleeps peacefully on a stack of books and gains points to increase spiritual power, and Tina not only reads but also puts knowledge into practice. Cat wants to raise her spiritual power and make it like Zubai's about 99 out of 100, and so she is practicing hard right inside his head. She is now doing breathing practice in a strange pose, and it is unknown if she will be able to return to normal, and Zubai asks her to be careful. Time passes, and the number of books that the strange student has studied gradually grows as well as his spiritual power. He does not deviate from his plan and does not break the regime. One evening he returns from the library with a stack of books and sees a neighbor talking to a teacher who tells her that she won't be able to pass her exams. She has already reached her peak and will not get any more development at school and will most likely have to leave the institution. The girl is very upset. With tears in her eyes, she asks for help. She is sure that if he agrees and helps her, she will be able to pass the test to stay in school and continue her studies. In the guy's mind, enter the fray of wanting like this girl not to learn but to speed up cultivation in other ways, but there is a chance of getting hurt badly. At least you don't have to read books and waste time and energy on endless hard training. Of course, there's a lot to think about. And then all the books fall to the floor. It happens just as the man promises the girl to bring something to speed up cultivation, and they realize that their secret is out. Zubei starts apologizing and talking nonsense about the library and the stairs he's always tripping on to justify being in the hallway at this time. He quickly gathers up his books, says goodbye, and scurries off to his room before he gets into trouble that promises to be very serious. This night, like all nights, he continues his studies by reading his books, and it seems that today everything is quiet, nothing strange happens. The time until morning flies by quickly. But silence is deceptive and terrible things are happening at school. A student who lives across the room from Zubai wakes up to find someone in his room. He knows the man, greets him, and asks him why he is awake and if he needs help, but instead of answering, the man threatens and then attacks him. In the morning, Zubai came out of his room, yawning, and saw a crowd of students in the hallway, all whispering excitedly about something. Something has obviously happened. One of the teachers and medics are present, carrying 2 people on a stretcher. Someone attacked the students at night and one died and the other is in serious condition. There is a rumor that the attack was committed by adherents of the Heavenly Church, as on the wall of the room where the tragedy occurred, there is a sign of the Heavenly Church. Heavy thoughts overwhelmed Zubai. The unshakable belief that school was the safest place to gain strength and knowledge had cracked. The students of his group leave, asking him to be very careful not to relax and keep his eyes open as the tragedy happened on his floor, and it is disturbing. Thinking about what to do next leads him to call the policeman who was on a call to Zhang's father. He seems to be a reliable man. While waiting for the policeman, he goes around the school to find out anything about the night's events and makes sure that the only talk is about the Church of Heaven. This organization is trying to overthrow the heavenly court without fear, using illegal actions up to the destruction of civilians. A bunch of fanatics. Someone puts a hand on his shoulder and asks his opinion of what happened. It is Policeman Lee, dressed in civilian clothes and easily mistaken for a student. He questions the student in detail about what happened, as well as about a strange neighbor who makes noise at night, and the policeman decides to observe her from the outside. Over this conversation, they enter the dormitory and arrange to meet at night in Zubai's room. Lee asks him to stay awake while he inspects the school. They go up to the floor where Zubai's room is. He shows the room of the girl who is between the rooms of Zubai and the student who was attacked. Without risking to enter it openly, the policeman scans the contents of the room with the help of spiritual power and realizes that there is something magical and powerful there. It is a magical seal protecting a very important magical item from prying eyes, but even a high-level police officer cannot see this item. They decide to wait until nighttime and say their goodbyes. Lee to investigate at school, and Zubai to his room where he intends to wait for Lee's return. After a long time, the night comes and the policeman doesn't come back. Zubai falls asleep sitting in the chair and wakes up from a knock in the wall. He wants Lee to see and hear it, but he is not there and he has to worry about him, because it is unknown in which of the corners of the school he may be now. There is an acrid odor spreading through the room, which cannot be tolerated. You have to leave the room immediately, and then look for a policeman on all floors of the dormitory. He and Aisha rush to the door to escape and find it closed, but the young man remembers leaving it open so Lee can get in without knocking. Using all of his newfound physical strength, Zubai tries to open the door, but he fails, even though the door should have shattered into splinters. He applies a charge of spiritual power, but the door won't budge, and it's clear that someone has closed the door with magic that he doesn't know yet, and he can't open the door. Something strange happens to Aisha. Until this moment, the fearful dog who from small danger hides behind Zubai with loud barking rushes to the door. Zubai tries to wake up Tina, who sleeps without her back legs, and trying to rouse her is a waste of energy and time. Where the policeman is now is unknown, and he must know what is going on here and help is not coming. A substance is seeping into the room from under the door. Spiritual power seems to be slipping through his fingers and he can't use it. And then he realizes there's some kind of discrepancy. The lines that come to mind are that hallucinations exist and can impose anything on a person, and if someone wants to destroy him, it can be done simply. There's no need to put on such a show to get rid of the enemy. He sits in a meditation pose and uses his spiritual power to scan the room. After scanning the room, he realizes that there is no danger in the room. No one is hiding behind the door. He stands up and demands that whoever is casting this spell step out of the shadows. And at that moment, he receives a powerful blow to the jaw, quite physical and not magical. The incredibly strong pain instantly spreads across his face. He opens his eyes and sees Lee, who is quite material, making an equally material fist for a second blow, which cannot be allowed for nothing. Lee marvels at the strength of the student's skull, as his fist will be sore for another week, and he also caught the spellcaster who attacked the students. He also says that if he says not to sleep and to wait for him, they should do that and go to the roommate's room. Lesson learned. There's a terrible smell in the room. In addition to the odor, there is a horrible environment. The room does not seem to be habitable, and there is not even a sleeping place on the floor with signs and burning candles. A scary sight is the wall on which, in addition to the inscribed magical signs, a girl living in the room next to Zubai's room is crucified. When asked who did this to her, he gets a shocking answer that the girl herself did this to herself, performing a magical ritual to fulfill a wish. This wish is written in blood on the opposite wall and is to pass the exams. For the sake of this wish, the girl went to accelerate her transformation. The transformation is that her body consists almost entirely of paper on which knowledge and formulas are written down as if they were pages of textbooks. The head remains the same shape, But the girl is in too much of a hurry, and the head also starts to transform, and she bangs it against the wall to stop the process. When a policeman knocks on her door, she decides to self-destruct, and now it becomes clear what she's hiding behind the magic seal. Pride that won't let her leave school even though she's achieved all she can. It's the lack of talent that keeps her from moving on. The paramedics carry her off on a stretcher. A policeman shows a picture of a guy named Wei Dong, 19 years old, and asks if this is the young man who talked to the neighbor that night. Having barely dealt with one nuisance, another immediately arrives in the form of a group of teachers who rush to the scene a little late. One of them, who caught him sleeping in class, says that he understands that because of the noise of the neighbors, Zubai did not sleep at night, so he did not attend classes. Now the problem is solved. He hopes to have the student present at the lectures in the future, because without learning the theory, it is impossible to pass the exams in 2 months. Zubai decides to have a frank conversation with his teacher in the hope that he can understand him and allow him to prepare himself. He explains that he has a system. The teacher gets angry because he is offended that this juvenile thinks some of his teaching system is better than an educator with years of experience. Of course, Zubai can go back to practicing, but it will be ineffective because he is standing on his own path, which dictates that he should do so. He has a gift that no one else has, and he has no right to ignore it, so he must as soon as possible to gain power and destroy demons. The teacher warns the student that he missed 2 months of classes, and in 2 months there will be an exam, and if he does not pass it, he will be expelled from school. The young man very politely and respectfully apologizes to the teacher and says he doesn't mean to offend him, turns around, and is about to leave. It's been a rough day. The teacher recently had a conversation with the vice principal, and the vice principal said that everyone has his own path in learning the Tao, and he who walks it makes a choice every day. This crazy student likes him, and he decides to help and doesn't insist on attending class, but yells at him that if he fails the test, he's finished. As soon as Zubai enters the room and the door closes behind him, he realizes that the promises made to the teacher were made on emotion and have little fulfillment. Word of mouth is not a sparrow, so you have to work harder. To get the fastest results, you need a good night's sleep. He hopes it will be quiet tonight. Sleep does not work because the cat Christina, who is not involved in all the above events but is training hard, decides to show him his new strength. But Zubai decides that sleep is more important and starts snoring at the same second, and the cat tortures him with all its feline strength but can't wake him up. She is confused that nothing is working out and becomes furious, and Zubayu gets fed up with this annoying animal and raises his hand to strike. The set of impact force in his hand is instantaneous, and the cat goes flying across the room and lands in the corner. But Zubai has a thought. He's thinking about the fact that the cat attacked him pretty hard, and he wants an explanation from her about it. Tina doesn't come close, just in case. She peeks out from behind the bed and says that she has been practicing, and her level is 99 like Zubai's, and she has a sword. But the attack didn't work for some reason. Zubai already has enough points to activate the next point, but Tina is skeptical because she thinks he's not ready yet. Last time he was hurt so badly that Zubai was screaming and writhing on the floor, but the young man thinks the cat is saying this out of jealousy of his abilities. The self-confident boy thinks he knows and knows how to do everything, and he is sure that he has already gained a deep understanding of the spiritual power as it operates and how it works. The cat falls to the floor laughing. After all, it's not like that at all, and the silly boy is very wrong. He even misinterpreted the meaning of the dots on the power wheel. These dots represent the birth, growth, blossoming, decline, and extinction of spiritual energy, not what this fool thinks. Zubai is surprised at Tina's breadth of knowledge. He persuades the pest to share the knowledge, but the thing is that she is very tired because she has to do all the homework while he pretends to study. He apologizes in a joking half-bow for the misunderstanding and promises Tina-sensei that from now on he will mop the floor of the room himself. The cat grudgingly forgives the silly boy, and they proceed to their joint lessons, which now go much faster since 2 heads are much better than 1. A week passes, and Zubai feels that his strength and level of training allow him to open 1 more point and is tempted to open 2, but there is no hurry. It's going much easier than last time, just a little crunching of the bones, and it looks like they've gotten a lot stronger, and he can't wait to test his strength. The point is equipped with an interface with information on how he should behave in the moment of danger. It is necessary to stand like iron, to sit strong like steel, to lie down like a mountain. I need a partner for technique training. Tina is not an option. She lies like a mountain after class and gets a massage from Aisha, and there are no friends in the group. Suddenly, there is a loud and insistent knock on the door. The frightened animals jump up in surprise. The unknown man knocks again. He calls out to Zubai by name and asks him to open the door, as he wants to talk to the young man about an important topic. The voice sounds familiar to Zubai, and he calmly opens the door. Behind the door is a classmate named Jianxin, but doubts overcome Zubai, as he knows that Jianxin is seriously injured and in the hospital. He promises to give Zubai and his dog dinner if he talks to him, and this argument settles the matter. He is ready to go to the dining room in his pajamas. A person who is willing to buy dinner is a very good person, and automatically becomes a best friend, is the law of Zubai and Aisha. They are walking in the opposite direction from the school, and even more so from the cafeteria, and it's time to start talking, or they won't make it back in time for dinner. Jianxin admits that he is jealous of Zubai because he has talent and everything is easy and simple, but he even with hard training will not reach such a level. The air is heating up. Zubai feels that something bad is about to start, and he immediately sends Aisha to safety. Tell her to run away quickly. Jinking undergoes a terrible transformation, and it becomes clear that it's not him, but someone dark has taken over his body, and now there will be a fight. While the enemy stands back, there are seconds to gather spiritual power in a fist to repel the attack, and the darkness thickens, and the air becomes incandescent and full of fear. The strength of 99 points was not enough. The enemy has a larger amount of spiritual power, and Zhu Baiyu can't objectively deal with him. The cat comes to the rescue. She tells him in time that this is not a spiritual force, but an evil spirit, and a different tactic is needed. So much for testing the power he got from the light dots. He decides to try out a technique called lying down like a mountain and lies down on the ground. An evil spirit tries to put a dark seal on the young man, but the seal does not harm him. The evil spirit thinks otherwise. The young man's demeanor says he'll never rise, but he won't. Zubai is calm and confident and of course alive and well. The villain goes on the sly and says that Zubai has a chance to save himself and escape, and the young man believes him and accepts the offer to get away from here as soon as possible. Evil spirits cannot be trusted, and the young man makes a mistake that is difficult to correct. He tries to escape instead of continuing to lie down and do nothing. The cat also cannot help him. He loses the power to resist, and there is only one proven defense technique: to yell as loud as possible and call for help. At this time, a ghost appears in Jianxin's body, looking suspiciously like his former roommate whose paper body was taken out yesterday. It's not a paper bag that the medics took off the wall yesterday, but quite an energy-filled creature that can't be called human either, but it does a lot of harm. The technique of yell as loud as you can and call for help worked. Help came from nowhere. The ghost is attacked by Lee's policeman who was ambushing him nearby. After briefly begging to surrender and refusing to do so, the ghost is destroyed by a policeman and the danger recedes. Now Jianxin must be taken care of. Lee examines the student and comes to the conclusion that he can still be saved, but he needs an ambulance. He also decides to keep the ghost's head alive. After all, Lee is a very strong cop and a very strong magician. He knows techniques that Zhu Baiyu never dreamed of, and it turns out it's possible to partially destroy a ghost. The surviving head should give a lot of information that will come in handy in the fight against demons, evil spirits, and to find and destroy the main of them. The head says that the organizers of all the leaders of the heavenly church are they who organize such actions to recruit adherents and destroy dissenters. The girl was recruited to get information about the school. Her tutor came to take pity on her because he knew that she was not doing well in her studies and had gained her trust. During the interrogation, teachers from the school arrive. They see the glow of the battle and rush to find out on the spot what is happening here. From afar, they launch a beam of spiritual power. The beam finally kills the ghost. He won't say anything else. Lee is outraged by the teacher's actions and needs to know what's going on before he uses his gun. It looks like destruction in the name of concealment of information. Apparently, the school administration does not want to publicize any events happening in the school. The incident takes place on school grounds, and the administration is responsible for order, so they will restore order in the way they see fit. But the teachers want to know what the police are doing here. Policeman Lee is a very respected man in town, but this is school property and he has no place here. The teacher speaks to Zubai affectionately and says that if something happens, you should tell the teacher instead of going to the police. The two opposing camps teach him the same thing. You have to be careful not to trust anyone, or they may deceive and harm you. Lee told him the same thing recently. Medics and police arrive. The medics carry the student away on a stretcher while the police inspect the scene under Lee's direction. Tina says that Lee is very handsome, but she doesn't trust the teacher because he's hiding something. Zubai agrees, and the teachers showed up too quickly. It's like they know where he is and what's happening to him. He doesn't believe he is being followed, and evidence is being destroyed to protect the students. There is always danger, and he has no time to dwell on the troubles. He must gain strength as quickly as possible and join the fight despite the intrigues. And Zubai, Aisha, and Tina go back to school to the dormitory. They continue to class, but the next point is closed and they can't open it. Tina explains to Zubai that in order to activate the point, one must raise his cultivation degree to a minimum of 100 points. He only has 99. The next goal has been set, and he's willing to work to achieve it in the shortest possible time. Get out of bed and hurry up and sit down to study science. He calls Tina to teach, but the cat refuses because she has a very short memory and forgets a lot of things, and he can try to score points through laziness. Zubai rejects this option. He remembers that the acceleration drove his roommate crazy, and he doesn't want to go crazy. He has slightly different plans. He would have to go back to school with a guilty head and ask one of the students for notes for the 2 months he hadn't attended classes. He is trying to borrow an outline from a kind girl who supported him in the entrance exams, and she is ready to help him, but chance intervenes. Their conversation is overheard by a not-so-kind girl who reprimands him for skipping class, and she flatly forbids the kind girl from helping him out. She very loudly sends him out of the classroom to where he has been for 2 months, and let him ask someone else for help, and he is not welcome here. The whole class is here, and everyone can see this shame. Zubai is angry at the mean girl, even though deep down he knows she's right. Someone wants to play a joke on him. A student who drew a goddess in the entrance exam offers him a notebook instead of a scroll. Zubai is delighted, but not for long. The notebook is useless. It contains not lectures at all, but lots and lots of drawings of goddesses. The class is delighted, and the notebook flies in the Joker's face, but the matter is not moved. Zubai leaves the classroom to the laughter. There's no help here. He must find another way. A man he doesn't want to see is waiting for him at the door. His main opponent is the handsome Zuodao. The record holder who came to school already with 105 points, he is objectively stronger and gained points before school. He says that the opponent should not be a weakling, and gives him his notes, but not his school notes, but the ones he studied before school, and scored 105 points. If Zubayu is unclear about anything, he offers his help in mastering the techniques to raise his cultivation level. His motive for helping is very simple. He wants to win a flawless victory over an equal opponent, and such he sees in the person of Zubai, so he gives him a chance to raise his level to equal with him. Smug Handsome is out, and it's cool that he's helping his opponent, and thank him very much, but Zubai will still win, and there are no other options. He immerses himself in the study of the notebook and does not part with it day or night. The notebook contains a whole lake of useful information, descriptions, and references. After a week, he feels that he can try to raise his cultivation degree, but still needs information that is in the locked part of the library. Early in the morning, he goes to the library to get information about cultivation and approaches the main counter where a library employee sits. He silently listened to the student's request to get into the secret room and pressed a button, and a staircase leading far downwards opened right under Zubai's feet. At the end of the stairs, he is met by the keeper of the secret books, and invited to follow him to the room that the young man needs. The guardian warns the young man that the knowledge was gathered in a book with great loss of life in the name of achieving secrecy, and the risks were minimized. But in spite of this, one must be careful during the study, as there is a great risk of demonization, and not everyone can resist and not everyone can be cured. Zubai finds himself in a room with a table, a chair, and a book on the table, and it is not just a book, but the treasury of the Way of the Tao. It contains everything about the Way of the Tao. Evil Tina wakes up and says that if he dies, she'll take care of his dog and she'll clean up the system as best she can. She's kind. Tina is a proud cat. Until she is kicked, she will not fly, and Zubai is happy to send her flying, of course, mentally, and he asks her not to interfere with him. With great apprehension, he opens the book and begins to read, but something begins to happen around him. The space seems to come alive and take on voices. As you read the book, the cultivation level grows by 1/10, but the voices become more and more numerous, and they become louder and more confusing to the mind. The young man remembers that there is a note in the notebook about whispering, which is probably it. It says, there's nothing you can do about it, but try to ignore it. Don't listen as if he's not there. It's difficult, and Zubai can't do it. The illusion is so real that it prevents him from thinking, and he slams the book shut. He tries again to deal with the voices, and fails again, and closes the book again. The experience of ignoring the voices means he will come here more than once. The boy has been in the room for 4 hours, and the level has barely risen, but has fallen back to its previous position. Tina laughs at the helpless boy as always. You need to rest, at least change your posture. Zubai lies down on the floor and remembers the technique of lying like a mountain, which should help in battle and in protecting him from voices. The voices haven't gone anywhere, but they don't bother him, and he can practice and increase his cultivation level at the same time. He's convinced it's a great technique. In a few minutes, the level had risen by 7/10 of a point, and it was the fastest result ever. Zubai is pleased with himself, and Tina is furious. It's not fair that this sucker gets everything easy while others work hard to achieve results, and it's not only Tina who is the envy of the world. The cat's indignation amuses Zubai, but what can you do since he's a genius? He jokingly jumps up from the floor, loses his balance, and almost passes out. Immediately, the voices activate, and it becomes impossible to ignore them. He doesn't realize what's happening. His body goes limp, and he collapses to the floor. It's no fun. Tina is scared to death. She calls out to him to bring him to his senses, but she can't do anything. Zubai shows no signs of life. She leaves his head, shakes his shoulders, strokes his head, and promises him that if he doesn't wake up, she will eat him, but all to no avail. Poor Tina cries but can't do anything. She loses her friend because this worthless boy is her friend and he saved her and she can't save him. Through her sobs, she doesn't immediately notice that someone is stroking her paw and telling her not to get upset because Zubai is alive and can't be killed so easily. The spirit is cultivated faster than the body. The body needs some time to adapt. The cat's glad he's alive and well, or there'd be no one to fight with. Zubai assesses his condition and sees that during the time he was lying like a mountain and unconscious, his strength exceeded 100 points. This youngster definitely pisses Tina off. It's time to leave the room to recover, eat, and come back here again. On the way out, he is greeted by students from his group, some familiar and some unfamiliar. On the stairs are a girl and 2 guys he sees for the first time, and one of the guys who is the leader here is surprised and even a little indignant that Zubai doesn't know him. He knows that Zubai is not attending classes, and he is annoyed and offers to meet him to spar and see who is the strongest. Their classmate who knows Zubai enters the conversation. This guy handed Zubai the outline with the drawings, and 2 other guys show up out of nowhere. They're standing up for Zubai, an unexpected support group. He thinks he has no friends at school. Maybe he's wrong about that. Time will tell. So while the showdown was going on, he thought it was best to get away quickly from the scene and try not to draw any more attention to himself. On the way to the dormitory, Zubai stops by the canteen to buy food for Aisha. The poor doggy sits in her room hungry and probably misses her friend. What he sees in the room is not a hungry dog, but a hungry monster the size of the room, but not the size of Aisha, who has been gone too long. This cute creature is happy to see him because he has 2 bags of food and they disappear in a flash, but actually it was barely enough for 2 for him and Aisha. But he is not a bit sorry for a bowl of rice for his favorite friend, who waited for him for so long and is very hungry and swollen from hunger. Zubai comes to the conclusion that if he does not voluntarily give Aisha all the rice, she will inadvertently eat it and never choke on it. He scans her for contamination. Everything is fine and there is no infection, but another pattern emerges. The more she eats now, the smaller she gets. The conclusion is, from now on, Aisha must be fed regularly, and to her fullest then she will keep the correct real size. When he needs food, he leaves Aisha in Tina's care. In an outburst of tenderness, huge Aisha sits on her temporary tutor, then gives that a lot of inconvenience. But friendship is friendship and must be tolerated. It took 20 card points to get Aisha back to normal size, and there was almost nothing left. Almost means 1 point left. It's one bowl of rice he gets in the dining hall and realizes that tomorrow they'll be eating air together. Aisha and the dog will be blown to the size of a house. Zubai notices that the portion of rice he received from the cook is different from the previous ones. It is bigger and has meat in it, but 1 point is not allowed for meat. He tells this to the cook, who winks and says that everything is right. The growing body needs to eat well, let him get out of here, and do not delay the queue. This is the most delicious rice and meat he has ever tasted. He mentally thanks the kind cook and enjoys the food so delicious and so plentiful. His classmate, who is an expert in drawing goddesses dressed and not so dressed, sits down at his table and puts a scroll on the table. Apparently another masterpiece. He says he saw Zubai run out of points on his card and can offer him a way to earn points to be able to refill his card balance. Great news. Zubai is ready and asks where to run and what to do, because he really needs to feed the growing Aisha and feed himself. But he begins to have doubts that if he spends the time allotted for classes and practice to earn points, he will not have time to prepare for the exam. But still, he takes the leaf and reads it and tries to understand what it says. It's like a leaf from the Dao Zhang book, with some kind of teaching written on it. A lot of words seem simple but folded so that nothing is clear. One thing is clear, the leaf is not simple, but no one explained why Zubai needed it. This sheet looks like the writings of the great man who founded the school, and it was written 100 years ago. Such sheets are expensive and can be sold and replenish the card. He knows where to get them, and if Zubai goes with him, he will show him the place, and they will find more of the same sheets and give them to the school and become rich and well-fed. It's a very tempting offer, but why doesn't he take all the records and get rich on his own and offer Zubai to go with him? There's something he's not telling us. The classmate assures him that he is only telling him the secret out of the goodness of his heart, as he sees Zubai in need of funds and out of personal sympathy. Despite the fact that the school has been turbulent lately with strange things happening and a high probability of getting into trouble, he agrees to the offer. He goes to the meeting deciding that he doesn't trust his classmate and will behave very carefully. The meeting is scheduled outside the school on the north side. There are old, abandoned high-rise buildings that used to belong to the school. They are former dormitories and are fenced off with a mesh fence, so you can't go there. The buildings look well-preserved, strange that they are abandoned and not used, and a classmate tells the legend that from the building number 7 missing person. He was not a simple man, but the founder of the school, and ever since then all sorts of scary things have been happening in the buildings. It's just a school legend, though. They arrange to meet in building number 7 and go in different directions in search of relics that may have been left in the buildings by past occupants. Tina asks Zubai for the 100th time why they dragged her here. She's going bald with fear. He tells the cat not to be afraid and promises that everything will be fine. There is little choice because they need money to exchange for points to feed their growing bodies, and Aisha's even faster growing body. He's actually calming himself down more than Tina because it's very scary to be here. The feeling that someone is watching them won't let go. In the corridors of the building is dark, helps a magic crystal that illuminates the way along the corridor walls of which are painted with graffiti with obscure themes. Many eyes of different colors, small and large, are depicted on the walls of long corridors. It seems that they open and watch who walks down the corridor. The graffiti on the wall is drawn so realistically that it gives the impression that the eyes are alive and blink from time to time, and that's just creepy. Tina is in a fainting state of fear. She is afraid to even breathe, lest she be discovered by those frightening multiple eyes. This silly boy wants to touch the wall to see if it's a realistic drawing or reality, and she absolutely forbids him to do so. He spits on the band because he always does what he wants, and convinces the cat that they're just drawings and there's nothing wrong with them and they should hurry up. They leave building number 6, where they find nothing interesting but graffiti on the walls and should move on to the next building. Zubai finds water on the floor of building number 5. The school is high above ground level, and the building is under a roof. The 5th building doesn't have what they're looking for, so they move on to the 4th. There are herbaceous plants growing everywhere, and there are a lot of them. Zubai is seeing this for the first time. In this building, on one of the upper floors, he finds cabinets full of papers very similar to the one shown to him by his classmate. There's a lot of them, and they're written in handwriting similar to the founder of the school. If this is what he's looking for, his financial situation should improve dramatically. In one of the drawers he finds a book, and it is a copy of the Tao Te Ching. This book is a canon of the way and virtue that is a fundamental treatise. How did this treasure trove of Tao wisdom end up unattended in an abandoned building? Forgetting caution, he opens the book and reads the first few lines. Tina recognizes the words that Zubai wrote on the 3rd test that said that the way of the Tao is not as difficult as people think. How did that boy know those words? The teachers at the school know of the existence of this book, but no one comes and takes it away from here. What else would surprise the book? Stranger things have been growing like a snowball. Another one is discovered a second later. Turning the pages, Zubai discovers that the final pages are missing, and someone has torn them out and tried to carry them away. The unknown person wanted to take them, but he was interrupted, and now they are lying all over the building. Lee's words about being careful with people come to mind. People who want something from Zubai deserve special and close attention. They may hide behind a screen of friendliness and participation. As he makes his way through the thicket, he can't stop wondering who is the instigator and the perpetrator of this trickery. There are people at the school who must bring light to their heads. Suddenly, the stone emitting the light goes out, and there is total darkness, but after a few seconds, it lights up again. It's not enough to be without light. At that moment, there is a strong feeling that someone is breathing down his back, and if it is not the one who brought him here, then it is the enemy. At night, in an abandoned building. This is the worst news so far. Zubai orders Tina to prepare the pink swords for the fight himself, turns to listen, and waits for the moment to attack. And when that moment arrives, he orders Christine to attack and attacks whoever's standing behind him. The fight will show who's in charge of the house. In response, there are heartbreaking screams and requests to stop. A familiar voice asks him to stop the attack as he doesn't want to harm anyone and he is his own man. Zubai knows both the voice and the bald head that belongs to his classmate Jiang Xing, but Jiang Xing was recently taken away breathless by the medics. Jiang Shang explains the inconsistency by the fact that he was not so badly maimed, and the help he received from the school's teachers was enough to bring him back to normal. One begins to find out why each of them is here at night, and a very simple truth is revealed. They are all hunting for leaves from the book Tao Te Ching. It turns out that the 3rd searcher, Chen Wang's son, is lost in buildings 1 through 3. The two of them decide to wait for the 3rd one outside. They wait for a short time when Chen Wang's son appears, and they start to divide the pages and agree that everyone gets what he found. One building, number 7, remains uncovered, and the 3 of them enter it. The hallway is as dark and quiet as all the other buildings. In one of the aisles hangs a strange picture, and near the wall is a battery of thermoses. To the wall is attached to a faucet. From it, a drop of water is drawn into another thermos. There is not a single speck of dust on the walls, as if the place has just had a general cleaning, washed all the walls and floor, and it is not like an abandoned building. The sterile cleanliness is even more creepy than the plants in the last enclosure. They move along the corridor, and Chen Wansong notices an interesting feature. This is not the first time he's been in this building, and in past times it wasn't this clean, and some of the doors that are now open were locked. They tiptoe into one of these rooms and see that the room is habitable as it is furnished with 2 perfectly made beds, a table and chairs. On the table in full order arranged books and writing utensils and a pencil holder is a desk lamp. Everything is organized for work or study. They are about to leave, but Chen Wansong stops them and says that the last time he was here, there were pages in the cupboard in the room. It is not good to fumble in other people's things, especially in the absence of the owner, but the thirst for profit overcomes conscience, and they open the closet doors and see a strange picture. There are rows and rows of rag dolls on the closet shelves. They are ugly with scary painted smiles that make them so frightening that they run out of the room. They cross the corridor and get to the room across the hall, and they are not happy about the room either. At first, in the darkness, it seems to them that the room is full of junk. With the crystal, the guys light up the space and see that it's not junk, but cages. A mountain of cages piled on top of each other in the form of a pyramid that reaches the ceiling. At this point, the front door through which they entered the corridor slams shut, and the searchers realize that they are now trapped in this corridor, and there is no way out. We have to get out or we're in trouble. Zubai takes charge and orders the boys to prepare the strongest blows they know. They hit the door at the same time, even Tina joined with her pink swords, but the door won't budge. They realize the door is not physically closed. The door is protected by a magic called formation. They don't know how to deal with it, even though they've heard of it. You can't take it by force, so they start analyzing it. Each of them remembers what they saw in the buildings, and it turns out that each building is guarded by one of the elements of the universe: water, earth, metal, air, or plants. They represent the stages of life: conception, then growth, fruitfulness, decline, and death. Building number 7 is the central building and unites all the others. Such a formation should be created long and expensive. It is not possible for a simple student. It should be a strong mage, can be a teacher of the school with a high level of magic. One of them comes to mind who is aware of all the events, pays much attention to Zubai's persona, and is always quickly on the scene. On closer inspection, he has opportunities but no motives. There must be some goals and objectives they are too inexperienced to understand. With the formation of something happens to runes, begin directional movement in a circle forming a free space in the middle of the circle, and inside appear figures. The rune signs have turned into little dancing men, and some kind of demonic dance is beginning. It must be dangerous to watch. Suddenly everything changes and becomes colored and light, as in children's cartoons on the walls, ceiling and floor drawing of the sun houses, flowers, blue sky. It is an illusion, but who and for what purpose made it, and what the creator of this show wants from them. It becomes obvious that this is a dangerous show, and it is necessary to leave it as soon as possible. But the show goes on with its script. They see a child with a book in his hands sitting on the grass outside the house. Around him are puzzle toys and a wooden horse. A man in a white hoodie stands nearby, and the child calls him Daddy and asks him to stop reading because he is tired and wants to play instead of reading a boring book. The young people recall that they read such an episode on one of the sheets they found in the building. Someone shows them their memories described in the book. The figure in the hoodie turns into an image of death with a scythe as it is drawn in the books. A child cannot read the last chapter of the book and asks his father for help. But instead of help, he gets hit with a slash and his head is separated from his shoulders and turns into a rag doll, a large number of which the students found in the closet. They realize the horror of what is happening, and now they do not want to know who this maniac is, but only want to get out of here as soon as possible and preferably alive. First, we need to understand how to do it. Everyone remembers that the door through which you can leave the building is closed, and you have to leave the scary room somehow. There is some movement in the room again, and they find that a figure in a hoodie and a scythe is heading straight for them. Things are not good at all. There is nowhere to run, but I really want to do what to do. Now it is not clear panic comes from my helplessness and inexperience. The face under the hood looks familiar to them. It looks suspiciously like the face of Mr. Xingjun, the school's teacher. They will never be able to deal with him in their lives, and it looks like the end of the story is coming. Fighting is useless. Zubai decides to try to negotiate, and he asks the figure questions, the first of which is whether the figure is really teacher Xingjun. Figure the question, ignores the question, but stops motioning at them. This success needs to be consolidated and keep asking questions. Next, what is written in the boy's book? And then strange things start to happen. The figure puts down its head removal tool and makes contact. It speaks unrelated words. They sound like an incantation, something about the vices of the people evil, that a first name cannot be a surname nonsense. But the nonsense is reinforced by the fact that the walls begin to move. The book on the table flapped its pages like wings and stopped on the last page. They realize that to stop the walls from moving, they have to finish the book. The options are several and one worse than the other: being crushed by the walls or having your head cut off watching the world from the closet. Tina dislikes the last option most of all because she is a very young cat and has very different plans for her near future life, and Zubai is to blame for everything. Zubai's friends don't have the nerve to watch this action, so they attack and are defeated. Not the smartest decision under the circumstances. One of them flies to the corner, but it is not far away because the walls are moving and do not stop their forward motion. There's not much time left. Tina begs Zubai to write down the ending in the book as soon as possible. He can't remember well what was written on the sheets, but will certainly try to do it now. He sits down at the table, takes a brush for writing hieroglyphics, and begins to write the text. A figure with a slash slices circles around him. This does not add to the inspiration. All but one last phrase is written, but Zubai can't remember it, and lowers his brush. The scythe is brought in for a strike, and Zubai says goodbye to his life and his head. As soon as her hand touches the table, her head flies off her shoulders, but clever Tina saves the day. She reads the text and memorizes the last sentence of the whole text. She picks up the brush in one fell swoop and finishes the tape, saving her own head and the heads of the stupid kids who went into the old dorms of the school. The text of the book has been restored. It slammed shut by itself and glowed with a beautiful soft light. The walls stopped moving, and the feeling of mortal threat disappeared. Zubai exhales and admits that it was scary, but the thing is that it's probably too early to relax because another chain of events begins, even more interesting. Their bald friend picks up a newly finished book, and a transformation happens to him. He doesn't change for the better as he becomes a monster. During his transformation, he receives death threats and concludes that he is the instigator of today's events, which have not ended, but are just beginning. This bald man was not a handsome man before, and now he doesn't look so good, and that's not even half the problem. He's aggressive enough to attack and destroy. It's time to scratch your gourd and decide how to defend yourself, or get the hell out of here, or this is going to end badly. It's obvious that the formation is his handiwork. The newfound monster doesn't give him a chance to escape and attacks Qianwan's son first. It lifts him into the air and pierces his body with its tentacles. Chen Wangsun begs Zubai to run while the monster is distracted and call for help. But Zubai is not ready to abandon his friend in such a situation, and he fights for his friend. In the fight, not for life, but for death, a voice breaks in, looking for them, asking where they are. It is the teacher's voice, and they are glad to hear it. Even better would be to see it. The teacher is outside, and the smart thing to do is to run outside and find him. But in the meantime, the monster will kill Qianwan Sui, and that can't be allowed to happen. He's fun and a good friend, and then no one but him can draw goddesses like that, so Zubai stays and continues to fight for his friend's life. He puts all his strength, but the fight does not give the result, and he calls for help Tina to pull out her swords and all the acquired knowledge and skills. And she responds to his request, leaves his head, and joins the battle. The two of them are strong, but not strong enough to destroy the monster. Another punch results in them hitting the wall. The fight is now 2-on-2 with Zubai and Tina on one side, and a bald man and a figure with a scythe on the other. Zubai dodges and takes away the monster Qianwan Sui, but not completely. But his upper half of the lower half is captured by the monster, but he is alive, so he will be helped. He sits on the floor hugging his friend, apologizing for losing his legs, but the friend says he's friends with an idiot because he may not have legs, but he's alive. However, the monster doesn't give up the idea of finishing them both off along with their legs, heads, and all other body parts, and he is going to attack again. But the good news is that at the end of the corridor, you can see the exit from the building, which means that the formation has loosened its grip and there is hope to escape. Zubai picks up his friend and rushes towards the door, but another obstacle appears in their path in the form of the same figure with a death-like scythe. Now they are in the middle between two evils. On one side is attacked by a monster, on the other side is a friend with a scythe, and it looks like they have no way out of the building any. Zubai does not lose his presence of mind and tells Qianwan Sui, since he is not dead, let him join the fight and help fight for the lives of all three, including the cat. And the three of them pile in and fight like heroes, fending off the monster's attacks one by one. They have to stall until the teacher finds them and helps them get out. At the moment when the point of the scythe is already pointed at Zubai's face, a huge hand appears out of nowhere. It is the doctor's spiritual power, and it is clear that he has made it. The hand is folded into a fist and applied to the head of the wielder of the deadly scythe, and temporarily stops the monster's attack and gives a moment of escape. Following the fist, the entire hand appears, and then the entire teacher. He instantly destroys the formation and the monster that consumed the former bald friend. The fifth realm is no joke, and a mage of this level can do a lot. He finishes the job of finishing off the bald monster and clearing the space. They are rescued by a man they suspected of being the main villain here. Everything calms down, and it's time to help the injured student. He leans over to the wounded man and suggests that he take a medicine that should ease his condition until the medics arrive, and gives him a pill. The student takes the pill. The book passes into the hands of the teacher. He looks through it and says that the man who was hiding in this building is the one who attacked the girl next door, Zubai. Zubai glances at a few words scrawled on the cover of the book, but doesn't know their meaning. He realizes that the teacher doesn't see them and doesn't react to them. Tina says she sees those words too, and at that moment, a miracle happens. The gemstone they got from Dr. Chan at the base is restored. The pendant had once saved their lives, but it had also cracked. Now, after Zubai read aloud the words on the cover of the book, the stone was intact, and it was amazing. The whole company returns to school and, along with the other teachers and the police, gather in the principal's office to investigate everything that happened during the night. Zubai is also present and answers questions from the policeman, who records his answers in a notebook. Lee speaks with the principal and the savior teacher. They discuss the findings from Tower Number 7 that become evidence. There are pictures of cages and heads from the closet and books with the seals of the Church of Heaven. The main target of the killer is the book that is at the center of the events throughout the night, and the text of which, under the supervision of the creature with a scythe, was completed by Zubai. The director takes the book, delves into the content, and realizes that this book is a real treasure with a whole sea of knowledge and practices, but nothing special in it. Zubai hears this by the edge of his ear and realizes that all the magical essence of the book has been absorbed by the gemstone to recover. If this is the case, then all is not in vain. The investigation ends and Police Officer Lee reads aloud the results of the investigation. But these results are quite strange. Policeman Lee pulls out handcuffs from his pocket and offers them to Teacher Xing Jun, since he is the prime suspect in this whole mess at this point. There is a complex dialogue between a policeman and a teacher, each with his own arguments and facts. The main one is that the teacher was on the spot just in time. The teacher denies the accusations and says if he was a criminal, he could have just killed Zubai and the other two students and not made a big deal out of it. He has the strength and skill to do it quietly, without arousing suspicion. But Lee won't be convinced because the main witnesses, the girl and the bald man, have been killed. They won't testify because the teacher destroyed them, so he will handcuff them and voluntarily go with the cops to investigate further. The school principal takes the side of the authorities and persuades the teacher to do everything by the book and go to the police to cooperate and tell them how it was. He agrees, but warns the principal that the Celestial Church has gone too far and is not going to stop, and Zubayu will have no one to help. He is taken away, but he manages to say that nothing is over, and the nightmare is the beginning of events that he will not be able to influence while in prison. Zubai is torn between two opinions, as he respects Lee, who has helped him out more than once, but also a teacher who saved the lives of him and his friend, and even Tina. Lee is satisfied with the operation. He behaves relaxed and tells Zubai to do the same. Because everything is over, the villain is caught and neutralized. At the end of the conversation, she hands him a card with the points he received as a bonus for successfully completing the case. Zubai takes the card, but the heavy thoughts persist. Points are not excessive to feed Aisha, who has grown as big as a house during his absence. But the fact that he is searching for the truth, but is getting further and further away from it, is infuriating. Lee laughs and says that in this city, there is nothing real, even the sky is artificial. To see the real stars, you have to climb the highest mountain. A sudden thought strikes the guy, and he wants to check it out immediately. He jumps up from his seat at a run, thanks Lee for the points, and takes off like the wind. He runs like the wind climbs the highest tower of the school, from which the real starry sky can be seen, and gazes into the constellations overhead. He finds the constellation of Orion and realizes one thing that blows his mind. He sees a star that is part of that constellation, and that star is called Earth. In spite of these events, the preparation for exams and the exams themselves have not been cancelled, so life goes on as usual, and everything goes on as usual. The points on the card turned out not to be as much as first thought, and so saving points again became an integral part of the daily routine. Zubai decides to visit a friend at the school hospital who has lost his arms and legs. He feels guilty about this, and the visit is difficult for him. We have to give him a card with the points that are due, but only what points can compensate for the loss of arms and legs. With that thought, he leaves the room. The school hospital is a very large, bright, multi-story hospital. The administration apparently invests a lot of money to treat the injuries of its students and teachers. He wanders around the hospital for a long time before he finds the right room, looks through the door, and sees that the room is full of students who have come to visit the patient. Here stands the fun of Chang Wang-sun, shows how, without the help of hands, by spiritual power, learn to lift a cup and drink from it so the lack of hands does not interfere. The guys admire him and call him a real man and hero, and the girls laugh at the guy's jokes. Everyone is in a good mood. But the question of whether there is such an operation that will help to restore the limbs at once sharply reduces the degree of fun. It's possible, but problematic. This operation can only be done by a 7th realm mage, so it is very expensive, and the school will not be able to allocate such a huge amount of money for the treatment. At this moment, Qianwan's son sees Zubai cheerfully greeting him and inviting him to enter the chamber. He is very happy about the visit and does not hide it. Everyone in the room dislikes Zubai when he appears, and the conversation dies down. Zubai says he has brought a point card and hands it to the patient. Zubai wants to apologize for what happened to Tsangwan's son, but he stops him and says he holds no grudge because he's still alive. The girls see the awkwardness of the situation and are about to leave for classes that are about to start, leaving Zubai and Tsangwan's son alone. The conversation doesn't work out, and Zubai is also about to leave and asks his friend to inform him in case he needs any help, and he will help him for sure. Everyone has left, and the victim is left alone in silence. He remembers the doctors discussing his condition and saying that not only his limbs were damaged, nerve damage to the spinal column and internal organs, and if the lack of limbs really doesn't interfere with cultivation, then everything else will stall. Because of the inability to perform breathing practices, the cultivation speed will be very low, about 1/10 of that of healthy students. In this regard, the doctor suggests that over time, after recovery, we should give up culturing, because at this rate, it makes no sense. In such a situation, anyone would get angry and hold a grudge. Qianwan's son was grateful for the rescue, but now felt it was unfair that Zubai was not hurt. And Zubai and Tina go from the hospital to the library. His conscience says that he is good and has the strength to protect himself, but he needs to protect others. They wander around the book room for a long time. Zubai is so tired that he asks Tina to help him find the right book. Tina asks him what exactly he is looking for. He explains that he needs a fighting technique, preferably lying down, that can be a cover for his defenses. Tina finds such a book on the top shelf. And of course, he accidentally drops the book on Zubayu's head with his hind paw, and it hurts. But it's the right book. A martial art that allows you to fight in your sleep. He immediately starts practicing, and Tina is in charge from his head. She tells him what to do, how to relax, how to breathe. Tina pours it into his ears that the technique that allows him to fight in his sleep is utopian, and he's an idiot for believing such a technique exists and trying to learn it. He begins to think that he is just wasting time. His thoughts are interrupted by a student from his group who is looking for Zubai for an urgent and important conversation. His dog is now in the canteen and begging for food from the students, which is not to everyone's liking. Zubai remembers that he forgot to close the room door when he left. He rushes to the dining room to pick up Aisha and take her to her room and get his share of shame for the behavior of the pet he forgot to lock up. Some students are kind to the cute Aisha she really knows how to charm, but you can't charm a heart of stone, and there are some of those too. One of them recognizes that it is the dog of Zubai, whom he hates, thinks of doing something nasty and calls the dog to him, and the trusting Aisha comes to him. Liu Xiu offers her a treat, and the poor dog can't refuse because she is a known glutton. The students admire Liu Xiu's kindness. But instead of a treat, the poor dog is hit in the stomach with a rock disguised as a treat. The cruelty of some people knows no bounds. The force of the blow is such that Aisha faints from the pain. Zubai grabs her in his arms, but she doesn't react to his touch. Panic sets in as to whether she'll wake up. One of the students in their group says she can help Aisha and would be happy to do so, so Zubai hands her friend over to her. He's very angry. And this arrogant monster in human form named Liu Xiu, adding fuel to the fire, says if he sees a dog here again, he'll make a chop out of it. After these words, Zubai can't stand it and throws himself into a fight with the scoundrel so that he won't think that he is the cream of society and has no control over him. The fight ends before it begins because the school guard stops it. He strictly forbids private fights in the school outside of exams. Liu Xiu doesn't stop and says that Zubai is allowed too much at school, such as not going to class and feeding his dog in the student cafeteria. Cruelty and envy don't like normal people. Most of the people present are on Zubai's side. They don't want to deal with Liu Xiu anymore, even his friends. Zubai bites his teeth and says that the exam duel will put everything into perspective, and he will make the bastard kneel down and apologize to Aisha. After a while, Aisha is on full board with Jing Shu, who just adores her, and Du Bin feeds her. Everything is fine now. Without worrying about Aisha's health, Zubai could safely continue studying for the exams. 2 more points have been opened, giving even more protection. He now possesses a healing technique that allows him to instantly heal his body from injuries using his accumulated laziness points. Tina is also studying for her exams and is making serious progress. She boasts to Zhu Baiyu that he, with all the points of laziness and spiritual power, can't handle her swords. But he's confident because he's stronger than ever. But there is an unpleasant surprise in that the exam consists of 2 parts, the first of which is a written test. If he doesn't get the minimum number of points, which is 720, he won't be allowed to take the second exam, which he's sure he'll pass better than anyone else. The written test begins, and Zhu Bai, as expected, has no idea what to write in the answer, and you can't cheat because, first of all, everyone has a different test. Secondly, the teacher, as promised at the beginning of the school year, is keeping an eye on him. There's only one way out. As long as he's not caught, it won't be considered cheating. He makes cute eyes, and a charming smile, of course, mentally, and turns to Tina, the smartest, kindest, most beautiful cat in the whole world, for help. Tina is a cat but still a girl, so complimenting her beauty is crucial. She calls Zubai a fool and agrees to help the foolish boy. Zubei faithfully writes down everything Tina whispers to him, and they manage to finish their work on time. The exam is over, and it's time to hand in the work. Zubai behaves self-assuredly as if he has the highest grade in the written work in his pocket, which annoys all his classmates. Everyone is discussing whether Zubai can get a decent grade without attending classes, or whether all his self-confidence is nothing more than bravado, and some are betting. A lot of people got the top score. It's time for Zhu Baiyu to find out his score, which not very politely he gets right to his face. I wonder if Tina got it wrong. The result is in the literal sense of the word, and shows that you should study yourself and not ask for help from cats. The minimum score is 720 points. This result gives him the right to take part in the second exam, but his rival Zuo Dao gets the highest score of 1,200 points in the first test. The teacher who supports Zhu Bai is furious that he almost failed the first exam, and the substitute teacher who replaces the detainee laughs at him. There is a chance that the situation will improve and Zhu Bai will show himself in the second trial, but now I believe it less and less. Zhu Bai certainly didn't expect such an outcome and makes a claim. Tina feels guilty and says that her knowledge is a bit outdated. The second spiritual power measurement exam would be a little later, and he had no right to fail it, so he needed to get more points in time. Here, not everything is as smooth as one would like, and he and Tina think how to show a high result without letting down the teacher who trusts him and without becoming a laughingstock. They decide to replenish their spiritual power with laziness points, but they also decide to hedge their bets and increase their strength by speeding up cultivation. We have to go to the library. He is given admission, but is warned that the 5% that Zubai wants to increase progress by is not for everyone, and some cultivators go crazy. But there is little choice, so he no doubt starts the technique lying like a mountain with the confidence that he will make 5% progress and all will be well. Contrary to his expectations, things aren't going as smoothly as he thought they would. He's finding it hard to breathe, and the still mountain can't fully protect him from the distortion. In spite of everything, he continues, in one not at all beautiful moment, notices one strange thing that really scares him. His shadow literally makes a footstep away from him. It separates from him and crawls away. Zubai is not easily confused. He does not panic and continues practicing. He doesn't know how much time passes. He just realizes that he has to keep going and going until he realizes that he has accomplished his goal. This book has a knack for surprises. Last time there were voices that whispered something frightening and prevented me from concentrating, and what will happen this time? The sound is not a whisper, but the sound of dripping water. But he knows it's an illusion, because there's nowhere for the water to come from, since the room is protected by runes. The illusion goes on the offensive, no longer just a sound, but wet drops falling on his face, forcing him to distract himself from reading and stop practicing. But Zubai is persistent as well. The book tells us that everyone should have his own way not to face someone else's, and he should go his own way without giving into illusions and trials. The water is coming from all sides. You can't let the book out of your hands. You have to keep reading at all costs. And he continues, and his face is submerged in the water. Read without stopping, and the main task is to turn off all feelings and sensations, which, by the way, he says that besides him in the room, there is someone else. The monk's path is winding and may lead to death, says the book, and the prediction is nearby, because Zubai is being attacked by someone who clearly wants him dead. A huge water monster, judging by its tentacles, entangles the young man and pulls him to the bottom without letting him breathe. It's very scary, but Zubai is determined to endure and let it be. It ends as quickly as it began. The book absorbed the water and closed by itself. Zubai listens to himself in his head. It means something that Tina is throwing a tantrum because Zubai has once again managed to almost just get progress over 5%. She frightened Zubai, who by the way was not just given this progress. He had already said goodbye to his life because he thought that the monster will drown him. The day after tomorrow, the tests begin. All the students gather near the entrance of the building. The teacher calls them one by one. There is a large glass cube in the building. The student goes inside, and two teachers magically measure the level of spiritual power. This happens to everyone. It's not a difficult task to stand in a cube, but it's exciting. The girl now taking the test has a perfect score of 190 units, and in the first test, she came second, and the teachers praised her. She is certainly talented, but all the teachers and students are waiting for Zuodao and Zubai to perform at the trials. This is where the battle for leadership will begin. Zuodao shows a perfect score. His spiritual power exceeds 200 points. Teachers call him lightning energy, and students admire his strength. It's Zubai's turn, and he goes to the test relaxedly humming a song that really annoys the teachers and students, especially the little mean girl. She's shouting something at him now, and it's not a good luck wish, but the teacher's asking him to behave normally, or he'll be out of school like a cork. The second teacher, whose pupil is Zuodao, cannot stand such insolence and shouts and sends the scoundrel to the test and let him show his strength. Zubai's gauge indicates that his strength limit has been exceeded. It's rated at 250 points, and there are two options. Zubai is stronger or the gauge is broken. The teacher, who is new to the school, does not believe in the result. He thinks he is being cheated and suggests that the test be repeated on a different device. A magic rod that cannot be destroyed, and it can measure spiritual power, and this test, Zubai easily passes with a score of 287 points. The teacher doesn't want to believe that there is someone stronger than Zuodao and admits that he can't teach a student who has such power that the student has never dreamed of. The whole school already knows what happened and discusses how it happened that Zubai passed the theory so poorly, but with such a result he passes the second test freely. The teacher who has been looking after Zubai all year and who frankly likes Zubai for his talent and chutzpah wants to see the results for himself. He leads the student to a secret vault where on a special stand stands an ancient book of immortality, In it there are 100 lines of 100 words in each line. One should try to read it and understand at least a few words. The number of words understood will indicate the level of spiritual power, and this is the surest test. Zubai reads great phrases easily as if it were a children's storybook. A name may be great, but it will be forgotten, and don't compare yourself to anyone, and don't be afraid of death. Frankly speaking, Zubai is shocked that he can easily read and understand ancient records, and the teacher says that the one who can do this has crossed the first realm. Ahead is one final exam, which is that the winner in a direct combat match will be the strongest in the entire school. Every year, many people gather at this competition to see the strongest man win. Lee is also in the stands and eagerly awaits the start. A young teacher, with the help of magic amplifying the volume of her voice, announces the beginning of a competition between the strongest students of the school to choose the best of them. She explains the rules of the bouts and gives the command to start the competition, inviting students to step up to the podiums for the first round. The judging will be done by her reproducing her spiritual copy one for each pair of fighters, and warns that the fights are real and there will be no mercy. Dubin, whose cultivation is like turning into some kind of creepy animal in one of the rings. Aisha is rooting for him. He's impossible to resist. An angry girl who hates Zubai uses the ice field technique and fights to the death, as her life depends on this fight. Zubai's opponent is Hu Wei, who possesses the technique of gigantism, and he is not a friend of Zubai and wants to crush him with all his mass, if not defeat him. The rules for picking a winner are that it is not enough to put down your opponent, but to score more points during the fight, and that is what makes the difference. The giant Hu Wei at the beginning of the fight did not even realize that the fight was over, because he flew into the wall and blew it to pieces. He lost clean. The same story happens with the second and third and fourth opponent too. An easy win every time, and Zubai comes out victorious without any doubt. The teacher laughs at his favorite student because he cannot just finish the fight, but is sure to make some kind of show. Not everyone can accept the ease with which Zubai wins, and the evil girl who just froze her rival screams at him to fight her. Because he's been lucky enough to get the wimps before, and he'll never get away with it with her. Almost all the semi-finalists are here. Only one duel between the girl who took Aisha under her tutelage and the predator Sun Yuzhen was left unplayed. The fight that resulted in the girl's broken arm. A predator has no mercy on her and throws her from a height. She lost, and her friends vow to avenge her. Ruthless Predator is likely to be in the top 3, and he seems to be a dark horse, so no one knows anything about him. All the finalists are here. The most exciting part of the challenge begins. Now the fights will end with knockouts, which means that the course of the fight is impossible not to guess or predict. A fight is announced between Zubai and a girl named Yun Kun, but her fame as the best in hand-to-hand combat doesn't bother the guy, and he considers her a weak opponent. Tina can't wait to swing her glamorous pink swords, and she's eager to fight, but apparently she can't because Zubai can handle himself without a problem. The girl is determined because she, like many in the class, is annoyed by Zubai and his ability to win exams without attending class. She goes up to the arena and finds Zubai lying on the floor, yawning lazily. She makes the false assumption that he has surrendered beforehand, but of course he has not. He laughingly tells his rival that she is too weak an opponent for him and he won't even have to climb up to beat her. The girl responds by calling him an arrogant bastard, attacking and running into the impenetrable defense of the mountainous Zubai. The technique works perfectly. Again and again, she delivers different kinds of blows to the peacefully lying Zubai, but doesn't bring even the slightest discomfort or even harm. He doesn't even wrinkle his nose. She is completely confused and doesn't know what to do with him, as she has tried all the punching techniques she knows but has not achieved her goal. His future opponents watch the fight and are greatly stressed that their idea of Zubai's abilities have been greatly understated, and he is a strong foe. Zubai gets bored with these games and decides to stop this ridiculous show. To defeat the girl, you just snap your fingers once. That snap delivers such a powerful blow that it ends there. She flies to the other end of the stadium and gets injured, and it's decided to call the paramedics. The girl leaves the battlefield on a stretcher, and Zubai rises to his full height and celebrates the victory with his few fans. He will avenge his girlfriend, who was badly injured by a beast-like student, and will also fight with him later, because he is on the list of his future opponents. Here is a policeman Lee. He came to watch the fight and cheer for Zubai, and he is puzzled by the result, because there is no evaluation of the opponent guy. He looks at the podium where the members of the commission are sitting, and sees that the teacher who should give her a grade is absent, and all the others are in place. Perhaps he is in the secret archive number 12 for some purpose, and it must be checked. Lee gets out of his seat and runs to find him. Lee in turn is watched by a man dressed in black clothes and hiding his face behind a high collar and black glasses. He follows the policeman, and the teacher Lee is looking for is not in the archives, but in the police station, where he is informed that the teacher Jun was completely acquitted and released. He has an alibi, and they come to the conclusion that Jun couldn't have created such a transformation, but he has high-power stats, which is confusing. The headmaster tells us that Jun had an unusual childhood. His parents were very strong and contributed greatly to the development of Taoism. They accepted death at the hands of the traitor, and then Jun was left an orphan without a family and a home from which also left no stone unturned. The headmaster supported him and took him to live in the school he taught him all the time, until he grew up and became possessed of wide knowledge and great magical power. Having finished the story, the director demands the policeman to provide him with information about his colleague Lee. Even earlier, he asked to collect the policeman's history. It turns out that there is very little information on him, as Lee was transferred from another city here only recently, and his record is still very small. The school principal reads his dossier and is confused by the information, as the dossier states that Lee came from Zua City. This town is the front line of the fight against demons, and there's nothing for a cop to do there, and Lee is always the first on the scene when it comes to distortions. He is also strongly opposed to teacher Xing Jun, who can control the situation in the school and whom the principal trusts completely. The door swings open and a man enters, saying that there has never been a policeman named Lee at the Xiaoyu police station, so he is an imposter. There is another circumstance. The police station in Xiaoyu City was recently attacked by members of the Heavenly Church sect. The chief of the police station orders Li Xiuzhu to be arrested immediately, but unfortunately, it is impossible because he is in the Tao school exams. The headmaster says it shouldn't be a problem because he knows where to find Lee. His target is the secret archive number 12. Lee's strength cannot be underestimated and he must be stopped. The principal asks the chief for the strongest police officer to help and immediately goes to the school. Meanwhile, fake cop Lee finds the 12th archive and easily infiltrates it since he has made an official application to visit the place. He passes the main entrance and is before the descent into the dungeon, and is surprised that the secret archive is so poorly protected as there are no protection spells visible. At the exams, they are waiting for the first round of finalists' bouts, but they can't collect them because the school director is absent and the teachers are very surprised by this fact. One of the teachers smells something wrong and decides to look for the director in the 12th archive just in case and leaves the judging stand, which is almost empty. Upon arriving at the dungeon, he finds no protection in the 12th archive and is surprised at the headmaster's carelessness on this matter and quickly goes downstairs. His magical perception senses the presence of blood, but whose it is and why it is here he cannot understand, so he quickens his step and moves even faster. Descending to the lowest floor of the room, he sees the largest amount of blood here, looking for its source, and finds it on the shelf of one of the many racks. The head of a school teacher who was recently arrested by the police. But what is it doing here on the shelf, and where is the rest of the teacher's body? What kind of massacre is going on here? He follows the trail even lower, and on the very last floor sees the altar on which the body of Xing Jun is located on the wall, the sign of the Heavenly Church and Officer Lee. The teacher attacks Lee without a second thought, but he tries to justify that he didn't do it, and that when he came here, everything was already like this. There is a battle of equal rivals, and no one can concede to the other because here is a duel not for life, but for death, and the safety of the school is at stake. In time, the school principal, accompanied by police officers, burst into the basement, and the principal orders Li Xiuzhu to surrender immediately before the principal launches an attack. He surrenders, but continues to claim that he didn't kill Xing Jun, and that when he came here, everything was just as it was, only the sign on the wall was covered with white cloth. The school principal is grieving for his favorite student, whom he has known since childhood, and common sense makes him think that not only friends are in the stands. There is confusion among the students. It is time to start the second round of the competition, but they do not know the results of the first round and are waiting for the jury's decision. The young teacher thinks that there is no more waiting and announces the second round without getting the results of the first round, so the exam continues. The two judges appear on the judging stand and continue judging. Yunshi and Daozu, who are the strongest fighters of their course, start the fight. Yunshi uses the five-sword technique and does it masterfully, just like her teacher, and the fight promises to be very entertaining and excitement spectators are looking forward to. All 5 swords she launched at Daozuo reached him, but none of them even touched him. He must have some kind of defense against such an attack. Such a defense in the form of 5 kinds of energies does exist, and it is called the Ghost God technique, with the additions and refinements of the Zuo family. There are 5 types of energies attached to the practitioner's head that complement each other, attacking and reflecting attacks as a unit, and this is a powerful technique. Zubai and Tina are also watching the duel, and the guy laughs at Tina that her pink sword technique is not as virtuosic as Yunshi's. Yunshi gathers spiritual energy and forms another kind of sword called He Sword and sends it to Daozuo, but the latter is determined to win and repels the attack. The way he does it masterfully amazes even the teachers at the school. All 5 energies line up behind each other and resist the swords in a united front. And not just resist, but multiply the power of the swords and reverse the weapon against Yunshi. A terrifying blow hits the girl and she can't get up. And Daozuo calmly turns around to leave the arena as the unequivocal winner of the bout, and the stadium applauds, and the teachers are amazed at his abilities. Even Zuobai became despondent. If Tina's weapon didn't work against Daozuo, and it probably wouldn't, then it would be very difficult for him and the outcome of the fight was ambiguous. The gorilla-like creature is also waiting to meet Daozuo, but he first has to fight the little evil girl who wants revenge for her friend. They stand against each other in the ring, and both are very determined, and the audience supports the girl as she is objectively smaller in stature and looks weaker. She has the technique of freezing space, and is the first to start the fight by stomping her foot, creating an ice forest around her, and it seems that King is not up to it. The girl calls the opponent a gorilla and urges him to attack if he is not a coward and is not afraid, then let him attack, and he begins to forcefully tear apart the ice fence. He has a lot of strength, but the girl attacks again and freezes his arms and legs, and he becomes immobile, but continues his offensive movement. He laughs at the fact that the girl has only one weapon, as one freeze will not defeat him, and he is confident of his immediate victory. The girl transforms and looks like a real snow queen, and assures the animal that she possesses more than just freezing, and he is about to be very surprised. But he doesn't even have time to be surprised, as he flies away after getting a strong blow from the little girl. Small in stature but strong in spirit, the girl fights like a real fighter. The referee has already brought in the signal flags to announce the victory of the girls, but under the terms of the competition, to defeat the opponent must be thrown outside the tatami. Monkey manages to free his hands to hook onto the edge of the ring and stay within its confines, continuing the bout, and he even compliments the girl on her strength. Climbing into the ring, he immediately attacks with some unknown technique, and the girl is not ready for such a blow, not knowing how to neutralize it, misses it. She flies out of the ring, and according to the rules of the competition, the one who is thrown out of the tatami loses the fight, and the winner is Kong. The girl really wanted to take revenge for her friend who got from this cruel monkey, but unfortunately she could not do it because she was weaker. The next fight is between Kong and Liu Xian, and Liu Xian easily and quickly defeats the gorilla, and it was no problem for him as he is very strong. His main goal is to defeat Zubai. He is not going to waste much time and effort on other opponents, tackling them in record time. Zubai has a moral problem of his own, as his opponent will be Wang Sun. He's a student he saved in the abandoned dormitories of the school. But unfortunately, Wang Sun was left without arms and legs, but nevertheless reached the finals, and now Zubayu will have to fight with a friend who is a cripple. There's a disturbance in the judges' seats. The principal fears that the two young men may be attacked and asks one teacher to be nearby. Wang Song asks Zubai, If he considers him a friend, not to pity him in the battle he has trained and regained his strength, in pity does not need and is ready to fight. Zubai has no doubts about his preparation. He will fight at full strength, supporting his friend, saying that he will certainly surprise the crowd by fighting skillfully and ruthlessly. Wang Song attacks first, and Zubai decides to use the power of Tina's pink swords to fight. He sends one sword towards Wang Sun, and he flies an arrow to hit his opponent. But even though the strike reached the target, Wang Sun was able to withstand it. He chides Zubai if he underestimates him, he will regret it. Wang Song has excellent phantom arms and legs and can fight on equal footing. This is backed up by a beautiful energy punch to the jaw that convinces Zubai not to be ceremonious with his friend, but to fight properly. The secret of the technique is that Wang Sun compresses the spiritual power to the size invisible to the eye and strikes the opponent in the dead zone, and it is impossible to see the blow. The judges call him a brilliant student and predict him to compete even with Zuo Dao because the accident happened only a month ago and he is already fighting. Zubai decides to apply the lying mountain technique, but as soon as he lies down on the tatami, he immediately jumps up. He thinks he's humiliating his opponent by not defending himself. An energy punch flies towards the disabled student, knocking him out of his wheelchair, and he falls face down. Wang Sun doesn't move. It's a very pathetic sight. He starts saying words that are meant to make his opponent feel sorry for him. He's disabled and will never be fully functional, and he's not as strong as everyone thinks. But his look says otherwise. Feeling sorry for himself, he demoralizes his opponent while he pours himself into the force, becoming angrier and more confident, and then he rises to his full height. Yet he continues to feel sorry for himself and remembers the despair that haunted him when he realized he would never have limbs or a full life. Zubai is completely confused, but Tina explains to him that during his illness, Wang Song became so desperate that his spiritual power began to turn to dark colors. To get his friend out of this state, Zubai reminds him how he used to draw beautiful goddesses everywhere he could draw, and it was beautiful. But the cripple's despair is not so easy to stop, and it turns into numerous black tentacles that slowly, with incredible strength, entangle Zubai. The tentacles entangle not only the outside, but also penetrate inside and cause black thoughts that life is hopelessly unfair and hopelessness in every moment. These thoughts do not allow to breathe. Zubai clutched at his throat and gasped for breath. And besides despair, comes the fear of wanting to drop his hands and stop resisting. But clever Tina gives him a good kick and reminds him that he is not here to die, but on the contrary to live and win. This instantly sobers Zubai. He apologizes to his friend and says that he is not ready to die here and now and intends to win this and the next fights. There was a man who gave his life for him. He willed to never despair, to remain human, not to be afraid to die, and by all means live and win. He won't let Dr. Chang down, and he won't let down his friend who is being eaten up by despair, and if necessary, he'll beat the crap out of him so that he remains human. Wang Song receives a solid slap from Zubai, which brings him to his senses and puts all his thoughts in their proper place. The blackness leaves him, and he can think clearly. Comes to realize that Zubai doesn't treat him as a handicapped wretch and fights as an equal, and you don't need to invoke self-pity to be respected. He gathers his strength and promises to repay Zubai as he can, that is, in the ring, and let Zubai expect no mercy as he fights with an equal. The spectators in the stands fell silent in anticipation of the attack, and a sepulchral silence hung over the stadium. The two best friends would attack each other without any indulgence. Wang Sun punches out. All the fans chant his name with glee as they cheer him on. A huge crater forms in the middle of the ring, and Zubai is nowhere to be seen. Everyone thinks that he is buried somewhere under the rubble, but everything is a little bit wrong. He is quietly in the image of a motionless mountain lying at the bottom of the funnel, and quite alive and well. Outwardly calm, he has very troubled thoughts. He realizes that if it wasn't for the system and this amazing technique of the mountain, he would have lost this fight. Tina praises him for his honesty, but laments that Wang Sun will never be able to regain his limbs, and apparently, this was his last golden hour. Wang Sun stretches out his phantom hands to help his friend out of the pit, and honestly admits that, of course, he lost the fight, but is glad that it took place. and they are friends. The victory is counted for Zhu Bai, such a no one has ever seen, and the whole stadium rejoices except for one man who sits silently immersed in his thoughts. He recalls his granddaughter's accident 6 months ago. She lost both legs in a monster attack and now dreams of one. To die quietly and peacefully in her room so that no one would disturb her and not bore her with idle talk. That is, the girl was possessed by despair and despondency. Recently, an opportunity came up to restore her legs. The girl is the granddaughter of the headmaster of the Dao school, but she is quite ordinary without any superpowers or talents. Meanwhile, Zhu Bai supports his friend, and the two of them leave the ring. But Wang Sun is relieved of Zhu Bai's support, as he wants to leave the ring with dignity. He is greeted by his classmates, and some of them warmly greet and praise him for his will and courage during the fight, and some of them scold Zhu Bai. They consider him cruel and advise him not to meet them in a dark alley or in the ring, as they have a very strong desire to avenge Wang Sun. And he realizes that his career on the path of the Dao is over and is already mentally saying goodbye to the school. The last of his strength leaves him, and he falls to the ground, unconscious. The medics are rushing to take him off the field and give him help, and the stadium is being prepared for the continuation of the exam, as no one has cancelled it. Time is running, and it is necessary to continue. The stretcher carrying the injured man is met by the headmaster and says he promises Wang Shun he will help rebuild his limbs. There's an opportunity for that now. The young man can't believe his ears. He had no hope that he would ever be able to walk on his own feet again, live like everyone else, and continue to study at the Tao Wei school. Colleagues condemn the principal for this promise. Since the possibility of reinstatement can only be applied to one person, it will not be the principal's granddaughter. But the director does not give in to entreaties to change his mind, and says that Wang Sun is a talent and has unique abilities, and should continue on the path of the Dao. His classmates are happy for him, and the girls even cried with joy because Wang Sun is a good guy, and everyone loves him and wants him to do well. Yes, and he too can't hold back tears of gratitude that he has real hope of finding his legs and promises to cherish his place in school. The girls of his classmates promise to help him rehabilitate after the operation, but the girl who is small and angry has not changed her opinion of Zhu Bai. Meanwhile, the ring is prepared for the next fight, and a confident Zhou Dao rises on it with a resolute and calm gait, putting his hands in his pockets. His opponent is a brash, cruel, boastful Monkey Kong who is ready for the fight, and just like his opponent is confident in his invincibility. But his bragging does not impress Zhuo Dao at all, and he steadfastly watches as the gorilla stops his bragging and starts to attack already. But he gets tired of waiting, and with a bored look barely snapping his fingers, he strikes first, and that strike doesn't cost him even the smallest of efforts. He's really strong. The energies that Zhuo Dao launches turn into enormous weapons and instantly reach the grinning face of the monkey, and the face doesn't like it at all. He resents this turn of events as if he thinks he came here only to hit, not to get hit, and he doesn't like this game. Now Kong realizes that this guy Zhuo Dao is not a snow maiden freezing space. You have to sweat before you get anywhere. He instantly increases in size to a huge, but its intimidating appearance does not make any impression on the enemy, and he frankly bored. And when he gets tired of it, he snaps his fingers a second time, and the monkey goes on a long flight over the ring and lands somewhere unknown. An easy instant victory, and the stadium is silent in amazement, as it is not every day to see such power in action, and only wonder. Kong, with his tongue hanging out sideways, is lying in the pit that appeared from his fall. The stadium roars with delight, and everyone can see that Zhuo Dao did not even sweat. Zhuo Dao is a descendant of a noble, ancient, honorable family, spends his childhood in prosperity and parental love, and he has access to all the benefits and knowledge of the world. And Liu Xian grew up in a poor family, often starved, often went hungry in rags, was persecuted from decent yards, and eventually lost his mother, who died of starvation. He is especially annoyed by the scumbag Zhu Bai, who feeds his dog human food in front of everyone while someone else is starving. He doesn't know that Zhu Bai refuses to eat because he only has money to feed Aisha, but no one cares about other people's problems, and conclusions have been drawn. These guys have a lot of personal scores to settle, and they want to settle them now during the fight. Zhu Bai remembers Liu Xian throwing a rock at Aisha and almost killing her. It's time to pay the bills, and the two rivals start a duel. The arrogant but resentful Liu Xian and Zhu Bai, who just wants to win. Liu Xian's spiritual transformation is expressed as three warriors in armor armed with spears whose energy should entangle and immobilize the opponent. And so it goes, but Zhu Bai is not to be taken lightly. He's lying in the ring, relaxing and enjoying himself. Liu Xiang is pissed off by this behavior. He gathers spiritual power and forms a powerful weapon called the Gladiator's Sword, which he believes will not leave an insolent opponent no chance. The Gladiator's sword pointed at the center of Zhu Bai's chest, and if it was not Zhu Bai but someone else, that person would have a sad, unambiguous end. All the spiritual power was put into this punch, and it would be enough to destroy several opponents at once. But a strange thing happens. Zhu Bai doesn't even flinch. The power is used up, and Liu Xiang falls to his knees, and Zhu Bai stands over him and says that Aisha is a close friend, and recently was also a human like him. She was attacked by demons, and to save her life she underwent a transformation, but even in the body of a dog, she remains a kind, cheerful, and reliable friend. She acts more human than some people like Liu Xiang, and Zhu Bai didn't steal or rob to get food, he just wanted to feed his friend. To be sure, Zhu Bai brings up his fist and a completely non-magical punch to the jaw nails Liu Xiang, and he remembers what Zhu Bai is trying to tell him. While Liu Xiang flies out of the ring in the aftermath, carried words Zhu Bai that you need to respect others, especially if they are weaker, otherwise payback will be quick and cruel. Zhu Dao watches this action and draws his own conclusions, because the next fight will be between him and Zhu Bai, and it is obvious that the strength of Zhu Bai is incredible. Arrogance and rashness in conclusions is punished good wins, and without any preparation begins the final and most interesting fight. The strongest between Zhu Dao and Zhu Bai is being determined. In the ring, a representative of an ancient and respected family, and an unknown guy from nowhere. Without further ado, Zhu Dao snaps his fingers and there is an explosion that destroys the ring and the place where Zhu Bai lies in his favorite mountain technique. Loud, but not effective, only the ring spoiled, and Zhu Bai's such a blow does not bring any harm, and the opponent in confusion, but quickly comes to himself. The trial ball is thrown and the real fight begins. Zhu Dao knows a lot about Zhu Bai, and he has a tactic for the fight. He's ready to follow it, and he's determined. The classmates are rooting for both fighters, each with their own strengths and talents except for one little mean girl who can't stand Zhu Bai. And Zhu Bai sees no use for the mount's techniques after the explosion, and decides to change tactics and launch forward with Tina's pink swords, who is happy to work them. But he doesn't have time to do so, as a sudden attack from his opponent's spirit helpers catches him off guard, piercing his defense barrier and rendering him immobile. Zhu Dao says this is the most flawless victory, and he's a little disappointed that it came so easily to him, but he intends to win in a way that will be remembered. As he says this, the energy of anger takes over his whole being, and concentrates so much that the principal sees it and raises the teachers from their seats. He tells them that Zhu Dao has been saving up his anger since the entrance exam, and it has reached such strength that it can blow up the entire stadium along with the spectators. It is necessary for all teachers to urgently put magical protection on the people on the stands and prepare to pull the forces to provide first aid to the injured. Anger accumulated for so long, multiplied by the power of Zhu Dao, cannot be controlled and becomes uncontrollable and dangerous, not only for the opponent. The hurricane created by the spiritual power of Zhu Dao sweeps away everything and everyone in its path, without distinguishing between its own and strangers, and the real chaos begins. People panic and flee. A crush begins as spectators leave their seats and run wherever they can to avoid being hit by the fire of energies sweeping away everything in their path. There is an explosion of enormous force, and in the middle of the stadium there is a funnel around which a dust cloud forms like a wall, and dusk falls. Zhu Bai is nowhere to be seen, and it is unknown whether he is alive or not, and Zhu Dao is confident of his victory. He asks the director to declare his victory in public. As he celebrates, he remembers how his parents were killed during an attack by celestial demons, and his father, as he was dying, called him the fire of the family and made him promise to live. They fought to the death and lost all died. Only Zuodao is the only representative of the ancient family, and this responsibility he bears with honor. The extent of the destruction outrages those present, as this is a school fight, and such behavior is unnecessarily violent and could result in casualties. Zuodao believes that victory in today's fight is his duty to his ancestors. He fulfills it honorably and dedicates the victory to his father. The referee is ready to accept the victory. It's not as simple as we'd hoped. Zubai is alive and well, and keeping his sense of humor, he struggles to climb out of a deep hole and calls Zuodao a meanie. On one arm, but he's within the field, so it's too early to call him defeated. Nothing is over. The fight continues. His opponent is getting furious. The referee recognizes the rightness of Zubai and gives the command to continue the fight until the complete victory of one of the opponents, and the fight begins again with an attack Zuodao. On the judging stand, the teachers are arguing about the origin of Zubai's power that is beyond the reach of mere mortals. Apparently, he is a descendant of someone from the heavenly court. But Zuodao is also not a weakling. And again, he is the first to gather spiritual energy and strikes a blow that can hit a dozen opponents, but not Zubai. Technique lying like a mountain has never failed. Zubai will not fail. And this time, he boldly looks into the eyes of the opponent, and the battle enters the most important player. A secret weapon called Christina's glamorous pink cat sword. It sounds pathetic, but it will do its job and stop the attack at least for a while. The sword pierces the opponent's transformed arm, inconveniencing the attacker and giving Zubai one moment to recover at the expense of laziness points. Now in the ring are two warriors who have used all their reserves, and now the strongest sword and the strongest shield will decide who is the strongest tonight. The energy arm turns into a spear and seeks to pierce Zubai's chest. He sees this and is ready to repel the attack. He holds back the spear. It doesn't touch him, but holding it back takes all the strength he has regained through laziness, and his energy defenses are almost breached. Zuodao sees this and celebrates his victory, but something inexplicable happens. He puts all his power into the transformation and starts to crumble before his eyes. The spear that barely touches Zubai's clothes in his hands turns to dust without causing any harm. But the effects of the transformation are beyond his strength. The principal sees that Zuodao is losing consciousness, or even his life, and immediately sends the teachers to get a medic to immediately help the victim. In front of the crowd and fans, he drops to his knees and begs the heavens for one more minute to finish the fight with a victory, but apparently there won't be a minute. In a matter of seconds, he's turning into a decrepit old man, and if this process isn't stopped right now, he'll die. Medics with stretchers are rushing to his aid. Zubai wins the fight, but he is not happy about it. They were not friends, but they were not enemies either, and he felt sorry for Zuodao. He is given first aid on the field, and because he is unconscious, the referee declares the fight forfeit on his behalf. Zubai watches the rescue. He mentally wishes Zuodao to hang on and survive, and thinks about how it would be nice if he could give his surplus spiritual power to heal those close to him. Tina tells him not to talk nonsense, and to direct his thoughts toward a speedy recovery, because he has exactly 0 points on his laziness balance. Finally, Zuodao regains consciousness, and to everyone's joy, it turns out that he is not injured and will eventually recover and will continue training and studying. The principal consults with the teachers and comes to the decision to organize a course for brilliant students to defend the honor of the school in a big tournament. Such a tournament is held annually between the 4 major schools of the Tao Path to identify the strongest warriors on Earth who can defeat demons. A dangerous moment has passed, and after the fight all are still alive, and the fans are jubilant and waiting for the announcement of the winner, and there is joyful anticipation in the stands. All the spectators are cheering except one. He sits wrapped in all black so that he is unrecognizable, and silently observes what is happening in the stadium. Zubai felt a vaguely familiar and anxious feeling as he waited for the results to be announced. He had experienced it before and tried to remember when. At this time, disturbing events are brewing at the police station, where the sham policeman Lee is being held in a prison cell, chained to the wall by spells. The prisoner tries to convince the police that teacher Shinjun is alive and very dangerous, especially for Zubai, as he has a unique talent. This teenager is of particular interest to the dark forces because he is a real danger to them, but the policemen do not believe Lee and accuse him of lying. While Lee is convincing the officers of the law, he suddenly gets the idea that it's not just Zhu Bai. Xing-jun is crazy and could destroy the whole town and its inhabitants. The cops don't believe him and laugh at his conclusions and decide that he has gone mad from loneliness in the cell and is talking nonsense. Lee realizes that he doesn't have time to pretend to obey the authorities and the city is in trouble, and he frees himself from the chains in seconds and leaves the prison. The Dao school exams are a big event for the whole city and attract the attention not only of the school community, but also of all citizens. The principal makes a closing speech that can be seen by everyone on monitors around the city. He thanks the residents for their support of the school. He says that all teachers and students will work even harder to cultivate fighters against heavenly demons and defeat this evil. The students listen to the head of school's speech breathlessly, except for one, and that's Zhu Bai. He searches for the source of the feeling of anxiety and danger that won't let him go. The entire stadium listens to the director and loudly supports his speech, chanting that humanity will fight demons, and no one notices that the clouds are gathering. For winning the competition, the headmaster gives Zhu Bai a card with 2,000 points. Zhu Bai fulfills his promise to Aisha. Now his faithful friend will always be fed and satisfied with her life. $2,000 is a large sum and will last for a long time, but even this fact does not please Zhu Bai. He draws the principal's attention to the fact that the sky has blackened and is getting darker, and everything around is draped in a heavy, stuffy blackness like before a big thunderstorm. The director raises his head and sees that Zhu Bai is right and a terrible disaster is coming, but it is not yet known what it is related to, but the answer comes very quickly. The heavens open, and an eye appears in the center, and a thundering voice deafeningly announces that he is glad he has finally found the town school and everyone hiding here. Everyone in the stadium and in the stands raise their heads to see with their own eyes what is going on and whether they should flee right now or not. At the same time, it becomes clear to everyone that it is necessary to leave the stadium right now, and panic begins in the stands, which spreads at the speed of light. The teachers of the school, headed by the headmaster, armed with spells, immediately begin the defense of the school. They stand united against the demons. The sword sent by the director hits right in the center of the demon's eye, and the demon doesn't like it. He calls the director a bloody old man and launches an attack. The demon is confronted by all the teachers in the school. They try to fend off the attack by standing shoulder to shoulder and using the strongest spells they can. Altogether, they try to create an array that will magically cover the people present in the stadium and give them time to hide in a safe place. The demon cannot be destroyed, only neutralized for a while to give people a chance to hide and buy some time to make a decision. The demon's blows are deadly, and the blood is poisonous and threatens to infect. The ranks of teachers standing up for the school are quickly thinning. Students see this, but do not give in to panic and intend to join the ranks of the demon-fighting teachers and fight alongside their teachers. Many octopus-like creatures land on the field, and it becomes clear that those who did not have time to run away and hide are doomed. Fear and panic and destruction are all around. All kinds of monsters attack people, and right on the run they fall dead, and it looks like there is no escape. Monsters attack everyone indiscriminately. They do not care who is in front of them, a child who poses no danger to them, or an infirm old man or a warrior. Offensive and defensive spells of all kinds, sent by teachers and students, rush around the stadium, but they don't catch up with all the monsters. There are so many of them, and their name is the Deadly Legion. They have so many different guises that it is often impossible to distinguish them from the usual creatures. Kong is swarmed by flying insects that look harmless, but in a matter of seconds, the giant is gone, and they eat him down to the smallest cell. Teachers urge students to get out of the fight to save lives, leave the stadium, and hide in a safe place, taking with them those who need help. Zhao Bei realizes that any weakest demon has power as a first-realm cultivator, and fighting demons now is suicide. He decides to take his friends to follow the teacher's orders and try to leave this nightmare to save himself and as many people as possible. He takes the girls and takes on his crippled friend. The retreat is covered by Du Bin, a nice guy, a reliable and cheerful friend, who likes Zhu Baiyu and Aisha loves him. He was the one who treated Aisha kindly and fed her when hungry Aisha came to the canteen in search of food and begged for food from the students. Nice, kind guy. The girls can't fight because one was badly injured during the exam fight, and the other was badly weakened fighting in the exam. Dubin and Zubai are thinking of a way to leave this place. The land is contaminated with monster blood that is poisonous, and contamination is a death sentence. They have injured friends behind them who can't even walk and need to do something to get their friends to safety. They come up with the idea of hitting a ditch-like path with spiritual power, as long as the ground is not deeply soaked with demon blood and the ditch can be traversed. Dubin gathers his strength with a single blow and makes a deep path in the ground, but this lunge did not go unnoticed by the monsters, and they rushed after the fugitives. Now it's all about speed. Zubai asks his friend to use his intuition while they run to feel the space and figure out where to go. But to understand the direction where there are no demons is not possible because they are everywhere, and he feels them even under his feet, not understanding how it can be. Before the creature can get out of the ground, they have to get out of here very quickly and run towards the school building faster than an arrow. The first to run is Dubin. He blasts the fugitives out of the way. All around them terror rumbles and the earth shakes under their feet, and this earth tremor is caused by subterranean demons bursting out. The girls are wounded, losing strength, and can't run fast enough. Zubai asks Dubin to take the girls out of the danger zone first, and Zubai and his friend will go out after. A little girl, mean girl, loses the rest of her strength and asks her friend to leave her right there so she doesn't die herself, but people don't abandon friends in a time of need. Zubei leaves Chenwang Sun to get the girls because Dubin is fighting an underground monster that is about to capture him with its tentacles. The battle for the school doesn't stop for a minute. The headmaster manages to restore the magical defenses, and even if the demon queen comes here, she won't be able to find it. All efforts will be futile if we don't figure out how the demons found the school. All indications are that there's a traitor among the school's teachers who pointed out the location. Dubin's decision to stay and fight the underground monster gave some students, including Zubai and his friend, and the girls, a chance to escape. But that decision takes his own life. Another sacrifice in exchange for a few lives saved. He always showed up in time to help. Getting over the ruins and mountains of bodies, guys reach a safe place, and now there is an opportunity to hide from the monsters, to take a breath and gain strength. But that's not the case. Together with the people who escaped to the school and the traitor about whom the headmaster spoke, and he is in all his glory in front of them. Familiar faces. Shinjun is a teacher of the school, whom all teachers and students believe to be dead, and he went over to the side of the dark forces. This is a real disaster because he has the power of the fifth realm and is ruthless to humans, and all those who have now died during the demon attack were his disciples. Why did he ruthlessly destroy people, including his students, old people, and children who came to watch the competition, is the question a girl student asks him. And for his immodest question, immediately receives a blow right in the neck and falls unconsciously into the arms of his girlfriend, who is horrified by this. Zubai decides to fight this werewolf before he kills another innocent person, and his friend supports him in this decision. The monster who hides under the guise of a teacher is forced to defend himself, but warns that he has come for Zubai and behaves politely enough for now. If he refuses to go with him, everyone here will die. The battle unfolds swiftly and violently with swords and attack spells. It's almost impossible to resist a mage with the power of the fifth realm, even if a friend fights shoulder to shoulder with you. But they're just students, even though they're geniuses. They are bound together by more than friendship, as they have experienced so many things that would last 10 lifetimes, and the culprit of these adventures was this non-human. The blows reach the target and deprive the monster of his hand, but he just smirks, and a real miracle happens before their eyes. The hand is restored right before their eyes. A couple of minutes is enough for his arm to recover fully, and he is ready to attack those two brats who want to defeat the fifth realm mage again. They remember that a celestial demon cannot be destroyed, as its flesh has the ability to fully regenerate from any state is a twist. Young people are helpless in front of the monster, and defeat it will not work to try to hold out time to think about what to do next and wait for help. The monster laughs at Wang Sun and suggests he join his side. He'll become a demon and gain power and bonus. He'll gain all his limbs just like that. He brags about his power and tells the guys that all the outrages that happened at school and in the old dormitories and the deaths of students are his doing. And those heads in the closet are not a legend or a fairy tale at all, but really what's left of the students at the school who were victims of his experiments. And the signs of the heavenly church at the crime scenes defaming the heavenly church were also done by him to mislead the investigation. Zubai doesn't want to hear it, but he strikes a blow, but he wastes his strength because the former teacher has the power of the sixth realm. The only person who can fight him on equal terms is the headmaster, who, by the way, is not here because he is busy upstairs protecting the school from demons. The young men strike again, but the two of them and the blow doesn't hurt this sinister werewolf and weakens the boys, but Wang Sun's ability is sharpened. With the enhanced flow of spiritual power, he can anticipate the change in direction of the demon's attack and thus dodge the blow without getting hurt. Trouble is, before he realizes it, the demon starts to attack, and Zubai covers his friend from the blow. The monster wraps them in a ring of one of its tentacles. The monster is in a hurry, and tells them that he is not going to play games with him anymore, as he is bored with them and is in a hurry, so Zubai will go with him. And Qianwan's son will die now, because he was joking when he invited him to join the heavenly demons, and he doesn't have time to deal with a cripple. But something goes wrong with the plan the demon so cleverly devised. There's an explosion, and the tentacles loosen their grip, and the boys are suddenly free. They fall to the ground not understanding what is happening, but raising their heads they see their savior, and this man so timely came to the rescue is none other than Li. Zubai is happy to see the policeman who came to bail him out of trouble again, but it seems today's troubles are not over yet, but there is hope. But Xinjun was not very pleased with the appearance of the policeman, because it was immediately clear that together with him, the werewolf was in big trouble. Li attacks, and the force with which he does so surprises the monster. He hopes for a full recovery, no matter how much physical damage the policeman inflicts on him. Blows fall on the former teacher. He sees that he does not live, but wants to understand how Li has the power who he is, because not everyone has such abilities. A person cannot inflict irreparable wounds on a demon from which it is impossible to recover, and get an answer is the demon's last wish. Li laughs and says that since the former teacher in his deceitful plans took so much evil to the heavenly church, he could ask who is their head. A policeman and His Holiness Bishop of the Church of the Turning Heaven in one person named Li Xiuzhu, so he has the ability to survive demon attacks. Between conversations, the demon recovers to the point of being able to summon help in the form of several more sky pirates because he can't do it alone. The ability of humans to survive in desperate situations is a stronghold of faith of the followers of the Church of the Turning of the Heavens, and so sooner or later, the monsters will disappear. The earth will be cleansed of this contagion, and mankind can finally breathe easy and live a peaceful human life in their quiet cities and towns. The powerful striking technique called the Great Turning Fist of Intent is the abbot's main strength, and he does not hesitate to apply it to the demon. The fight is brutal and irreconcilable, and two students who seem to have been forgotten about, instead of doing the legwork as quickly as possible, are watching what's going on. The heavenly demon in the form of teacher Xinjun respects Li Xiuzhu's strength, but he is ready to use a fighting technique that no one can stop. 64 trigrams existing in this world are able to distort space, and a practitioner can be anywhere he wants to be at any time. From this moment, Xinjun declares himself an all-powerful god who is able to change space and time, and no one can prevent him from doing so. After a moment, Zubai, who had no time to flee, felt this ability because his throat was tightly clutched in the hands of the heavenly demon. Policeman Li and a friend of Zubai try to wrestle him away from the demon, but it is useless, and the monster, satisfied with his work, announces that he will take Zubai with him. He needs it badly to destroy heaven and earth, along with the Church of Heaven Turning and all the creatures and people who are still alive. But something's going wrong. The teleportation spell doesn't work, and it baffles and frustrates the demon. He's not ready for this. A magical book with trigrams, which the demon does not let out of his hands, is close to Zubai's head, and he unknowingly absorbs knowledge from the book. The gemstone that is around Tina's neck absorbs the energy of the trigrams, and the text itself from the book disappears as it flows into Zubai's head. In the hands of the demon is not a magical book with spells of terrible power, but empty, meaningless pages, clean as morning snow. The stone that had recently taken a blow and split open to save Zhu Bai's life has now fully recovered, a fact that delights Christina. Meanwhile, the policeman is gathering strength for a decisive blow, and the demon's confusion is to his advantage as it gives him time to strike and finish off the monster. Zhu Bai is on the last chapter when the demon is struck by Li, and there is nothing to defend himself with because the blank pages of the book will not help him. The demon is defeated. Li picks up the book and says that he has come to Tung City for it. It is an important artifact and much needed, and he is pleased to finally have it. Zhu Bai thanks Li for saving him, because he was in danger of death if the policeman had not appeared and defeated the monster who was hiding under the guise of a teacher. They say goodbye warmly, but Zhu Bai waves goodbye thinking that Li will kill him himself when he realizes that the book no longer contains trigrams and they have been absorbed by the stone. The warriors who fought in the sky with demons returned with victory, but many civilians were killed, and the grieving process of burying the dead begins. The headmaster announces that the school will cease self-government and come under the control of the Night Army, which in turn is subordinate to the Heavenly Court. The school authorities and the army commander shake hands, and now the army and the school fight the heavenly demons together, and the incident with the werewolf teacher is over. Few of the students survived, and Zhu Bai laments that this time he didn't help anyone but himself to survive, even though he put so much effort into it. He approaches the group of survivors and sees Jing Shu holding an angry little girl who can't stand Zhu Bai and is on the verge of life and death. She fights for life by freezing an artery with an ice spell, and now there is hope for recovery. A strong-minded girl nearly dies fighting demons. While the survivors bury the dead and help the injured, Shinjun is brought before the Demon Queen. He must answer how he failed the mission. Not only did he fail to deliver Zhu Bai to the Queen, but he also irretrievably lost the magical book with trigrams, which is now in the hands of the enemy. But Shinjun is optimistic and tells the Queen that he has a plan to wipe out the city and bring Zhu Bai back to the kingdom. But it takes time. The school has its own man who is ready to do any task, and now he is preparing to beat up Zhu Bai so that he will be afraid to leave the school and lose his defense. This magical protection is provided by the school's teachers with magical protection spells, and once Zhu Bai leaves the school, he can be taken with his bare hands. Fortunately, the Taoist monks and the army of the Heavenly Court resisted the heavenly demons. The invasion did not cause a larger disaster in the city. All educators are involved in the restoration work, and it looks quite ordinary as the residents of the city have long been accustomed to life and death and destruction. The debris of buildings suitable for reconstruction is used. With the help of spells, the monks rebuild the buildings, and the city gradually regains its former appearance. From the wreckage of buildings not suitable for reconstruction, they created a monument in memory of the heroes who died for the city, on which the names of those who gave their lives in battle are inscribed. Zhu Bai goes to the monument to honor the dead. He's standing there thinking, and he hears someone approaching him. It's his final opponent, Zuo Dao. He doesn't understand why Zhu Bai came to the monument, and says that for 2 months he will train hard and won't lose to Zhu Bai again. Zhu Bai argues that after surviving the demon invasion and the number of citizens who have fallen in battle for the city, it's not important who wins the exams. The names of the thousands who died for the city are inscribed on the monument, and Zhu Bai hopes that Zuo Dao is so strong that his name will never appear on the monument. They must fight together for the city and the people, not against each other, and only then will they be able to help the monks of the school fight the heavenly demons. They decide not to compete anymore, but to move in the same direction and always be at one with each other in training to fight the celestial monsters. Luai reads up to them in a wheelchair and tells them that the school principal has ordered the 3 of them to report to special education classes next week. For winning the exams, Tsu Bayu got a decent amount of points. The problem with Aisha's feeding has been solved. You cannot worry about it and quietly study. He devotes a great deal of time to increasing his spiritual strength and endurance. He realizes that the mountain lying technique is not flawless and does not give absolute protection. Discovering another light point of strength called defense within will increase the resistance of internal organs and the brain to shocks and concussions. He decides to activate the next point of defense within, which scares the hell out of Aisha. who was peacefully eating her first 1,000th meal because of the terrible pain. Neither hiding nor tolerating this pain is impossible, and Zubai screams so that the poor doggy threw the food and jumped aside away from this crazy guy. But Christina tells her not to worry, and that it's just training and it's no big deal. He'll yell and stop, just like he always does. Zubai is getting so bad that it's scary to watch, but his girlfriends Tina and Aisha are watching the process with interest and laughing while waiting for the end of the cultivation. After half an hour of torment is over, you can calmly breathe and try to understand the sensations that came along with the activation of protection. But it seems that only he is interested in it, and his girlfriends are sleeping peacefully, and it's useless to wake them up. The best friends in the world? That's the only way to put it. In a couple of days, he and a few students from his course will be in a new training area where elite students with unique talents learn. A school teacher named Young-hoo visits this part of the school and finds a student named Jang-ran there and gives him a special assignment to test the new recruits. Young-hoo asks his apprentice to teach the newcomers a lesson by showing them his skills so that the newcomers will realize how weak and helpless they are in the face of real power. He agrees to fulfill the teacher's request and is glad that he doesn't have to think of a reason to beat up Zubai since this student is Shinjun's man. He hears the exact same request from Shinjun a little earlier, and he's already thinking about how to fulfill it, but everything resolves itself, and there's nothing to worry about. A week later, the three friends meet at the gate of the special training area. They are happy to see each other again and can't wait to start training. Lu Hing underwent a complicated operation to repair his limbs. He arrives at classes on his feet instead of in a wheelchair, which he has long been tired of. He is pleased as a child, showing how the restored hands work, and that they are no different from the lost ones and even better. Zuo Dao invites them to come to the class. They enter the training area, but it is silent and dark. They think they have the wrong day of arrival or time because someone has to meet the newcomers. And they are indeed met, not by a teacher, but by a powerful attack. Someone suddenly attacks them from the darkness and knocks them down, and they end up on the floor. The unexpectedness of the attack and their relaxed attitude does the trick. The first lesson they learn is to always be on guard and never relax. It's not a fun start to the study. They get up off the floor and see a man in a fighting stance who is ready to attack again and says they have a very weak defense. He calls them weak and informs them that they have to get past him first, and then, if they succeed, they will go to the classroom. The challenge is accepted, and the friends realize that this is a test from the course management, and they have no other choice but to take the fight and come out of it victorious. Their opponent is watching them with a cheeky smile, and he has no doubts about himself and his victory, and they can turn around and go back to kindergarten. The first punch that sends Liu Xing flying into the corner shows that he's not far from the truth, and they're going to have to sweat to prove their worth. Zhu Dao uses his trademark shooting star punch. In response, he is rebuked by his opponent for relying only on weapon magic and a single fighting style. The sermon is followed by a punch to the jaw that immediately puts him out of the fight, and Zubai is left alone with a man 3 times his strength. But Zubai has learned from past lessons and knows that if you don't know what to do in a dire situation, you should lie down immediately. The technique of the mountain has never failed. The lying mountain does not fail this time, and the opponent's attack does not hurt Zubai. He is ready to attack and makes the first trial strike. There is a real fight with attacks and repulsion of blows. The opponents fight on equal terms, and it causes respect and interest how long they can hold on. Zubayu gets it, and he realizes that he is starting to lose strength and needs to do something to not lose the fight and get out of it at least a draw with his opponent. His friends are resting on the floor unconscious and are no help to him. He is left alone with a fighter who wields mad strength and special fighting techniques. He is able to stab air spears into Zubai's body and blow them up with Zubai, and there won't be a wet spot left of him. I don't like that prospect. His rival comes to the conclusion that Zubai is weak and will not be able to resist, and to fulfill the task given to him by his teacher, and Teacher Demon, will not be difficult. He launches a deadly charge at Zubai that reaches its target, and Jiang Ran expects him to be defeated, but he isn't, and why he doesn't understand. All the while, Jiang Ran is being watched by his teacher, who concludes that he is overdoing his assignment and tries to destroy Zubai. he immediately and angrily expresses his suspicions to the negligent student and explains that no one gave him the right to maim other students. Jongran plays dumb and makes excuses that he misunderstood his teacher and won't be cruel next time, but the truth is, he's upset about something else. He has not completed the task of the heavenly demon. There is one more attempt to be made, but the teacher will already be watching him closely, and the fulfillment of the assignment becomes very difficult. Zubai is not as easy an opponent as it seemed before. He is alive and well after being attacked by air charges that should have torn him from the inside out. This fact is also surprising to the teacher, who can literally see through people, and he is amazed at how quickly Zubai recovered from such a defeat. He tells Zubai that he sees his superpower, but having abilities and knowing how to use them are different things, and only training will lead him to success. The young man gets the idea that it will be much harder to study here, because all the teachers see through you and you can hardly hide anything from them. The teacher turns to those lying on the floor and asks rather rudely if they are going to pretend to be dead for long, and if they even want to take the course at all. Both of them jump up at the same instant and say that they are very eager to learn and just wanted to see how much Zubai would be enough and how long he would last. This comes as a shock to Jangran, as he didn't expect to see these two alive and well as Zubai, so he's not as strong as he thought. He receives his portion of instruction from the teacher that these newcomers are not as strong as he is, but unlike him, they are skillful in using special fighting techniques. One of them dodges the attack using the Eye of the Star Disc technique, which allows him to anticipate the direction of the blow and skillfully dodge it. The second one uses the 5 energy technique that reliably protects him and saves his strength, and Jiang Ran is wrong to underestimate these students. This is not the way to success. And for this thought to be finally understood by Jiang Rai, he would run 50 laps around the school without stopping and then report it to the teacher. Zubai does not leave the thought that he needs time to fill his strength and must skip classes, and the rules of the course are stricter than in elementary school. In response, the teacher says that he doesn't even think about skipping class. He has enough time and energy to make Zubai study 24 hours a day. At night, instead of sleeping, he ponders a way to get the laziness points he needs to be strong, but nothing comes to mind yet. As soon as he dozes off, there is a knock on the door, and he is told to get a good night's rest and report to class tomorrow morning. The teacher fulfills his promise that he will provide Zubai with round-the-clock attention and sets up an observation point right outside the door of his room. A chair with a thermos of tea and a tray with a kettle and cup make up the equipment for the observation post. The teacher stays awake and does not leave it all night. He expects Zubai to go to class in the morning, but he doesn't, and instead, the girl who cleans the rooms comes out and says that Zubai isn't there. He left early in the morning, and she, in exchange for him helping her with her studies, cleans his room. The teacher praises the girl, as cleaning is not an easy practice. The cunning Zubai is in the room under the bed during the whole conversation. He hears everything and is happy that it was so easy to fool the teacher, but it is not. The teacher is difficult to deceive, as he has experience as a scout and an advanced age which gives him the opportunity not to be deceived by an arrogant teenager. He doesn't leave his post and keep Zubai awake. Tediously and monotonously, he explains how important it is to attend classes and not miss one for any reason. Tina laughs that Zubai has decided to use earplugs to stop hearing his teacher's instructions because he uses spiritual power and earplugs don't work. Instructions on the subject that to be stronger and with due diligence in the world, there will be no difficulties, and in case of laziness, everything will be difficult day and night are heard in the ears. Zubai can't sleep, and he can't hear it either, and he jumps out of bed and jumps out into the corridor where he finds the teacher at his battle post. The teacher is glad that Zubai has understood and changed his mind about studying, and is willing to go to class like all the students in the course to learn theory and practice. The student asks the teacher to go home and promises to come to class in the morning. Tina rolls around on the floor laughing that the teacher got Zubai and he gave up. But that's not true. Zubayu needed to gain laziness points to gain spiritual power to activate the next energy point, and he achieved his goal. It was time to light a star point that would help him get an effect similar to the Lying Mountain, and he would become stronger and more invulnerable to the enemy. He makes an agreement with Tina that she will now take his form every day to attend classes, and he will develop spiritual powers. At his request, Jing Shu, who sympathizes with Zubai, and especially Aisha, used her special technique and sewed him clothes. He thanks her for that. Zubai needs the clothes, and as a token of gratitude, perhaps they will have dinner together one night. Tina is annoyed by Zubai's new friend, but he likes her. Christine takes on the guise of Zubai, puts on his clothes that Jingshu brought, and as promised to the teacher goes to the classroom to study. The teacher meets Christine in the guise of Zubai at the entrance to the classroom and says he is glad to see him in class, but he also notices the student's strange behavior. Zubai had some girlish grimaces in his behavior, and his appearance had also changed in some way, only the teacher had not yet understood what exactly had changed. He begins to worry that his conversations have such an impact on the student's behavior, and since he came to class, it is necessary to stop lecturing, or there will be trouble. Zubai the cat swings open the door with a clatter, knocking a classmate to the ground and flying into the classroom on 4 paws. His behavior leaves much to be desired, but it turns out that it was not him who hit Qian Wang with the door, but the student Lu Ni Zhen did it out of hatred for him because he got the opportunity to operate. He had his arms and legs repaired instead of the headmaster's granddaughter, whose name is Pei, and she is Lu Ni Zhen's friend. This operation is expensive and only possible for one. Qian Wang will have to prove to everyone and always prove that the director did not make such a decision in vain, and he is worthy to possess what the granddaughter of the director should have. He jumps up from the floor and leaps at the student who hit him. He doesn't make much of an effort, and it looks more like a flirtation than a fight. In the classroom, Zuo Dao is lying on the floor, who does not give up the thought of using Zubai's techniques to reach his level, reading books, and comprehending the theory of cultivation. An old teacher stands over him and urges the student not to practice so much because Zuo Dao's body might not be able to withstand such a cultivation speed. Zubei sees this, and the guilt bothers him a bit, but he quickly forgives himself and thinks that Zuo Dao should finally give up competing with him. The teacher sees through his students, and this dialogue between Zubai and Zubai the cat, he sees it too, and wonders who it is that Zubai is talking to. The student realizes that he is about to be caught by the teacher who will figure out his trickery, and then both he and Christina will be finished and need to do something to stay in school. The teacher is furious and tries to understand who it is pretending to be a student of Zubai, but after reading his mind, he realizes that it is Zubai. He comes to the conclusion that the guy has a split personality, which occurred against the background of stress during exams and the attack of heavenly demons on the school. He agrees with the teacher about his split personality, but there is an old teacher who could not be fooled, and he realized the secret of Zubai. He promises not to give away this secret to anyone, and you can quietly go on living and developing your power through the system and not be afraid of being caught in the act. The teacher invites him into the classroom to review the study plan and study the first topic. He tells the student about a fighting technique called the toadstool. But Zubai listens inattentively as a fly flies into the classroom and gives him no peace. His feline instincts compel him to immediately catch and destroy the fly. Zubai is grouped and ready to jump and thinks about the fly, but he hears the teacher's words explaining the technique and doesn't notice the strange behavior. The jump is made and the fly is caught, but the teacher is furious because it is no longer possible to ignore such behavior, and it is necessary to apply some measures to the student. He yells at the student for unworthy behavior against the teacher, but gets the answer that Zubai understood the topic of the lesson and is ready to prove it. The teacher wants to see this bratty boy embarrass himself and challenges him to a fight to demonstrate what he has learned in class. They come to a gymnasium with rings and tatami to compete. The teacher throws off his white robe to make it easier to move around. Students come to the ring because they see that something very interesting is going on. Teacher-student fights don't happen every day. A stray thought as it would be great to defeat the teacher flashes in the mind of the young man, but immediately leaves it, because as they say, tame your pride and you will be useful. If after the fight he leaves on his own feet, it will be a success, so you have to do what the teacher says. Zubai takes the toad stance and accumulates energy. The teacher makes a test throw and sees that Zubai easily stops the attack, and this is a perfect result for the first use of the technique. This technique is very good, but it is not suitable for a long fight, as she is immobile and can become an easy target for the enemy, and the teacher makes another strike. He wants to teach a lesson to the arrogant student, because to hold the toad stand for a long time is impossible. It is a very energy-consuming element, and the student is not able to. The second blow, as well as the first one, Zubai reflects easily and effortlessly, and the teacher can't believe in such strength because it's just a careless student. The teacher thinks he has taken pity on his student and hit him too weakly, so he decides to hit him with all the strength he can muster. If anything, he'll take Zubai to the hospital himself. He gathers maximum energy in his hands to attack. Terrifyingly powerful blobs of energy fly at the young man and may be the last thing he sees in this life. But the toad that is Zubai is not slumbering either, and suddenly makes a leap towards the attacker. Instead of defense, the teacher was unprepared for the attack. At the last moment he was able to regroup, but the blow directly to his chest was not weak, and he barely stood on his feet, although he did not show any sign of pain. This place is full of students, and he will lose the prestige of a teacher if he loses the fight to a student of the initial course, and that's why he has to keep on his feet. For Zubai, the attack on the teacher was not without consequence either. He slammed into the teacher with all his might as if against a wall, and a huge bump appeared on his forehead. The teacher is made of steel. The bump hurts so much that it feels like the head is going to burst and shatter into small pieces in different directions, and so it is better to hold it with my hands. He may be made of steel on the outside, but he definitely has a good heart, because the teacher praised Zubai. He said the student was not bad, and that praise was worth a lot. On this happy note, Zubai leaps out of the room, forgetting to put on his clothes, and his friend runs after him, shouting for him to take his clothes. The teacher watches them. The students disperse, whispering that the teacher seems to have lost to the student, although he keeps a good face in a bad game, and return to class. The teacher, barely waiting for the students to disperse, goes to the hospital because he needs treatment after the fight, which the students don't need to know. Before Zubai leaves the room so beautifully, the teacher recommends him to take the next stage of training called Sword Image and not procrastinate. At the speed at which he left the ring, Zubai bursts into the building of the second training ground and sees an old man sitting alone. Apparently, it's the watchman. Zubai politely addresses him and realizes that he is the keeper, and he is waiting for an explanation of why the newcomer came here, and after listening to him, says that he has heard about Zubai. The old man speaks slowly, as if thinking of something else. He gives Zubai the keys to the training room and let Zubai go there. He needs to think of more important things, in particular what sword he should make for his favorite disciple Liu Bingqin, who is completing the transformation. In terms of ability and strength, she is superior to all the students in the special course. She is the strongest, and is therefore provided with the best of everything. Zubai tries to understand why such a young student has so many privileges, and even has her own personal teacher who deals only with her. But there's a big plus. Zubayu doesn't have to go to classes with this teacher, and doesn't have to trick someone into not attending lessons. In order to be further trained, he must regain his head and become just Zubai again, not Zubai the cat. We have to make a deal with Tina. Tina is a true friend, and easily lets Zubai go. He hurries to learn the wisdom of the cultivation stage that became available to him after fighting with the teacher. First, Zubai learns the theory that is very important to pass each stage, and now the room at number 5 reveals its secrets to him. Zubai had undergone training before entering this room, and so everything went easy for him. The hallucination in the form of a water monster doesn't scare him. Just as easily, he passes a room with volcanoes, geysers, and other high-temperature contraptions. He decides he's glad to be in a bathhouse and get a little sweaty. The next room does not reveal its secrets to him so easily. It is home to many crawling and flying creatures. The creatures are trying to get into his mouth, nose, and eyes, and a poisonous snake has climbed on his chest and is ready to bite him as soon as he gets scared, but Zubai withstands it. In the next room, hundreds of swords stabbed into Zubai's chest, causing unbearable pain, but even here he has the willpower to hold back the thought that this is a hallucination. He realizes that it is necessary to finish the practice, and it gives him strength to continue without paying attention to the strong pain and read trigrams without stopping. A walkthrough after each room is followed by an examination by the medics of the practicing student, and they meticulously, almost under a microscope, do their thing. The phenomenon that Zubai passes stage after stage so quickly and yet clearly does not cause any harm to his physical and spiritual health amazes them. After passing the 5 rooms, he has an understanding of the Tao and protection from the 5 elements present on Earth. He wants to pass the next room of understanding as well. Medics are against it and warn him against rushing into it, which can cause irreparable damage to his spiritual and physical health. Going crazy is not a good idea. But Zubai will not be persuaded, and he decides to take the next step, and the teachers ask him not to lock the door so that in case of trouble, they can take him out of the room. Zubai lies down on the floor and starts reading. The trigram says that everything in the world can become mixed up, and the sky becomes rigid, and the earth pliable and calm. These words spoken aloud become a spell, and movement begins all around. The ground heaves and turns into moving piles of sand. They change shape and take the form of human figures that begin to attack Zubai, coming closer and closer to him. The transformation continues with the sand figures becoming recognizable and very similar to Zubai's friends who died at the base along with Dr. Chong. Zubai recognizes them. Alice and Bendo greet Zubai and say that they have not seen him for too long and are very happy to see him again. Cold sweat breaks out on Zubai's face. Emotions overwhelm him. He throws the book as no reading is out of the question and gets up and walks towards them. The visions are so realistic that Zubai loses control of himself and can't see the line between reality and hallucination. There is hope that they are alive. Alice throws herself into Zubai's arms and says she has always waited to meet him and is glad she did, and Zubai no longer doubts the reality. He hadn't realized how much he missed his friends he thought were dead. Tears of joy rolled from his eyes and he hugged Alice warmly. Bando asks what kind of bunker they're in now, or if it's the doctor's tricks again. They've been cloned again and survived the explosion. The figure of a professor emerges from the darkness, and he says that there is no more cloning because there is no one to clone because the human race is dead. After the deadly explosion of the base was left only ruins, and not a single inhabitant survived when it was attacked by celestial demons, and only Zubai survived. He is the stronghold and hope for the rebirth of humanity, but Zubai cheerfully informs the doctor that he is wrong, and there are cities where people live. For example, the city of Tung, which has a large population. The doctor asks a skeptical question about the inhabitants' ability to resist heavenly demons. This question makes Zubai remember the recent monster attack on the school, and all people could do was only seek to save their lives by fleeing. The doctor's right. The only thing that torments him all this time is that he can't understand how the monsters found their base, because the camouflage was perfect. This is the question on the minds of everyone in the room. Alice, Bando, and Dr. Chong are waiting for Zubai's answer, because if they don't know the answer, he should. They want to know who showed the base to the sky demons, and the reason why they and all the inhabitants of the base were mostly children tragically killed. The room is crowded. Zubai is surrounded on all sides by the children he saw at the base, and they all demand answers to the question of why they were killed. Zubai Khan no longer tolerates this interrogation. He falls to his knees, wraps his arms around his head, and tearfully says that he called the rescue team then. He remembers how he and Alice go to the surface bringing a radio transmitter, and he tunes the wave and sends a radio message to the rescuers. He hopes that the rescuers will find them and free them, but things turn out differently. On the radio signal, they are found by celestial demons destroy the base and all its inhabitants. The blame for the death of the population hiding in the base lies solely on him and has kept him from breathing freely all this time, and now he can't even take a breath. Hundreds of hands reach for him to squeeze his throat and stop him from breathing, and he realizes he's going to die and remembers that he and Aisha were the only ones left alive then. It's good to have friends. Zubai also has two friends, and they are Aisha, a former girl, and now after the transformation, a dog and a cat, Tina. She sits on his chest, shaking him with terrible force, trying to bring him out of unconsciousness, and screams that he is a fool if he is going to die. Screaming doesn't help. Tina sees that this cretin is choking himself with his own hands on his own throat, with such force that it's probably impossible to do without help. Christine remembers that the door should be open, and with an energy charge, she sends out a call for help. If only Sensei were there. Sensei is just finishing his tea and about to go into the garden when he sees Tina's pink sword. He drops the mug and runs to rescue the clueless teenager. He runs into the room and sees an oil painting of a helpless Zhu Bai choking himself into unconsciousness and needs help before he gives up. Help has arrived in time and Zhu Bai can be saved, which is what the teacher plans to do. It's a good thing he finished his tea. It's going to be a long story. After a while, Zhu Bai continues to be strangled by guilt for the people who died at the base, not literally, but figuratively. Sensei saved his life. But his teacher can't save him from remorse. All Zhu Bai can do now is sit in bed with Aisha for days on end and suffer. Even Tina, who always makes fun of him, understands how hard it is for him and sympathizes with his friend. As time goes on, it doesn't get any easier. He regrets that he survived. A few days pass and Zhu Bai does not leave the room, and the teachers decide to intervene and try to talk to him at least through the door. Zhu Bai hears a knock on the door but doesn't react. He doesn't want to talk to the teachers or anyone else, but the teacher is persistent and won't give up. He tells Zhu Bai that he doesn't have to get up to open the door and go out. Let him stay in the room and listen to a few words the teacher says. He wasn't always a teacher and he served as a scout a long time ago. He is young and hot, and the unit he serves in is made up of young and brave guys like him. They fight against the heavenly demons to the death. This great battle between Kunlun and the heavenly demons is recorded in the history of mankind. He leads his warriors who trust him and follow him into battle against the dark forces. The battle was very violent and ended tragically. Of the untold army, only 100 warriors remain alive, and the wounds they receive are so severe that of this 100, some died in the hospital. And those who were able to recover from physical wounds could not survive the spiritual wounds, and began to drink, so that in a few months he is the only one left alive. He too succumbs to weakness and pours alcohol on his soul wounds. But one day, the thought comes to him that he can still be useful in the fight against monsters. He has knowledge and skills that he can pass on to the young and teach them martial arts, and if he gets drunk and dies, no one will ever know them. He understood his purpose and was able to move on with his life. In the same way, Zhu Bai must understand why he was given such talents and features that other people don't have. Understanding the reasons for his unique abilities will enable him not to lose himself and will be his beacon in any difficult or desperate situations. Zhu Bai recalls all the events in order, starting from how he runs away from the monster in his pajamas and ending up in this room. He remembers all his friends who died before his eyes and realizes that there is nothing he can do about it, as there is no way to change the past. But he can live on, so that with every action, he can atone for the death of his friends and that their sacrifices were not in vain. Atonement is the reason he is given these abilities, and if that is indeed the case, then he must pass the room to move on. Tina agrees and is willing to go with him to support her friend. It is really good to have reliable friends, and even more so if they are friends. Only the Ansei who saved him last time isn't too keen on the idea. He says if anything happens to the boy, he'll keep drinking his tea. He won't move to save him again. The room meets Zhu Bai grimly and quietly, as if preparing to attack and finish the job he started last time. Just like last time, the sand mountains come to life and take the form of his friends and the base's inhabitants. But now Zhu Bai knows what to do about it and how to behave. He pondered his actions in the room while locked up struggling with guilt. Just like last time, Zhu Bai opens his arms for Alice and Bendo. Zhu Bai sincerely and tearfully apologizes to them and promises that he will become stronger and work hard to keep up the good work. His friends, of course, forgive him and say that they are sure that he is able to change the world and will figure out a way to defeat the demons and avenge their deaths. They remind him of Dr. Chong's words that he is the hope and pillar of all humanity, and one must live and fight with that thought and not out of guilt. They in turn will never leave him and will always remain in his heart as a memory of such a short but beautiful friendship. The friends bid him farewell. They dissolved into space as if they were not even there, only a handful of sand and a tear on his cheek, and a slight sadness reminds of their recent presence here. Practice ends quickly, and Tina is worried that Zubai has failed again, but looks at the scoreboard system and sees that he has added a lot of points. Tina is happy that the progress is 10%, and Zubai thinks the teacher is right. In this chaotic world, you need a reason to stay on track. His reason is that he doesn't want to feel guilty for being weak, and his strength should allow him to do whatever he needs to do to help those who need help. And he loudly sends all the demons to hell, then scares Sensei, who just in case is drinking tea right next to the door of the room. His favorite mug slips out of his hands and falls to the floor and shatters. The teacher is very upset and grumbles that the boy is a loss. Zubai also does not expect the mug to fall and is startled by the loud sound. After exchanging pleasantries, they parted from the teacher and went their separate ways. Zubai's next goal is to advance to the first realm, and for that, he needs a progress of 10%, and he only has 9 9/10%. Tina scolds the guy for not waking up from the last ordeal as he rushes to get into another predicament, but calming down, she still promises to help him. The young man sincerely thanks Tina and proceeds to recite trigrams to increase his progress to the right amount to become even stronger and win the exams. He reads page after page, but nothing happens and thinks that everything will go easily and without incident, which is actually not much like the truth. A heavy drowsiness comes over him, and he thinks that maybe this room is supposed to be a dream. He is distracted from these illusions by a blow to the jaw. As politely as possible, he asks Tina why he was slapped. She responds by pointing to his own hand, which is covered in something resembling fish scales. Tina reprimands the guy for rushing into cultivation, and she had warned him, but Zubai decides to continue practicing and see what happens. Zubei sends Tina to her head and continues reading, deciding that since the path of the Tao is long, and it is foolish to stop at the beginning and not find out what happens next. As you approach the end of the reading, the scales begin to fall off, and the skin becomes smooth as before clean and no longer uncomfortable. But everything would be fine if his skin didn't become like that of a snake and his body didn't stop obeying Zubai. He can't move his arms or legs. If the reading is not stopped, who knows what will happen to him next, and in the meantime, he becomes like a monster and his body no longer obeys him. It has a life of its own, and he can only either keep reading and see what happens or stop reading and stay in that state, or call Sensei for help, who is unlikely to come to the rescue because Zubai's fault his favorite mug broke, and he's resentful of the guy for it. Images of Dr. Chong and friends come to mind, and he realizes this is what they said they would always be with him as a reminder of his purpose. He fights a monster that tries to subjugate his body and spirit. Zubai gathers all his will and orders the monster to leave his body in a not very censorious manner. While fighting the monster, Zubai is rapidly losing points, and immediate healing is needed. Only the non-stop recitation of trigrams can help. To ignore the changes that are happening to his body and continue reading is difficult, but one should not give up as the consequences are unpredictable. He remembers that Sensei has left to get a new mug, and there is no one to help, so he must finish reading and finish off the monster that is trying to take him over. After a while, the reading of the trigrams is over, and you can look around you. The monster's pieces are scattered all over the room, looking very unattractive. Zubai's hair literally stands up on his head from the experience. But the test is over, and now his spirit and body are no longer accessible to demons. The most optimistic cat named Christina is surprised by the fact that Zubai succeeded. Besides passing the test, there's another surprise. The precious sapphire stone that Tina always has is fully restored, and it gives them the ability to go back in time 10 minutes. This ability of the stone can work no more than once every 7 days, even in the case of death. Zubai thinks of a way to test the system's new ability. He and Tina decide to try to go back in time right now, and they succeed, activating the stone and instantly jumping back in time. The moment when Sensei's cup suddenly shatters was just 10 minutes ago, but it feels like an eternity ago. They gain a tremendous ability. Zubai and Tina are thrilled that they can time travel, and congratulate each other loudly and joyfully. Rewinding time is awesome. This sapphire stone is an incredible find that will help a lot in the future. Tina reminds the guy how he didn't want it and she talked him into stealing it. Then the stone was weak and exhausted, but now it is gaining strength and will bring many more benefits, and they have no idea what other properties this stone has. Zubai and Christine agree to use the stone only in extreme cases, as according to the system, it can only work once every 7 days. The test is over, but a feeling of uneasiness does not let go of Zubai. He looks around for the source of the feeling and realizes it is a book. It glows with a soft blue light, and something is happening to it. The young man is drawn to open it, but for the first time, he has doubts about whether it is safe for him to do so now. He decides to try to read the book from the place where he finished reading last time, but it is given to him with great difficulty because he is interfered by images of demons. The guy recognizes these images because he has already seen them on the base in Dr. Chong's training class, and this memory does not allow him to continue reading, preventing him from concentrating. Zubai slams the book shut to stop the influence on his thoughts and be able to understand why the book is forcing him to read and at the same time preventing him from doing so. Tina recalls that at the base these statues seemed to her not simple, and there was some mystery connected with them, and she told Zubayu not to look at them. After discussing this dilemma together, they come to the conclusion that Zubai needs to increase his progress so that he can read the book further and solve the mystery of the demon statues. Suddenly, Zubai remembers a leaf from Dr. Chong's diary, on which were written the geographical coordinates of a very important place for the doctor. In order to find it, you need to pass exams and finish school, so it is too early to think about it, and you need to focus on your studies and further gain strength. He understood, and Zubai's shout scared Sensei, who had not bought a new cup and was gluing the old one together. Zubai shouted, he shuddered, and the cup shattered. At this time, the two students who were assigned to cripple Zubai are talking to their former teacher, who has gone over to the demon side. They said that Zubai had moved to the first magical realm, and they remained in the zero realm and could hardly be on equal footing with him, much less cripple him. Now, the difference in strength was huge, since Zubai's cultivation speed had increased, and they were powerless in front of him and wouldn't be able to do any damage to him. The demon teacher laughs back and says, it's an easy fix, he'll teach them how to easily and quickly reach Zubai's level, defeat him, and leave the school. To one of them, he gives a method of instant disintegration that will allow one to instantly gain the strength to strike with a force far exceeding that of the first realm. The second one obtains the heavenly demon Chi hidden power technique, which will allow them to hide the enemy's cultivation and defeat them. By applying the techniques, they would be able to win. The demon teacher promises them that when they complete the task, they will have the power to leave the human form and turn into demons. They subserviently thank the teacher and promise him that they will fulfill the task of defeating Zubai and forcing him to leave the school so that the demons can capture him. Before the exam, teachers gather all students in the classroom and explain how the competition will be conducted and the scoring procedure. The results of the exams determine the allocation of cultivation resources, so educators ask students to take the exams seriously. There is one opportunity to choose an opponent, and a large number of points entitles you to receive more powerful magic techniques. These are the main conditions of the exam. Students familiarize themselves with the list of candidates for the competition, and each student chooses an opponent according to his/her level of preparedness, as he/she evaluates himself/herself. Only 2 students have realm level 0, but they know Zubai's fighting technique, and they will prepare so that Zubai might possibly lose the competition. He doesn't know the other competitors at all, and is also very likely to lose. You really need to think carefully before you rush into battle. Most opponents have second realm magic and will smash them around the ring and have a 100% chance of being killed, and Zubai doesn't have that kind of killing power. Wang Sun, as the student with the weakest level of preparation, is chosen first. This is the order of choosing the opponent from the weakest to the strongest. He gets up from his seat and bows his head, saying that he made his choice a long time ago, as he has been thinking about one person for a long time and will choose him. Or rather, he chooses her, and it is a girl named Lu Ni Zhen, and she is objectively much stronger than Wang Sun, but he will not change his decision and will fight with her. Students who have been studying for a long time laugh at Wang Sun because they think that the fight will not last even 1 minute, but he is firm in his decision and is not absent. The girl is also surprised by his choice, and she calls him baby, asking him if he is sure, because in the exam, she has to fight at full strength. She likes this cocky guy, but liking him shouldn't affect the contest, and she'll probably cripple this boy, and why only he chooses her. They leave their seats in the bleachers, and in 2 jumps the guy is in the ring in front of his opponent. She's already beaten him once, but he's been training. Wang Sun's desire is to take revenge on this beauty, with a stunning figure, and even losing to her will be a thrill. That's the strong feeling he has for her. His friends see him off with a sad look, wishing him luck in his hard work and mentally saying goodbye to him as he voluntarily goes into the volcano. The Vulcan girl looks at the upstart with an appraising gaze, and it seems to her that he still has some power and could be a strong opponent for her. But the first tentative punch tells me it's going to be a short and easy fight for her. That kid's still a wuss. But Wang Sun has a tactic: morally crush the enemy if he can't physically crush them. He gets off his knees and asks her a question about a rumor that's been going around the school. This rumor that he really likes the girl and not just likes her, but Wang Sun has a great and bright feeling for her, is not just a rumor, but the truth. Now she knows about it, and now she can live with it as she wants. The girl takes the news inadequately. She tells him that he is a fool. Now in the ring, she's going to show him that he's not worthy of even a glance in her direction, and his eyes, to avoid looking where they shouldn't from her punch, will fall right out into the ring. She attacks with all her might, and it looks like the guy has little chance of surviving since the girl is an adept of the second realm of magic, and with zero like Wang Sun, you can't get far. Her speed is so fast that he doesn't even have time to start using the fighting techniques he's been practicing so long and hard all this time. A fraction of a second passes, and her fingers cling to his ankle with a dead grip. A sharp tug, and he's flying over the ring, then he'll figure out which way to go. He tries to appeal to her conscience, but all this is useless, and the girl knows no mercy to the amorous fool who for some reason decided that he is worthy of her attention. The warrior queen is going to teach this underachiever a lesson, and if he survives, let him go and look for a peer instead of looking at high school girls. His friends can't even watch this fight, which is not a fight at all, but basically just beating up a helpless baby and should be sent for the cleaners. One more moment, and it will be necessary to remove the wet spot that will be left of him in the ring after the next blow of this gorgeous girl. Let the cleaners take with them a vacuum cleaner, because over the ring rises such clubs of dust that visibility has become zero, and what is happening on the tatami is not visible. There's a lot to see as drama plays out in the ring. Wang Sun is on his back on the floor, and Looney Jen has a dead grip on him, pinning him to the ground. However, he is alive, and the blow called fortified stone that the girl wanted to treat him with did not reach the target, and why this happened she does not understand. Pressing him to the ground and actually sitting on top of him, she tries to strike once, twice, and a third time, but none of them hit the young man or do any damage to him. She doesn't believe that this boy, having a 0-realm magic rating, can predict the direction of her strike and manage to dodge each one. Wang Sun's friends are surprised that the percentage of evasion of blows he has almost 100%, but he spends a lot of energy and it is given to him more and more difficult. The girl's strength is inexhaustible. She hits without stopping, and Wang Sun decides to retaliate. It may be the last one, but she won't forget it. He throws her off her lightning-fast grouping leaps forward towards the warrior and reaches his goal with dizzying speed. The goal he had been thinking about all the time that had passed since the last fight, and that had been dragging on for so long, and he thought this moment would never come. But he advances, and Wang Sun kisses the girl. The coveted goal is achieved, and before Looney Jen, stunned by his insolence, comes to her senses, she has to do the legwork. For such a deed, you can get a serious smackdown, and the speed of running now depends on whether he will continue to live or he will be smashed on the wall. The taste of victory is wonderful, and no matter what the cost, he will not regret it for a single second. The young man throws his arm up in victory and leaves the ring. No one has ever treated Looney Jen like this, and she doesn't know how to behave. Wang Sun is the first person to show his affection for her so openly. She doesn't think of anything better than promising him a quick but not easy death, catches up with him and finishes him off like a god to a turtle without giving him a chance to defend himself. The teachers who have seen the sights cannot look at it and immediately stop the fight while the guy still has life in him, and the winner is called Lu Ni Zhen. It's easy to stop, and the girl inertia strikes blow after blow, but the last thought of the young man before he passes out is that he is the winner. He kissed the girl he liked long ago and irrevocably, and it is not a sissy young lady in pink ruffles, but a real warrior with a beautiful figure. It's not a bad thing to get hit by one of these. The friends exhale freely, because of course the friend was beaten up and lost the fight, but he is almost unharmed, calm, and quite happy with life. When the time comes for the next competition, the teacher offers Zhu Bai to choose an opponent for the duel, but Zhu Bai was busy worrying about his friend. He has not had time to think about who he wants to choose, and now he needs to do it quickly, and not make a mistake. In Zhu Bai acts spontaneously, and makes a hasty decision. Since today's exam began with Wang Sun fighting with a girl he liked, Zhu Bai decides to continue the tradition, even though he is in danger of losing. He jumps up from his seat and swings over the railing in no time at all, and is in the ring ready to announce his choice and begin the fight with his chosen opponent. He challenges Liu Bingxin to a fight. Let her come out and fight him for real as an equal and show him the best fighting techniques and skills. Liu Bingxin doubts his readiness to fight her because he is weak since he only possesses a 0 realm and will be defeated once the competition begins. Zhu Bai is confident in his training, and the girl does not know that he left the first kingdom and moved to the second, so she in vain does not see him as an equal opponent. The traditional greeting of the opponents takes place. They bow lightly to each other, but each one thinks about where to start the fight and what the strategy of the fight will be. By the time the greeting is over and Liu Bingxin raises her head, she is already armed with the sword that her teacher made for her favorite student. The fight begins with Zhu Bai's strike. He uses the power of his sword energy, but the pink cloud dissipates, barely reaching Liu Bingxin, and her power weakens the strike to 0. She doesn't exert much effort and barely extends her arm forward to stop the wave of energy of Zhu Bai's punch. Zhu Bai seems to be in trouble as the next punch is hers. The guy is seriously frightened and thinks about how to behave with this girl. If she strikes now, he will not be surprised. Run for your lives. Instead of striking, she gives a cautionary speech that can be summarized in 2 words. Zhu Bai is weak and needs to work with diagrams. She smiles like a cobra before attacking, trying to relax her opponent's alertness, and says that she's going to show him the punch he needs to work on. In the same second, hundreds of deadly daggers fly at him at a speed that if you try to stop them, you won't be able to do anything because you won't have time to blink an eye. But Zhu Bai manages to adopt the toad stance, and all the daggers land around him, and none of them hurt his ego or his skin or whatever toads have. The guy is surprised by the strength and speed of the girl. He thinks that she will wipe him off the face of the earth in the next few minutes, but he is also not a miss and just will not give up. The main teacher of the course is also delighted with the cadet, and he turns to her teacher. Old man says that he has brought up a fine warrior with iron nerves. Instead of getting angry at her rival, she teaches him what he should learn to become stronger. The old man replies that he himself has not realized her full potential. She has such a talent that she was able to awaken ancient immortal blood techniques, and if one wanted to overpower her in battle, he would have to be 2 realms above her. Talent combined with boundless fortitude meets 1 in a million, and therefore the girl is a real diamond of the school and an invincible warrior. The school diamond urges Zhu Bai to give up on her view. He has no chance of winning. If he continues, he faces a sad future in a hospital bed. The young man decides not to listen to the arrogant and continue the fight and try to win, which all his appearance and informs the rival who is already losing his temper. Now she will quickly make a chop out of the cheeky guy, have lunch with him, and all will go to their rooms as there will be nothing interesting in the ring today. Zhu Bai doesn't think so, and he's not ready to become a chop, so he intends to fight until victory and leave for the dorm as a champion, preferably on his own feet. Toad's technique does not fail him and flawlessly reflects all the daggers that once again launched by the girl, but she is strong and can throw them for a long time. The fact that he fights off her attacks so skillfully leaves her completely bewildered, and she doesn't understand why a cadet with 0 realm is so easily defended against her. The thing is that the toad not only defends but also attacks, and the sudden blow that falls on Liu Bingxin she does not expect, and it takes her by surprise. Smart Girl's beautiful flight over the ring confuses her teacher, convinced that she is invincible, and no one, especially with a 0 reign, will defeat her. Zubai had put so much power into the toad throw that he also needed time to recover, to the point where he could hit again and again until victory. While Liu Bingxin rests leaning against the wall near where her ignominious flight over the ring ends, Zubai should have time to be happy for herself. Also, a little gloat over the defeated opponent does not hurt and need to quickly get in shape, as the battle is definitely not over yet. The girl quickly comes to her senses and does not look like a calm cobra, but rather like an enraged tigress, and now she will not mince words with her opponent. She scares the guy with her appearance, and it seems that now it will be the end of the story called The Ignominious Defeat of the Freshman Inept and Weak, Zubai. His composure returns, and the girl tells him in an ingratiating voice that she regrets underestimating him before, but now she will fight seriously. Jokes aside, Mr. Zubai, you'll be smeared across the ring like pâté on a sandwich, and you'll look like pâté, i.e., unattractive. She gives this optimistic speech, and quietly, with a soft, cat-like gait on tiptoe, she comes closer and closer, preparing for a deadly throw. With a slow, smooth movement, she pulls out her beautiful sword. There is no doubt that in comparison to it all, the daggers that were before are just toothpicks. And her look promises trouble hardly more than a beautiful magical sword that is already drawn for a blow instantly strong and merciless. Zubai's gaze is not frightening, but the sword coupled with the girl's strength and breakneck speed are dangerous, but he is focused and ready to repel the attack. In front of him is a warrior with a sword, ready to use a technique called angel wings, which are also available, but this girl does not look like an angel at all. She's very strong, and Zubai realizes when a serious fight starts, he's going to have a hard time, and continues to hold the toad stance for defense, ready for anything. The fight is over when one of the opponents is knocked out of the ring, and Zubai decides to attack her opponent again in the hope that it will be like last time. The girl is expecting an attack, and she has her sword and angel wings at the ready and is calmly waiting for the blow with the thought that this freshman is weak and very predictable. Her hands are folded on the hilt of her sword, her gaze is calm, her wings are spread out behind her back and look beautiful, and it suits her, so Zubai thinks, as she prepares to throw. She places her sword in front of her so it protects the entire space in front of her. Zubai doesn't know this and decides to make a throw that should give him victory. The throw turns out to be beautiful but ineffective. He crashes at top speed into the invisible energy wall that the Sword of Intent has erected. A powerful blow against the wall and thrown several meters back and completely unable to think or move. That was the ignominious result of the attack on the girl with the sword. The old pedagogue strokes his beard with a satisfied smile as he is pleased with his work, because he is the one who made such a powerful weapon as the Sword of Intent, Taishu. He is even more proud of the student in whom he has invested his soul and her strength, which even her rival students recognize, and they say it out loud with respect. No one wants to face her in an open competition, much less in a dark alley, and everyone sympathizes a little with Zubayu, even though many dislike him. Immobile Zubai decides to make lemonade out of lemonade, i.e., turn the situation in his favor. Since he can't move, he will lie down and gain strength. Liu Bingxin sees that he is not moving, decides that he has surrendered, and asks him a question about his willingness to surrender or intention to fight, and he gives a positive answer. There's a fight, and swinging her sword, she warns the guy that she has the sword recently and doesn't quite know how to wield it, so there may be consequences. The ashes that are left of him are collected in a dustpan and carried out of the hall in a matchbox, but he's tired of the threats and waiting, so he yells at her to let her attack. Liu Bingxin is kind today and can't refuse the young man's possibly last request, especially since it's late and time to go to their rooms. In the final part of her speech, she apologizes, but it's not her fault that Zubai made such a decision, and finally swings and delivers a powerful punch. Sly old teacher, standing on the podium and looking at the destruction that is now happening in the ring, laughs in his beard. He is proud of himself and his student. The head teacher of the course rushes into the arena to save Zubai's life. although he is unlikely to be able to heal from the injuries Zhu Bai has sustained. As soon as he lands in the ring, he sees that apparently nothing bad happened to Zhu Bai, and he is alive and well, but the ring is damaged and destroyed quite a bit. The floor is completely destroyed and a palm-wide crack runs across the ring, but the young man in the toad pose is focused and doesn't move a muscle. Do not hesitate until the girl and the director of the course come to their senses after what they have seen, and it will happen quickly. Must attack before you fall through a crack in the floor. Gathering energy into the power of a single leap, Zhu Bai makes a dash and with the speed of a cannonball fired from a cannon, flies towards her opponent and reaches her in an instant. Girls are emotional, and Liu Bingxin is no exception despite being a warrior. She misses the attack because she's still surprised he's okay. He would someday tell her how it turned out, but right now the exam comes first, and a lightning-fast attack reaches its peak in the face of Liu Bingxin's face. The teachers are in a position to run to the girl's rescue, and they are both on standby to do so immediately if there is a dire need for magical help. If Zhu Bai were to see himself from the outside now, he would probably like himself so bold and determined he hardly knows himself. One word for handsome. Everything flies in different directions, and the wings and all the 100 daggers and the main sword intent of Tuixue and Liu Bingxin, losing his composure and missing the strike, also flies. The toad energy tends to attack in front of Zhu Bai, clearing his path, and his fist is only raised to strike, but soon he will come to meet Liu Bingxin. Millimeters and moments left, and his fist would land on the girl's face, so beautiful, but now scared to death. It's a shame to ruin such beauty. She squeezes her eyes shut, waiting for the blow, her whole past and future life flashing before her eyes, and even a picture of how she will walk around with a black eye. All the stands have fallen silent, as if no one is in the hall, and the spectators are watching the outcome of the fight in a dumb daze. This fight is a real spectacle, and it is beautiful. Unlike the girl who doesn't know how to operate the new weapons, Zhu Bai is perfectly in command of himself and his fortitude, so he stops the fight. His fist stops at the very last moment before touching the girl's beautiful face. Zhu Bai is a man and does not hurt children or women. He's a well-bred man with manners that dictate that he behave properly around girls, especially since he likes her. Liu Bingxin bows his head to the winner and admits his defeat, and says that he is a strong opponent, and they had a great game that was fun and interesting. At the podium where the teachers are, there is an interesting conversation between the course director and the old man teacher who trains Liu Bingxin. The course director scoffs at the way he praises his student who so ignominiously lost the competition to a freshman novice. He tries to understand why Zhu Bai needs the sword technique if he has such a powerful, impenetrable defense, because he can see how the toad technique works. Opinions on Zhu Bai's victory were divided not only on the teacher's podium, but also on the benches where the student spectators were sitting. There were also arguments. Very unhappy with the victory are the two students tasked with crippling Zhu Bai, as they now see his ability to both defend and attack. They fear that he is the one who will cripple them, and they will have to live out the rest of their lives in the school's hospital wing under medical supervision. Zhu Bai is so tired from the fight that he wants to rest and allows Tina to guide his body so that he can disconnect from what is happening. But the thing is that Tina is also very tired and she can't deny herself a rest, so she jumps on Zhuo Dao's lap, curls up, and falls asleep peacefully. Zhu Bai, who is now Tina, says through sleep that he is tired because his opponent is so strong and it was very difficult to defeat her, so he will sleep a little. Zhuo Dao seriously fears for his friend's psyche and thinks that it has suffered irreparable damage during the battle, and it will be very difficult to restore it. After resting, Zhu Bai heads to the dining hall to see his friends and talk to them about the exams and get their opinions on how they went. There he meets Wang Sun, who is looking at the plate of rice in front of him, and there is nothing on it but a mound of rice, and he doesn't understand what there is to eat. You can't eat rice alone, and he loudly proclaims that this rice is very similar to dog food, and there is nothing healthy and tasty for humans. Zhu Bai knows that the rice lunch is given to students who have 0 points on their card, and his friends like him are forced to eat so sparingly. Zhu Dao doesn't listen to his friend's discontent, but he is from an honorable family, but he lacks the money that his family gives him. A friend asks him how come he has to take only free food in the canteen, and Zuodao replies that he studies a lot. With his mouth full, he says all the points he earned and the ones he gets from his family go to cultivation materials, and he hasn't eaten in days. Zubai is surprised that so much money is going to cultivation materials and decides to treat his friends to dinner. He received a decent bonus for winning. He offers a hearty lunch to his friends, because Wang Sun had once helped him in a situation where Zubai had no money on his card and nothing to feed Aisha. They eat leisurely, and on a full stomach can talk about girls, and Wang Sun notices Zubai that Li Bingchen does not take his eyes off him. But Zubai objects that it is impossible to think that such a girl could like him, as they are on completely different levels. Although he is very pleased that the best girl in his course pays attention to him and finds something attractive in him. Zuodao suggests that they don't discuss nonsense but continue with dinner, and if they don't want to eat, he can easily handle their portions if they don't mind. Li Bingxin not only looks at Zubai but also waves a graceful hand at him, leaving the young man completely confused. He's liked the girl since the first fight when she cut him to pieces, but her beauty hasn't left his mind all this time. Wang Sun can draw beautifully, and his favorite subject is girls. He jokes with his friend that he is so inexperienced and does not understand female beauty. A girl's figure is good when it has certain proportions, and if they meet the standard, then the girl looks flawless. So says he is a connoisseur of female figures and a connoisseur of girlish beauty, and let the boy named Zhu Bai remember this, as he will not repeat it again. He has a notebook in which he draws girls, and if these two ask, he'll show them what beauty is, or they'll remain ignorant. This humorous lecture is watched by Wang Sun's recent rival, who has crippled him badly and now needs a long rehabilitation. But friends do not want to see the unearthly beauty in his notebook and amicably refuse to watch. Let them better remain ignorant in this matter. If they ever need his advice on this issue, they promise that they will definitely turn to him and no one else. But Wang Sun says that won't happen for a long time, because there's no one to look at on the course except Lu Niezhen, who is the only one with a stunning figure. While saying this, he did not see that Lu Niezhen got up from her seat and quietly walked over to stand behind him, listening to his speech and hearing everything he said about her. Landing face first into a plate of rice was a complete surprise to him, but he barely begins to realize what's going on as his head lands on the table. The boy is very badly behaved and says all sorts of silly things, so he will now go with Lu Niezhen and she will teach him good manners. The friends stay and continue their dinner as if nothing had happened. They talk about how he's definitely said something unnecessary, and now he's going to get hurt. He shouldn't reason with the girl if she can hear, and it's a good thing his blood didn't get into their food, or they'd have to order a new one, and that's expensive. The figures of the characterization of female figures lead Zhu Bai to recall the figures in the doctor's diary that he had written on the last page. Thinking about it, he says the numbers out loud, and Zuodao suggests that the numbers are like geographical coordinates, and to understand them, it is enough to look at a map. When Zuodao used to fight and saw on old maps such a designation of coordinates and all this, he tells without stopping the absorption of lunch for a minute. He knows that such maps are not used now, but the school library must have them and you can look for them there. Zubai jumps up from his seat like a scalded man, thanks his friend, says goodbye to him, and runs to the library to see where the doctor was pointing. Zuodao cannot get used to the change in the behavior of his friend and a long and sad look at him, and then returns to his dinner. The maps in the library are found quickly, and Zubai spreads them out on the table trying to find a place by the given coordinates, if only it was in this hemisphere. He tries for a long time to figure out where latitude and longitude are, but finally he manages to figure out the coordinates, and his finger stops at the corresponding point. Now you have to read the name of the area his finger is pointing at, and it's written in very small print, but he could find it and read it. He breaks out in a cold sweat when he reads the name of the settlement that corresponds to the coordinates, as he expects anything but that. It's amazing, but the place is in Tong City, and this makes Zubai act immediately to find and see for himself what the doctor wanted to show him. Despite the late evening and darkness, Zubai goes to the city blocks to find the house or area mentioned in the doctor's diary. He walks through the city streets in the dark, checking the map with the coordinates mentioned by Dr. Chong, and finally comes to an old building. The building is enclosed by a fence, and at first glance unapproachable as the fence is very high, and the gates are closed long ago rusted and open them hardly realistic. But Zubai dares to try to do it and pushes the gate with all his strength, trying to open it a little bit. Strangely enough, the gate easily yielded but did not open, but simply fell at Zubai's feet. He didn't even expect such an easy success. He goes into the yard and sees that it is an old and scary place. The place is ruined and desolate, as if no man had set foot here for a long time. The walls are half destroyed and there are stones all around, and he thinks that maybe he should have come here so late at night for nothing, and maybe he should leave this place sooner. In the midst of this devastation, Zubai sees everywhere alarming warning signs and inscriptions saying that it is necessary to get away from here as soon as possible. But it wouldn't be Zubai if he ran away from danger, and the guy bravely takes the first step of the unknown and goes inside the building towards silence and darkness. Inside, the building looks like an airport or a train station, as there are long rows of seats along the walls, and he sees several escalators that are not working. Everything inside the lamp mirror's beautiful ceilings are badly destroyed, as if someone was deliberately destroying and smashing everything they see in their path. Zubai is at a loss because it is impossible to find the information that Dr. Chong has hidden here in the chaos, because he left these coordinates for a reason. In order to save the search time, the young man asks Tina to keep an eye out for clues that the doctor may have left in the building. Tina is very afraid, but agrees to do Zubai's bidding, hoping that he will quickly find what he is looking for and they will get out of here in good health. Zubai walks through the building without looking back. And he shouldn't, because he's been here for a while and doesn't realize he's being followed. The two students were tasked by a demon to cripple Zubai so that he would leave the city where he is protected by the school and the demons could recruit him. But they realize that Zubai is in danger inside the building, and if he is killed there, they will not live because the demons need him alive for recruitment. They confer and decide that one of them will stay outside and watch while the other will follow Zubai and try to accomplish the task. Confident of their impunity because they think it's just the three of them in the building, they go about their business as agreed. One of them enters the building and follows Zubai's trail to catch up with him as quickly as possible and cripple him and hand him over to the heavenly demons. He can't complete his errand quickly. He can't figure out where Zubai has gone because the building is completely silent and dark, and it's hard to find any trace of him. Because of the darkness, Mengfei moves almost at random, and following the corridor he sees only numerous boarded-up doors and the wreckage of a long-ago disaster. At the end of one corridor he sees the dark silhouette of a man crouched on one knee on the floor and thinks he has finally found Zubai and is glad he did so quickly. Leaning toward him, Mengfei politely called out Zubai's name so as not to startle him into defensive behavior. But the man is silent and doesn't respond to the greeting. Mengfeng thinks that Zubai is arrogant and doesn't want to say hello, so he'll teach him some manners. He leans what he thinks is Zuobai, puts his hand on his shoulder to turn him sharply to himself, but just in case, before he uses force, he asks a question. Perhaps Zubai is looking at something so interesting and important on the floor that he can't even turn his head to say hello to his classmate. As he gets close to Zubai, he sees that something wrong is happening. His eyes are squeezed shut, and his face is in pain, and he is as silent as a mouthful of water. Suddenly, an instant transformation begins, and Zubai turns into a terrifying monster that takes over his body, starting from his neck. Mengfei realizes that he can't move out of fear, and realizes that if he can't run, he needs to scream and call for help, which he does. The scream is heard by the real Zubai, who is still searching the corridors for information that Dr. Chong may have hidden here. Tina, who is also watching the space, is surprised that he was able to miss anyone else who is in this abandoned building besides them. But Zubai reassures her and says it's probably an auditory hallucination, since no one else can know about Dr. Chong and his diary. So they will boldly go and make sure with their own eyes that the shouting is nothing but a deception of hearing and they are not threatened, and in extreme cases will help the one who is shouting. Mengfei was able to cope with the shock and ran away from the monster, and on the run tries to understand where it came from, because it is not the first time he was here, and this has not happened. He is running, and he hears someone calling his name and thinks it must be his partner who heard the scream and went to look for him. But in fact, it is a real Zubai, and Tina found him, and wonder what the hell he is doing in the building and what adventures he is looking for on his head. Meng Fei can't believe his eyes as he just ran away from Zubai, who turned into a monster before his eyes and almost killed him. Or the Zubai are multiplying. That's bad news because he doesn't know how many Zubai are here, and if he's escaped from one, he can't be sure he'll be able to escape from the others. So he decides to grab his hands in his legs and run out of here immediately before the rest of the Zubai arrive and finish him off. Zubai is confused and doesn't understand why Mei Fei called for help, but ran away as soon as help arrived. He must have been scared out of his mind. Tina scolds Zubai for meddling in other people's business without doing her own, and tell him not to climb the walls anymore because she gets carsick. Zubai realizes that he moved on the ceiling and walls to save time, and that this is what scared Mei Fei, and he promises Tina that he won't do it again. He reminds Tina that she was out of his head at that moment, and Mei Fei saw 4 eyes besides Zubai on the ceiling, and what he saw did not add to his courage. As he speaks, Zubai can't help but think that they are being watched, and it's not Mei Fei, as he is scared and is now near the equator. The source of sensation is on top, and if you raise your head, you will see it. But fear does not allow you to do it, and in order not to fall into the clutches of the monster, you need to protect yourself. Tina cautiously looks around and realizes that Zubai is right, and the feeling of unease and surveillance is there, and it would be good to find out who it is. These are clearly not journalists with cameras, but someone much more serious and dangerous, and you can't meet them without protection, and they have only one option. Zubai has a crystal that lights the way in the darkness, but it also has the ability to show the true representation of entities and people. What Zubai sees is perplexing, as on the ceiling directly above them in a star pose is none other than Dr. Chong, who has died. Zubai remembers this, but like any well-bred person decides to say hello to the doctor just in case, because it could be a miracle and the doctor is alive. Tina's eyes become like 2 glowing saucers in surprise, for she too had not expected to see Dr. Chong alive and well. Getting as close to Dr. Zubai's face as possible, he tries to understand why he doesn't say hello to Zubai, but immediately thinks it's a clone of Dr. Chong. If it's a clone, he can't remember Zubai since he was created later. And secondly, why is he on the ceiling and not on the floor with 2 feet like all normal clones? And then he realizes that it is not Dr. Chong, but a monster that takes the form of any man as before he took the form of Zubai and frightened Mei Fei. To confirm this thought, the monster begins to transform, and from the false doctor's chest appears a horrible mouth ready to swallow Zubai if he doesn't run away. Zubai thinks otherwise and decides to fight the demon, and the only thing that comes to mind is to use sword techniques to fight off the monster. This technique doesn't work, and the monster almost yawns with boredom, and Zubai remembers that this technique has the effect of attacking sentient beings. Then Zubai uses a versatile technique that can help him in any situation. He is a master of the toad technique, but has never tried it on monsters. The toad's power should damage the monster, but Zubai realizes that the power he puts into the attack power is equal to about the level of the first realm magic. The monster doesn't yawn, but it doesn't fall down with the power of the toad, and Zubai realizes that he'll have to deal with it a little longer than he expected. And Zubai quickly gathers the spiritual power for another throw, takes aim, and hits the monster right in the chest, and can see that it is already very unwell. He folds in half at the point of impact and flies off to the wall opposite, writhing in pain. From Zubai follows another blow, and again flying and again hitting the opposite wall, and if the monster had a mind, he would have realized that he was attacking the wrong one. Zubai is not Mei Fei, who didn't even realize he was facing a monster and just fled without making any attempt to fight the demon. Between blows, Zubai begins to realize that this is not a demon, but a clone of the doctor. But it is infected with a demon like the father of Zhang's rescuer was once infected. That would require a different tactic, and he needs the clone alive to help him find where the real doctor hid the information. So we have to use the old human way of scaring the enemy so that he runs away to the safest place for him. You need to calculate the force of the blow not to kill the clone, but to make it run to find a place to hide from this crazy student. The calculation is that the clone long-dwelling here has studied all the hidden places in the building and will definitely lead Zhu Bai to the place where Dr. Chong's hiding place is located. The monster is truly on the run. Now it is necessary to keep up with him in order not to lose sight of him and to reach the desired place at least in this century. Tina is very scared and tries to persuade Zhu Bai not to follow the monster, but to leave the building and come back here in the afternoon and quietly examine everything. Zhu Bai doesn't agree to put off tomorrow the opportunity to chase a clone if it can be done today, and maybe they'll learn Dr. Chong's secret. They hear suspicious sounds again and want to understand where to go now, to the sounds to rescue someone or to follow the clone to solve the mystery. Poor, frightened Tina offers a third option of running away from here towards the dormitory, and preferably the dining hall to satiety and safety where there is light and people. This time the source of the sounds is a second student friend of Mei Fei, who hears the rumble of battle and goes in search of his friend but meets Zhu Bai. Zhu Bai has two questions that need to be answered in order to stay out of trouble. The first is about what Jianran is doing here, and he asks him himself. He could not justify his presence here, but waved his hand foolishly, pretending to be pleased with Zhu Baiyu, and asked him the same question. The second question on Zhu Bai's mind is where Mei Fei is now, since it's clear that he didn't run out here and is somewhere in the building. And he's not just in the building, but behind Zhu Bai's back and preparing to do the demon's task right now before Zhu Bai senses his presence. Despite being wounded, Mei Fei is angry and determined to run an errand to get it over with and rather drop out of school and become an all-powerful demon. He is storing energy in his hand to strike and is about to attack from the back. Attacking a man from behind is ugly and against the morals of fair combat. However, Mei Feng is mistaken that Zhu Bai has not noticed his presence. He knows two shady students who are not his friends are following him. The reason is unclear, but it's clear they're not after him for a Christmas present, so Zhu Bai makes the only right decision. He uses the sapphire stone property and travels back in time. In the blink of an eye, he is back in front of the gates of the building. Christina is surprised by this decision, but unlike Zhu Bai, she didn't notice the surveillance and doesn't know that the two students are up to no good against Zhu Bai. He explains to her that his classmates showed up here at the same time and he has to find out what purpose they are after him for and what they are accomplishing. They also hide behind doors and pillars and start following Zhu Bai much earlier than he gets into the building, and now he's sure of it. Dark personalities these two are, and with them you need to keep your eyes open and not let your guard down for a minute. Now Zhu Bai walks around the building and listens to every rustle and movement so as not to miss the moment of attack. He thinks he should have waited until the amulet was restored before coming back here, but he's already here, and it would be foolish to leave. It's important to find out Dr. Chong's secret, but at this point it's more important to find out what purpose these two are pursuing, who are keeping up and following him. The taller student named Jianran is clearly the leader of this gang, and he follows the instructions of his caped comrade named Mei Feng. Zhu Bai walks with an easy gait, with his hands in his pockets, and whistles a cheerful song, but in fact all of his senses are on alert for these two. Deceiving them is not so easy because they are first of all students of the elite course of the Way of Tao, and secondly are not so stupid as Zhu Bai would like. One of them, named Jiang Ran, chose the path of the Bao diagram and specializes in tracking techniques and can remain undetected in any conditions. Here we need a simpler way out of the situation, because just start using magic spies at once. Calculate Zhu Bai as magic always leaves a trace. The idea is underfoot, and Zhu Bai decides it's an excellent way to trick these two malcontents into getting behind him and taking a long look. A sewer manhole turns out to be the perfect tool for someone who wants to escape from pursuers and leave no trace behind, or vice versa. It is necessary to leave as many traces as possible to confuse the enemy's head and let him follow a false trail. The two students who want to cripple Zhu Bai quickly find this well and see that the lid is open, and they conclude by their shallow minds. They think that Zhu Bai has hidden in the well because the lid is open, and it is pointless to follow him because the strong odor makes it difficult to find him. He probably noticed them watching him and thought of nothing better than to jump into the sewers. Now he'd soak the smell right through. The two are discussing how to proceed, because the assignment is not completed and they have nothing to return to their teacher with, as they have again screwed up. They will have to answer and will most likely be punished, because this is not the first time they have missed Zubai, and they realize they are helpless in front of him. Time passes, and they are still standing near the open well and can't think of anything, but after a while, they come to the right solution as they think. One of them will go to report to the teacher demon as the meeting is scheduled and cancel it cannot be and still have to answer. The other will stay and continue to search for Zubai, and if he finds him, he will complete the task alone. It's a risk to split up, but it's the only way out. The time is late and so it's dark, cold and deserted, but they don't realize that while they are following Zubai, they are also being watched. A small gray cat sits on the window of the second floor and watches the meeting of the two villains, and it not only peeks, but also eavesdrops on what is going on. She keeps an eye on these two because she has an important mission to help her friend get rid of his pursuers and not get caught by them. One of the thugs comes to an abandoned factory in Donghuacheng to negotiate with his handler. He must report back and receive new instructions. You can see that no one is here, and it's a great place for dark deeds because no one will catch them at the most inopportune moment. He is mistaken if he thinks he is alone and no one knows about this place because the brave cat follows him around and keeps an eye on him. Behind closed doors, dark things happen and they are not for the eyes of outsiders, and no one should look behind these doors and may not return from there. The cat watcher begins to undergo a transformation. Her appearance changes before her eyes and she becomes like a blurred pattern on glass. The transformation ends in Zubai's mind, because this gray cat is none other than the cat Christina, Zubai's faithful friend in all his adventures. And on this abandoned factory they arrived together, but the young man does not particularly shine, and on the cat, no one will pay attention. Now he's trying to figure out what this place is and what the purpose of this soul killer is, who took it upon himself to follow him, but dropped everything and rushed here. Tina tearfully asks Zubai to leave for home quickly, as she urgently needs a relaxing bath after disguising herself as a gray, dusty cat. The precious sapphire hasn't recovered yet, and they have no right to get in trouble now and then rewind time like nothing happened. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, there is a conversation between the student villain and his mentor, to whom he tells everything as it is and admits that he is powerless. But his mentor tells him that he foresaw this outcome in advance, and so he has several plans to capture and neutralize this obnoxious Zubai. He didn't count too much on the help of two weak students with small minds, but he had to try to use them in the expectation of an easy victory. Suddenly, the door leaf creaks behind the student's back. This fool can't even see himself being followed and has brought someone to this secret place. He turns around sharply at the sound, but sees no one. Whoever is behind the door is hiding well. It seems the secret of finding a communication portal here has been revealed and is no longer a secret. Before whoever is hiding behind the door sees who the student is talking to, you must stop talking immediately and close the portal before it's too late. And you have to come up with a plausible reason for being in an abandoned factory on the fly. The head of the source of the sound comes through the open door, and it's the one he was least prepared to see. It's the sweetest woman, the cook from the school cafeteria. Auntie Wong has clearly wandered off to the wrong place, or gotten lost, or is looking for someone or something, and that's what the underhanded villain informs her. If someone goes to the area of abandoned factories and plants, few people come back, and so it's a pity Auntie Wong will stay here forever. She now knows this place, and knows what this student is up to, so she has to get her out of the way, but so she can't tell anyone anything. This speech is followed by a blow, and the funny chef's cap as well as his head flies off somewhere to the side. The villain pulls out a white napkin from his pocket, wipes his bloody hands, and regrets not the cook Auntie Wong, but the fact that he missed the surveillance. And so fascinated by this activity that he does not notice how someone's hand lies on his shoulder, and it is no longer Aunt Wong, but someone else. A slim, even graceful hand belongs not to an obese Aunt Cook, and the owner of the hand could be called beautiful if it was not a demon. Or rather, it's not a demon, but a demoness, and the student sees for the first time a girl demon who praises his hitting power, though has no less than second-realm magic. But she is unhappy with his behavior, as her beautiful pelt is ruined and now has to find a new body to become like a normal person. She is a mole spy who was sent by the werewolf teacher Shin Jun while he was alive so that she could tell the demons about the events in the city. Her name is Hong Swan, and she is a demon transformer of the third realm of magic, so she will handle Zubai by herself. But to do so, a trio of misfits in his person and Meng Hao and Jiang Rao must lure Zubai out of school, and the teacher hopes that at least they can do that. The ghost of the demon teacher hopes that they will not fail this time, because this time it will be the last and more chances to complete the task he will not provide. The former teacher is not kidding, so there is something to think about and finally fulfill his task while they are still alive. Tina's lamentations multiplied by the voice of reason force Zubai to leave the building and return a week later when the amulet has regained its strength. Wherever he goes, he sees two students following him in that building, and it seems they are plotting something against him because they are keeping an eye on him. While the stone is recovering, it has no right to act irrationally or rashly, so the plan to return to the building needs to be well worked out and thought out. As soon as he decides to act like a goody-goody and not get involved in the stories, he is immediately approached by a boy he doesn't know, wearing a striped t-shirt. He holds a picture of Zubai in his hand, and it is clear that he has been waiting for him for a long time, asking about him to everyone he meets near the school, and when he finally sees him, he calls his name. Zubai sees this boy for the first time and thinks that he is mistaken and does not need Zubai, but still responds and hurries to find out why the boy needs him. The child is called the brother of Zhang Aidao's rescuer, and says that Zhang's mother urgently needs help and no one can help them except Zubai. In Zubai's memory, Zhang's mom remained a grief-stricken, crying woman who had lost her entire family in a short period of time. In the battle with demons, her son died, in the memory of which remained only a blade given by his father, and from the infection of monsters died her husband, and she was left alone. Common sense in the form of Tina, the cat tells Zubai that this is another demonic plot and not to fall for the complaining words of an outsider boy. There are many who want to trap Zubai, and it looks like this is another deception to fulfill someone's devious plan. The amulet hasn't rested and can't be used now, but somehow it lived until the stone appeared and found solutions, and you have to think hard. Weeping, the boy tells Zhang's mother that Zhang is sick, but he can't get treatment because, according to the rules, the hospital can treat relatives and friends of the school's students. The cheerful lifeguard Zhang helped Zubayu a lot with school enrollment, and who gave him his clothes, and also kept Aisha alive and helped. Zhang's old man father took him in when he had nowhere else to go, treated him like his own son, fed him delicious breakfasts, and wished him good luck before his exams. Even if it's a trap, Zubai can't ignore the request for help, since it means being ungrateful to the family that has done him so much good. The decision on what to do comes instantly, and Zubai asks the boy to wait a few minutes while he goes into the dormitory to get his things. The boy is clearly happy that Zubai promises to go with him to the hospital and help get Zhang's mom into treatment, and thanks Zubai heartily for it. Sometime after talking to Zubai, the hospital administration agrees to treat the woman. Zubai and the boy go outside. The boy, with tears in his eyes, tirelessly thanks Zubai for probably the 1,000th time, but it is very important for him not to lose another family member. The young man answers him that it is nothing, as it was not difficult to do, raises his hand in a farewell gesture, and leaves the hospital. Despite the white day and bright sunshine, the city blocks inside are dark and deserted. Zubai wonders why nothing is happening to him. Apparently, he's too cautious to expect demons to trick him even in the most innocent of events. He suspected the boy of being sent by heavenly monsters. Turns out the woman really needs help. He thinks so deeply that he crashes into an obstacle that has grown out of the ground in his path. A tall policeman grows up in front of him and says very strange things about Zubai being suspected of a crime against the people of Tung City. He shows a police officer's ID card and demands to go with him to the police station so that Zubai can officially answer the police's questions. From surprise, Zubai is confused and does not know what to say and how to act in front of him, the representative of the authorities accusing him of collusion with demons. He tries to explain that he has nothing to do with a former teacher who became a demon, but the policeman doesn't want to hear any excuses. He advises the young man not to resist and to cooperate with the police, or else he will have to use force and bring Zubai to the station by force. Without waiting for any reaction from the guy, he wrings his hands and uses force to try to take him away in an unknown direction. The frightened young man tries to call for help in the hope that someone will hear him, but all is useless, and he is immobilized by the iron grip of the policeman. And he, grinning quietly but eerily, tells him in his ear that resistance is futile and pointless, and the guy has no chance to escape from the hands of the police. And only now Zubai begins to suspect something wrong, that he fell into the hands not of a policeman, but of a demon, because policemen do not behave like this with suspects. The pseudo-cop still holding the guy tells him that even though he's a genius, he shouldn't try to resist a demon who has level 3 magic. The realization that in the city in human form roam monsters in unknown numbers dumbfounds the guy, and they cannot be distinguished from civilians. During these difficult reflections, Zubai does not realize that now there is some terrible magic and demon policeman hides Zubai right in his body. It would take another second for him to completely hide in the demon's body, and no one would ever find him if even all the teachers of the school gathered to search for the student. At the last moment before his disappearance, Zubai sees that he has been found and the school teachers are already there, and help has arrived in time. The first to arrive is a young man who taught him at the initial course, and the demon has nothing to do but to part with the guise of a policeman and expose his true face. To fight and hold the guise of a policeman and keep Zubai in his body, a monster of even the 3rd realm of magic was not even able to do so. The teacher half-jokingly expresses surprise that Zubai was attacked by a monster, and that this is a complete surprise to the school, and that's why all the teachers are here. He scans the monster, trying to figure out what kind of demon is in front of him, so he knows how to take it down faster and head back to school to rest. For a celestial demon, or rather demoness appearance of the teacher is a surprise, so that she was confused and for a moment thought about what to do. She is surprised that a mage of the 6th realm of magic has arrived to rescue Zubai, but she is only a level 3 mage, and she is unable to defeat such an opponent. So she decides to quickly teleport Zubai and self-destruct so as not to fall into the hands of the police and leave behind no evidence. Demoness's thoughts are interrupted by a rather rough push in the back, and it is not a friendly pat on the shoulder, but a rather weighty slap. This is the director of the course where Zubai is studying also came to rescue a talented student in trouble, but the demon does not know about it yet. Zubai feels uncomfortable in the demon's body as the teleportation has not finished and he is roughly in the middle between the human world and the demon world. The senior teacher to attack the demon uses a technique that allows you to stun the demon with one swing of the hand, but not to kill it, but to throw it to the ground. If the goal is to take the demon alive for interrogation and testimony, then hit must be sudden, because in the case when the demon feels threatened, it explodes itself. Such an important lesson is taught by Director Zubai in combat conditions and says that he is glad that Zubai invited him to back him up in the city. The thing is that when the boy asked Zubai to help Zhang's mother, he immediately suspected something wrong because the demons were taking an unhealthy interest in him. Also tense are the 2 students constantly following him, and Zhang's family needs help, so he goes to the teacher's lounge and tells the teachers everything. The teachers take his words seriously and decide to help Zubai by secretly following him on the streets to protect him from attack. After enlisting the teacher's support, Zubai leaves the teacher's room through the window to the backyard of the dormitory and returns to the boy. Thanks to the intervention of the teachers, the monster is destroyed and Zubai is safe and secure in the human world. The adventure is recalled by the disgusting slime of the monster's remnant. The younger teacher gives Zubai a friendly pat on the head and says he's a real pain in the ass, but he's still glad the student is alive. The director does not listen to them, but bends over the remains of the demon to scrutinize what is left of the demoness and is clearly concerned about what he sees. He activates his magical vision to see what kind of demon can take the form of humans and walk the streets of the city with impunity. Apparently this demon has more second realm powers since he can transform and uses the teleportation skill himself and can teleport people. He rubs the demon's ashes between his fingers and says that there are a lot of demonic elements in it, and apparently this demon belongs to the Transformer demon group. This is bad news because such demons are indispensable for being in the city and collecting secret information, and there is no telling how many of them there are now. Zubai asks the teacher if these events could be related to former teacher-turned-demon Shinjun. The young teacher also becomes serious as demons transformers masquerading as ordinary people bring danger to the city and its inhabitants. The director doubts that these two events are connected, but due to the great danger to the citizens of the city, decides to pass the information to the Night Army.